Chapter 1429. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and began to absorb the subdivinity crystals again. The great dragon's sword soul quickly swam within his body and madly absorbed the energy of the subdivinity crystals to awaken. This absorption took another half a year. During this time, the subdivinity crystals on the ground rapidly decreased. The dark red dragon had a pained expression. Damn, that damned brat. It's almost all used up. The situation is indeed unexpected. I didn't expect the great dragon sword soul to have so much energy after entering the king realm. He too floated in the air and spoke in a deep voice. To be honest, this scene was also beyond He Tu's expectations. Originally, the Black Earth had enough subdivinity crystals, but after Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's absorption, there wasn't much left. And now Lin Xian had absorbed a large portion of it, so there wasn't much left. Even so, Lin Xian still didn't wake up. Moreover, there wasn't any king realm aura coming from his body. Forget it, we can't help at all. We can only wait patiently, He Tu said slowly. Then, everyone waited patiently for the result. After another 10 days, a deep dragon roar finally came from Lin Xian's body. This dragon roar was very majestic, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Even the dark red dragon was startled, and the blood in its body quickly boiled. This was too inconceivable. After all, the dark red dragon was a dragon, and a member of the divine dragon clan. The bloodline in its body was extremely high, and there were very few who could rival it. But now, this dragon's roar made it tremble with fear. He Tu shouted excitedly, "The great dragon sword soul has awakened. It's finally awakened. Only by entering the king realm would the great dragon sword soul be truly awakened." It was too excited because it had once followed a successor of the great dragon sword, so it naturally knew the true power of the great dragon sword soul. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul within Lin Xian's body had finally entered the king realm. This caused boundless hope to rise in He Tu's heart. Fortunately, it had broken through. Otherwise, the remaining subdivinity crystals wouldn't be able to support it for long. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes, and there was boundless sword light flickering in his eyes. Wang, a green dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. "Back off. Everyone, follow me." Seeing this, He Tu shouted loudly. Fortunately, the members of the Lin family were all cultivating elsewhere. Only Morong Qingcheng, Luo Bingshan, the dark red dragon, and the snow-white monkey were in the hall. These people were all experts. When they heard He Tu's call, they immediately retreated. Then, He Tu controlled the remaining half of the sword and waved it in the air, forming a light formation that completely enveloped them. In front of him, Lin Xian's dragon sword shadow started to tremble rapidly. Then, countless green lights surged in and formed a green dragon sword domain. This domain wasn't too big. It only had a radius of 10 feet. However, the aura it emitted was enough to make one's heart tremble. Even the dark red divine dragon let out a strange cry. "Fuck, it can't be. How can it be so powerful?" He Tu shouted excitedly. "That's right, great dragon sword soul. The dragon sword domain has finally been formed." The great dragon sword soul was one of the 5 swords in the world. It was an offensive saint art that could simplify and simulate everything. Its combat power could be said to be incomparably powerful. The first generation successor of the dragon sword became the great Emperor Shiman. He swept through the 8 barren lands and ruled over 10,000 races. He could be said to be a figure that could crush all ancient times. After him, the second and third generation successors of the dragon sword didn't become great emperors. However, they were also sword saints whose names shook the world. According to the ancient records, the successor of the dragon sword, who had reached the great success stage, wasn't a great emperor. However, his combat power was incomparably powerful, and could even be compared to a great emperor. This was too terrifying. One had to know that He too was an ancient hero. No one in the world could defeat him. He was a true overlord. However, the successor of the dragon sword, who had reached the great success stage, was actually comparable to a great emperor in terms of combat power. This was shocking news. This kind of combat power was heaven-defying. No wonder the great dragon sword was called an offensive saint art. And now, Lin Xian was this generation's successor of the dragon sword. Moreover, he had already awakened the great dragon sword to the king realm. In front of him, Lin Xian also slowly stood up. He looked at the dragon sword domain around him and smiled. This is the king domain. How magical! How powerful! With a thought, the domain around him quickly revolved. Countless green sword shadows flew out and instantly turned into a green dragon that circled around him. With a light wave of his hand, the Asher dragon trembled and turned into a huge phoenix born from the flames. The phoenix flew high and then turned into a white tiger. It pounced and swooped down. Finally, it turned into a black tortoise that suppressed the surroundings. These weren't real ancient divine beasts. They were all evolved from the great dragon sword soul, which was the current dragon sword domain. Every one of them had to be lifelike, as if they were real. Their power was even more powerful. This kind of method was heaven-defying. Not only that, Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain to evolve all kinds of things. The attack power of each of them was extremely powerful. It could be said that Lin Xian was now like a god of war. His sharpness was unstoppable. With a thought, Lin Xian recalled the dragon sword domain. Then, the great dragon sword soul also turned into a ray of light and entered his body. Middle stage venerable realm. Lin Xian took a look and found that his cultivation had also risen by a small realm. He had reached the mid-stage venerable realm. He was very satisfied with this result. At least now he could fight against a one-star king. As for a two-star king, he didn't know, because he knew very well that after reaching the king realm, the gap between each realm was even greater. Compared to the venerable realm, the gap was more than 10 times or 100 times greater. It was impossible for an ordinary king realm cultivator to challenge someone of a higher realm. However, Lin Xian wasn't necessarily so. The great dragon sword soul's attack power was too powerful. It made everyone tremble. Seeing Lin Xian withdraw the dragon sword domain, the dark red dragon, Murong Qingcheng, and the others quickly rushed over. "Kid, you finally succeeded," the dark red dragon shouted excitedly. Murong Qingcheng asked, "Lin Xian, are you a king realm cultivator now?" "I can't be considered a king realm cultivator. I just have a king realm domain," Lin Xian explained. "My current cultivation is still at the mid-stage venerable realm. However, my battle prowess has reached the one-star king realm." Ooh. Hearing this, the corners of Murong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan's mouths twitched. Such a powerful, venerable realm cultivator. Lin Xian was probably the first one in history. He too checked and found that there were only 108 subdivine crystals left. Lin Xian didn't use these subdivine crystals. Instead, he carefully sealed them and left them for Murong Qingcheng and the Lin family to use in the future. Now, it's time to deal with the Black Dragon sect. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with coldness. Are we going to beat up that black dragon? Count me in. The dark red dragon was very excited. Chapter 1430. All right, let's go together. Lin Xian nodded, then left the black earth with the dark red dragon. This time, it was only the two of them, and they didn't bring anyone else. After all, the Black Dragon sect's leader was a king, and this was a battle between kings. It would be very dangerous for anyone below the king level to go. Murong Qingcheng naturally knew this, so she nodded obediently and stayed on the black earth to cultivate. Her main goal now was to enter the king level as soon as possible, so that she could catch up to Lin Xian. To be honest, Morong Qingqing's talent was extraordinary, especially her bloodline power. Even He Tu was shocked for a long time when he saw it. In fact, when He Tu saw Morong Qingqing for the first time, he even screamed. There probably weren't many people with such pure phoenix bloodline in the entire true spirit world. He Tu had been following the fourth-generation successor of the dragon sword, so his experience was very unique. Although he didn't have the phoenix bloodline cultivation method, with his experience, he could give Morong Qingqing some very good suggestions. Therefore, in the past half-year, Morong Qingqing's cultivation and strength had increased rapidly. It could be said that she was making rapid progress. In addition, Luo Bingshan and the people of the Lin clan had also improved greatly. Compared to half a year ago, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Above the devil abyss, a black figure sat cross-legged. He emitted a powerful aura. He was the Black Dragon Sect's leader. This time, the Black Dragon Sect's leader was exceptionally patient. Even after waiting for half a year, he still didn't leave, because the Great Sword Soul was too tempting. It was the most powerful offensive saint art in the world, and no one wouldn't be tempted. Inside the Devil Abyss, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon had also left the Black Earth and were flying towards the outside world. That guy was outside. As soon as they left the Black Earth, the Dark Red Dragon sensed a powerful aura above. This aura was extremely powerful, and even Lin Xian should have sensed it. He knew that in the entire Southern Heaven region, only the Black Dragon Sect's leader could emit such an aura. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon transformed into two streaks of light and flew towards the sky. Soon, they arrived at the top of the sky. The Black Dragon religious leader suddenly opened his eyes, and two terrifying rays of light appeared in his eyes. "You're finally out." He was really too excited because he didn't expect that the other party would actually take the initiative to show up. To him, this was undoubtedly great news. If he could capture the other party, then the great dragon sword spirit would be his. Obediently hand over the great dragon sword soul, and I can spare your life. The Black Dragon Sect leader's voice was cold. "You want the great dragon sword soul? What wishful thinking. Today, I'm here to deal with you." Lin Xian snorted coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a divine sword. "Deal with me? Ha ha ha." The Black Dragon Sect's leader seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed coldly in disdain. "Brat, you're just a puny, venerable one. To think that you dare to boast so shamelessly. Do you know what level I am at? I'm a king, the incomparably powerful king of the heavens and the earth. How dare you say you want to kill me? What a joke. Ignorant." The Black Dragon Sect's leader sneered in disdain. "What's there to be arrogant about? Aren't you just a one-star king? If I could send you flying back then, I can still beat you up now." The Dark Red Dragon snorted coldly. "You're just a flood dragon. How dare you call yourself a dragon? You're courting death. What did you say?" Hearing this, the Black Dragon Sect's leader's face darkened. His black robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. Countless black flames jumped on his body, distorting the surrounding void. "It's you. You're that dragon." When the Black Dragon Sect's leader saw the dark red dragon, his pupils constricted and his expression became extremely ugly. Previously, he was sent flying by the dark red dragon's slap. Now that he thought about it, the anger in his heart burned even more. However, when he sensed the other party's cultivation, he immediately laughed maniacally. "One-star king. You're also just a one-star prince. Ha ha ha. The heavens are really helping me. If I catch you and eat your dragon essence and dragon blood, then I'll evolve into a real dragon. Even the heavens are helping me. Not only did they send me the great dragon sword soul, but they also sent me a divine dragon. From now on, I am a true member of the divine dragon clan." The Black Dragon Sect's leader was too excited. He looked at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, as though he was looking at the most precious treasure. His eyes emitted a terrifying light. "Humph! You're courting death. Let me deal with it." The dark red dragon snorted coldly and instantly charged out. Like a blood-colored longsword, it quickly streaked across the void and attacked the black dragon sex leader. "Humph! Go to hell!" The black dragon sex leader roared into the sky. Instantly, countless black dragon flames surged rapidly on his body, forming two huge palms that slapped forward. Not only that, but within 100 feet of him, countless seas of fire formed, emitting a terrifying aura. King's domain. This was the black dragon sex leader's domain, the black flame domain. The black flame domain emitted a blazing black light, dyeing the entire void into boundless darkness. If other martial artists were here, they would definitely be so frightened that they would kneel on the ground and tremble nonstop. The aura emitted by the black flame domain was too terrifying. No one below the king realm could withstand it. Two huge black flame palms glided in the air. Countless black lightning bolts surged rapidly in the palms like huge black dragons. These black lightning bolts and the two huge black palms rapidly blasted towards the dark red dragon, as though they were going to smash it into pieces. The dark red dragon snorted coldly and let out a shocking dragon roar. Instantly, a red light soared around him. These rays of light enveloped his body, making him look like a bolt of red lightning. He was extremely sharp. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of black lightning bolts descended and blasted the red light, emitting deafening thunder sounds. However, none of the black lightning bolts could break through the red light. In other words, these black lightning bolts did not harm the dark red dragon at all. In an instant, the dark red dragon arrived beside the black dragon sex leader. Boom! A red dragon claw stretched out. It was extremely sharp and instantly shattered the two huge black palms. Moreover, it charged towards the black dragon sex leader in an even more violent manner. "You're courting death." The black dragon sex leader was enraged. He had never been threatened like this before. His body glowed with a sharp black light. Countless black flames danced. Combined with the black flame domain, an extremely terrifying power erupted. Black dragon soaring sky. With a cold shout, the countless black flames in the black flame domain immediately condensed into a huge black wave, quickly surging towards the dark red divine dragon. Chapter 1431. Boom. In the next moment, the two of them collided with a terrifying sound. A flood dragon and a dragon started fighting. Damn it. Impossible. How can you be so strong? Not long after, the black dragon patriarch roared furiously because he realized that his black flame domain was being suppressed. His opponent was like a red sword that was constantly attacking him, making it impossible for him to use his full strength. Moreover, what made him even more furious was that his opponent was just a one-star king like him. However, the strength it displayed was much stronger than his. It could be said that he was being completely beaten up. Humph! You're just a flood dragon that has just entered the king realm. How can you use your full strength? You're the ant before me. Watch how I beat you up. The dark red dragon snorted in disdain, and then quickly waved its claws. One fierce attack after another slammed into the black flame domain, causing it to be pushed back and shake violently. Damn it! Die for me! The black dragon patriarch roared furiously, and used all his strength to counterattack, but he was still being suppressed. This caused him to hold back a ball of anger in his heart. It seemed that his opponent was indeed stronger than him. It would probably be very difficult for him to achieve his wish of absorbing dragon essence and dragon blood. However, in the next moment, he looked behind him and saw Lin Xian standing there. The black dragon patriarch laughed wildly in his heart. Yes, this dark red dragon was powerful, but that kid was only a human, and he was only at the Exalt realm. That kind of cultivation was like an ant before him, up until now. The dark red dragon had not used the power of the great dragon sword soul. This meant that it was very likely that the great dragon sword soul was with that kid. Thinking of this, the black dragon patriarch's heart thumped wildly. The black dragon patriarch resisted the dark red dragon's attacks while looking at Lin Xian in the distance with a savage smile. Soon, he had a plan in his heart. He would give up on the dragon essence and dragon blood in the dark red dragon and only take the great dragon sword soul. Black flame domain. Netherworld transformation. The black dragon patriarch roared furiously, and the surrounding black flame domains started to churn. Countless terrifying auras dyed the entire sky black. Countless black dragon shadows rushed out and instantly enveloped the dark red divine dragon. Within the black flame domain, the black dragon religious leader sneered, after which his figure flashed as he quickly retreated and charged towards Lin Xian. His plan was very simple. He only needed to use the black flame domain to trap the dark red divine dragon for a period of time, while he himself charged towards Lin Xian. One move. He only needed one move to capture Lin Xian. At that time, he would immediately retreat and fly far away. He would only come out after he had grasped the great dragon sword soul. At that time, no one in the world would be his match. This idea was indeed very simple, and that was what he did. Therefore, when the black flame domain erupted and enveloped the dark red divine dragon, the black dragon religious leader took the initiative. He turned into a bolt of black lightning and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Die, brat. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon hierarch arrived in front of Lin Xian. His terrifying palm was like a dragon claw that quickly grabbed at Lin Xian's head, wanting to crush it. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Then, the sword qi on his body surged and condensed into a huge shield of sword light in front of him. Clang! In the next moment, the black dragon religious leader's palm ruthlessly slammed on the shield, producing an earth-shattering sound. At this moment, a green sword shadow appeared in Lin Xian's right hand. It was a dragon-shaped sword shadow. It was very mighty and emitted a terrifying aura. The moment the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the black dragon religious leader's expression changed. This aura? Impossible. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Because this aura was too terrifying, it made him feel a sense of trepidation. This was the instinct of a martial artist to be able to predict danger. Therefore, the black dragon religious leader did not hesitate and quickly retreated. He did not know what was going on with this brat in front of him. Why was he emitting such a dangerous aura? However, he knew that if he did not dodge, he would definitely be in danger. You want to leave? It's too late. Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think that I'm a pushover? In the next moment, the terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly slashed out. As a king, the black dragon religious leader's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had retreated far away. However, the power of this sword strike was too great. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through space and chased after the black dragon religious leader, as if it wanted to cut him in half. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded in the sky. The terrifying sword qi slashed down, bringing with it endless waves of air. It was as if the entire sky was cut in half. In the next moment, the terrifying sword light enveloped the black dragon religious leader. Ah! The black dragon religious leader let out a shrill scream. Then, a large amount of blood splattered in the air. Impossible! This is simply impossible. You're just a puny venerable one. How could you possibly hurt me? The black dragon religious leader's hair was disheveled as he roared madly. His eyes shone with a terrifying light, as if he had gone mad. He's crazy, he's really crazy, because this had already exceeded his understanding. After all, as a king, his strength was extremely terrifying. Only king realm experts could harm him. Venerable ones below the king realm could not hurt him at all. In fact, they could not even break through his defense. However, a puny venerable one in front of him had actually injured him. This was simply too unbelievable. No, it's impossible for you to be so powerful. The Great Dragon Sword Soul. This is the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Black Dragon religious leader understood. His eyes flickered as he stared at the dragon-shaped sword in Lin Xian's hand with a sinister smile on his face. Good, good, good. As expected of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it can actually allow a Venerable One kid to possess such powerful strength. If I get it, I'll definitely be able to dominate the world. The Black Dragon religious leader revealed a sinister smile. He yearned to obtain the Great Dragon Sword Soul because its power was too powerful. However, right at this moment, the dark red dragon snorted coldly. He waved his dragon claw and broke through the black flame domain. Little Flood Dragon, you want the Great Dragon Sword Soul? Go play somewhere else. Kid, this Flood Dragon is too boring. I'll give it to you. The dark red dragon retreated to the side and prepared to watch the show. He knew Lin Xian's strength, so he wasn't worried. Don't be so arrogant. You just have the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Humph, with your cultivation. You can't unleash the true strength of the Great Dragon Sword Soul at all. Next, I'll let you know the true strength of a King Realm expert. The Black Dragon religious leader snorted coldly. Since the dark red dragon wasn't going to make a move, things would be easier. He just had to use the black flame domain to kill the young man in front of him and seize the Great Dragon Sword Soul. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and the black flame domain returned to his side. It flickered with a pitch-black light. Chapter 1432. The Black Dragon religious leader shouted coldly as his body turned into a ray of light and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Beside him, the black flame domain burned fiercely, carrying an extremely terrifying energy. No one below the King Realm could resist this kind of energy. Just as the black flame domain was about to envelop Lin Xian finally moved. His expression was cold as he waved his hand. Instantly, a dragon-shaped sword shadow dodged, forming an incomparable sword light. Then, a green dragon sword domain quickly formed. Boom! The two domains collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. Cracks formed in the surrounding space. King domain? This is impossible. The Black Dragon religious leader was forced back, his expression extremely shocked. He looked at the dragon sword domain in front of him and exclaimed. There was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to believe that his opponent also had a king domain. One had to know that a king domain was an ability unique to kings. It was impossible for anyone below the king realm to have it. But now, a Knight Heaven Venerable had actually unleashed a king's domain. This was really hard for him to believe. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still didn't dare to believe it. Illusion! Damn it, this must be an illusion. The Black Dragon religious leader roared crazily. With the black flame domain, his entire body was like a monstrous god fiend, emitting a powerful aura. He waved his hand, and a black spear appeared in the black flame domain. He held it in his hand. I don't believe that you can condense a king domain. All of this is fake. Don't try to lie to me. Now, go to hell. The Black Dragon religious leader held the spear in his hand, and a terrifying power shook heaven and earth. A black spear shadow rushed forward like a huge dragon, covering the sky and covering the earth. The energy contained in it was too terrifying. It directly pierced through the void. Today, I will let you experience the true power of the Dragon Sword Soul. Lin Xian held the Dragon Sword Soul in his hand, and the Dragon Sword domain surrounded his body. His entire body was like a sword saint, incomparably sharp. Then he slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword light spread out in all directions, and a loud dragon roar reverberated for thousands of miles. The Black Dragon religious leader's expression finally changed when the sword light rushed over. Only now did he know how terrifying the Dragon Sword Soul was. Although Lin Xian was only a ninth heaven venerate, the might of this sword strike was really too terrifying. The power contained within it made the Black Dragon religious leader feel the threat of death. It did not seem to be a sword light, but an incomparably terrifying huge dragon. The violent energy it carried suppressed the Black Dragon religious leader to the point that he could not move. How is that possible? This is impossible. The Black Dragon religious leader's body trembled slightly. He actually couldn't control this kind of terror. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Fear. Yes, that's right. It's the feeling of fear. How many years had it been since he felt this way? But today, he felt it again in the hands of a 20-year-old youth. No, I don't believe it. The Black Dragon religious leader roared, crazily. Before the sword light descended, his body was finally able to move. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly activated his black flame domain and formed 3 terrifying black palms that slapped towards the sky. As for himself, he quickly retreated. Boundless heat waves surged as the 3 terrifying black palms slapped towards the sky, colliding with the dragon-shaped sword light in the sky. This was the Black Dragon religious leader's all-out attack. It contained terrifying energy as it ruthlessly slapped the sky. Instantly, black holes appeared one after another. However, such terrifying energy was unable to shake the dragon-shaped sword light. The sword light flickered, and the terrifying sword light instantly sliced apart the 3 black palms. Although the light on them dimmed a little, they still carried boundless energy as they continued to attack the Black Dragon religious leader. Damn it, how is that possible? The Black Dragon religious leader's expression turned ugly when he saw this scene. At this moment, he finally experienced the taste of fear. This feeling made his entire body tremble, and even his black robes were drenched. Demon Dragon Spear of Annihilation, facing the incoming dragon-shaped sword light. He roared again. Instantly, a black demonic spear flew out of his black flame domain. This long spear was pitch black and emitted terrifying demonic energy that spread for 3,000 miles. On the surface of the spear, there were black runes that emitted a heart-palpitating aura of death. The Black Dragon religious leader held the long spear in his hand and quickly swept it out. A terrifying spear light that carried the aura of death surged towards the sky. Not only that, his left hand pulled out a long black saber from his black flame domain. The long black saber was 90 feet long and completely black. It was like a demonic saber that emitted a cold aura. Infernal demonic saber. Destroy! He slashed out 32 times in a row, and the terrifying black saber light covered the entire sky. The Black Dragon religious leader's face turned pale. These 32 attacks contained all of his energy, and he even felt exhausted. The sky exploded as though it was the end of the world. A huge black vortex appeared and quickly spread out in all directions. At this moment, all the martial artists in Xia country raised their heads and looked towards the sky. They could feel a heart-palpitating energy exploding from the sky. It was like a giant beast in the abyss that wanted to devour the entire world. In fact, the entire Xia country was trembling violently. This was the Black Dragon religious leader's all-out attack, and it was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, it exploded in the sky. Otherwise, if it hit the ground, the entire Xia country would probably be reduced to ashes. However, The Black Dragon religious leader didn't relax. There was even a trace of despair in his eyes. Because such a terrifying attack had only destroyed the dragon-shaped sword Qi in the sky. As for Lin Xian, who was far away, he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. What? How is this possible? Damn it, I don't believe it! The Black Dragon religious leader roared madly, with an extremely unsightly expression. At this moment, he no longer had his superior attitude. Instead, he was roaring madly like a madman. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely unsightly again. He noticed that the dragon-shaped sword in Lin Xian's hand was shining with an extremely bright light again. Another dragon-shaped sword Qi was circling around the sword. As the leader of a religious sect, the Black Dragon religious leader had already reached the king realm. He could be said to be a peerless expert. There was no one in the Southern Heaven region who could subdue him. But now, his opponent, a young man in his 20s, made him feel extremely threatened. In particular, the sword in his opponent's hand caused him to be extremely shocked. If his opponent's sword Qi could be slashed out without restraint, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. After all, he had used all his strength to barely block the sword Qi from before. But now, he was about to face the second attack. Damn it, impossible. How can this kid be so powerful? The Black Dragon religious leader shook his head madly in disbelief. It was even to the extent that his martial heart was shaken. No, I can't let him use the second attack. The Black Dragon religious leader's face was gloomy. He decided to strike first. In the next moment, he held a black demonic spear and charged forward quickly with the black flame domain. Chapter 1433. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two domains collided and emitted a resplendent light. Kid, go to hell. This time, the Black Dragon hierarch went all out. His black robe fluttered, and black scales grew on his limbs and body. He turned into a black dragon. His body grew from 3 meters to 7 to 8 meters tall. He was like a tyrannosaurus that was filled with power. He took a step forward, and countless black holes appeared in the sky. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand emitted a resplendent light as he shouted coldly, "Let's end this!" In the next moment, a blazing sword gleam surged out and covered the entire sky. The void turned green, and there were dragon shadows and sword gleams everywhere. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a dragon-shaped sword diagram that emitted terrifying energy. Boom! With a slash of the sword, a huge dragon-shaped sword Qi surged out rapidly and flew toward the Black Dragon hierarch. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed rapidly. In the next moment, the resplendent sword gleam enveloped the Black Dragon hierarch. A miserable cry rang out as the Black Dragon hierarch let out a miserable cry. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword Qi shone even more brightly. Streaks of green sword gleams soared into the sky, followed by a terrifying dragon roar. The dragon roar was so clear that all the warriors in Xia country could hear it. At this moment, all the warriors in Xia country raised their heads and looked at the sky with a horrified expression. This was because the sky was filled with countless sword Qi. There was an extremely huge dragon shadow circling above, crushing the entire void into countless pieces. After a long time, the green sword shadows that filled the sky gradually disappeared, and the pungent smell of blood came from the sky. Above the demon abyss battlefield, the Black Dragon hierarch was sent flying over 10,000 meters and floated in the sky. His black robe was torn, and there was a huge crack on his body. His internal organs and bones were all exposed. There were sword marks all over his body. It could be said that there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Only his head was still intact. However, he looked extremely ferocious at this moment. Impossible! I don't believe it! You can't be so strong." The black dragon hierarch was horrified. That sword had almost taken his life. That sword strike, from before, was simply too terrifying. It almost split the black dragon religious leader in half. Even now, there were countless green sword chi circling around the wound, madly destroying his body. At this moment, he finally felt fear. He knew that even though the young man before him was only a 9th-level venerate, his battle prowess still surpassed his own. Now, how could he still dare to snatch the great dragon sword soul? He only wanted to escape, otherwise he would definitely be killed here. But now, the path was still sealed. In front of him was Lin Xian, and behind him was the dark red divine dragon. Even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to escape, let alone now that he was heavily injured. In this moment of despair, he suddenly thought of a way. He remembered that there was still a king monster at the bottom of the demon abyss. If he called that guy out and worked together with him, he might be able to escape with his life. Therefore, in the next moment, the black dragon religious leader shouted crazily, "The guy down there, stop hiding. These two obviously won't let you go. When I die, they will definitely make a move on you." That voice turned into a tangible wave that spread to the bottom of the tide. Sure enough, in the next moment, a low roar suddenly came from below. Then, 9 red arms that were 3,000 meters long quickly stretched out from below. They were like red pillars that connected heaven and earth. "It's finally out." Seeing this scene, the black dragon religious leader heaved a sigh of relief. Great, as long as the other king monster attacked, he would definitely have a chance to survive. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he looked down. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also looked down with interest. In the demon abyss below, there were clouds and mist surrounding it, and behind the clouds, there was a huge black shadow. The black shadow walked over quickly and then appeared in front of everyone. Looking at this king-level monster, Lin Xian was astonished. He knew that there was a monster below, and he also knew that the monster had reached the king level. However, he did not expect that the other party was a fox, and a 9-tailed fox at that. The 9 arms that were 3,000 meters long were actually the 9 tails of a 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox was fiery red, and its body was like a small mountain. His eyes were incomparably cold, and there were 9 tails behind him. At that moment, they had transformed into 9 terrifying arms. As soon as the 9-tailed fox appeared, it immediately brought with it a monstrous, murderous aura that dyed the entire sky red. "It's a fox." Lin Xian was surprised. I didn't expect it to be a 9-tailed fox. Looks like it must have eaten a subdivinity crystal to grow to the king level." The dark red divine dragon also narrowed its eyes and looked curiously. Suddenly, the 9-tailed fox let out a low roar with a trace of uneasiness in its expression. For some reason, the 2-meter-long red snake in front of it, which was like an ant in its eyes, was emitting a terrifying aura. Even the aura made it feel a sense of fear. "Damn worm, hand over the subdivinity crystal, and I'll spare your life." The huge 9-tailed fox spoke in human language with a cold voice. Boom. The dark red divine dragon quickly attacked. Its huge dragon claw turned into a red fist and quickly blasted toward the 9-tailed fox. In the next moment, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth shook as the 9-tailed fox's huge body was smashed away. Boom. A mountain peak in the distance was smashed into pieces. "Who are you calling a worm? If you spout nonsense again, I'll knock out all your teeth." The dark red divine dragon snorted. Roar. In the distance, the 9-tailed fox got up and quickly rushed over. Its huge eyes stared fiercely at the dark red divine dragon, and its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Angry, it was too angry. As a king-level monster beast, it looked down on everything and had never suffered such humiliation. But now it was sent flying by a red snake in front of it. It was so angry that its lungs were about to explode, but soon it was terrified again. The opponent's power was too terrifying. It was so fast that it was sent flying before it could even see clearly. It knew that the opponent was not weak and was also a king-level monster beast. At the side, the black dragon hierarch stopped his wound with difficulty and said in a low voice, "Stupid fox, don't hesitate. Attack with me and fight against them together. Otherwise, if I die, you won't have a hard time either." "Humph, cunning fellow. Aren't you just trying to use my power to escape? You make it sound so righteous." The nine-tailed fox snorted. It seemed that it was not a fool. Lin Xian said coldly, "Since it's out, let's get rid of it together." He had long planned to get rid of the monster beast because if he allowed the nine-tailed fox to live, it would definitely be a huge disaster after they left. Chapter 1434. Brat, you're courting deaths. The nine-tailed fox was furious. She did not intend to interfere in this matter, but she did not expect this little human to be so arrogant and claim that he would kill her as well. She could not tolerate this. Therefore, she launched a fierce attack in the next moment. Her 9 tails transformed into huge palms that quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. Each of them was extremely terrifying and could shatter the void. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Immediately, countless cyan sword chi shot out from the dragon sword domain, rampaging in all directions and violently bombarding the 9 tails. Roar! In the next moment, the 9-tailed fox screamed. Blood floated down from the sky because the sword chi had all cut open huge wounds on the 9 tails. Blood spurted out. The 9-tailed fox's expression changed. She quickly retracted her 9 tails with a bewildered expression. She did not expect this little human to be so terrifying. Although his cultivation was only at 9th heaven supremacy, the sword chi was so powerful that it could even injure her. "Ruffian dragon, I'll leave this fox to you. I'll go and kill the black dragon hierarch," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then his body swayed, and he charged toward the black dragon hierarch with the dragon sword realm. "Don't worry, I'll play with her," the dark red dragon said casually. Then he stretched out his dragon claws and grabbed at the 9-tailed fox. The two of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. On the other side, the black dragon hierarch was ferocious. "Brat, don't go too far. At most, we'll fight to the death." To be honest, he was furious. He thought that he could escape with his life if he summoned the 9-tailed fox. However, he did not expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful that he wanted to kill both of them together. This was something he did not expect. Now, the young man was going to attack again. This made it impossible for him to fight back. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided to fight to the death. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well drag the other party down with him. "Brat, even if I die, I won't let you go." The black dragon hierarch's voice was ferocious. In the next moment, he began to burn the spiritual power in his body. Not only that, but the black flame realm around him also burned rapidly, forming an extremely terrifying energy. Upon sensing this aura, Lin Xian's expression changed. This was because this was the counterattack of a king before his death. It was extremely terrifying, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. Therefore, he quickly grasped the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, he activated the dragon sword domain with all his might. Instantly, countless dragon roars burst forth, and the dazzling sword light illuminated the sky. "Let's end this!" Lin Xian slashed down with his sword. On the other side, the black dragon religious leader also let out a furious roar, preparing to ignite the black flame domain and perish together. But in the next moment, his body froze, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. "What a fast sword!" Boom! the black dragon religious leader's body was completely split into two halves. Not only him, but the black flame domain around him was also split apart by the sword. Quick! It was too fast. The speed of this sword exceeded the black dragon religious leader's expectations. He was killed before he could even react. After killing the black dragon religious leader, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. His face was somewhat pale. After all, he was only a 9th level venerable now, and could not use the dragon sword domain for a long time. But fortunately, he had not reached his limit yet. So, in the next moment, he turned around and stared at the 9-tailed fox in the distance again. Being stared at by Lin Xian, the 9-tailed fox's body instantly froze. This was because it had seen how Lin Xian killed the black dragon religious leader previously. That sword strike had made its heart tremble. Even if it were the 9-tailed fox, it would not have the ability to resist. So now, being stared at by Lin Xian, it was very scared. If the other party attacked it, it would not be able to resist at all. So in the next moment, it hurriedly shook its head. Stop! I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. It did not dare to fight anymore because it was being beaten up by the dark red divine dragon now. And this was because the other party was deliberately teasing it and did not kill it. Otherwise, it would have been killed long ago. Now that Lin Xian was here, it was even more impossible to win. So it could only beg for mercy. If someone here saw this scene, their eyes would definitely pop out. A king demonic beast was actually begging for mercy. This was something that they did not dare to imagine. However, at this moment, it was really happening. Hearing this, Lin Xian did not make a move. Instead, he turned to look at the dark red divine dragon. Ruffian dragon, can you subdue it? No problem. It's only a 1-star king demonic beast. It's completely subdued. The dark red divine dragon was very confident. Now that it was also a king demonic beast, it could use some magical methods. It was no longer like before when it only had thoughts and no power. All right then, seal it and bring it back. Bring it back? You want to keep it as a pet? The dark red divine dragon asked. It really did not understand what Lin Xian wanted to do. Keep it as a pet. Hearing this, the 9-tailed fox's mouth twitched. It was arrogant and unruly. As a king demonic beast, it looked down on the world. Now it was being kept as a pet. This huge contrast made it so angry that it almost vomited blood. However, in order to save its life, it did not dare to resist at all. Otherwise, the other party would definitely kill it. It could only grind its sharp teeth and snort madly in its heart. Brat, just you wait. One day, I'll eat you with my own mouth. In the next moment, the dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and cast a powerful seal, directly sealing the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox was terrified because it found that its body was rapidly shrinking. Not only that, but the power in its body was also rapidly weakening. In the end, it could not even use its power. What kind of technique is this? How can it be so powerful? As a king demonic beast, it naturally knew how terrifying this technique was. It did not expect that the other party would have such a technique. The 9-tailed fox's mountain-like body was rapidly shrinking. In the end, it was only the size of a house cat. After shrinking, the 9-tailed fox was still struggling in the air. The 9 tails behind it were constantly swaying. Its originally ferocious little face looked very cute at this moment. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and caught the 9-tailed fox in its hand. Little fox, follow us well. As long as we have meat to eat, there will be soup for you. Woo-woo. The 9-tailed fox snorted twice. It was unknown whether it was crying or agreeing. Let's go back. Lin Xian waved his hand. Then he and the dark red divine dragon turned into 2 bolts of lightning and instantly rushed down to the demon abyss. Inside the demon abyss, black earth, Morong Chingcheng waited anxiously. She kept pacing back and forth inside the black earth. She had no choice. She was too worried. After all, Lin Xian wanted to kill the Black Dragon sex leader, a true king. Although she knew of Lin Xian's strength, the Black Dragon sex leader was not to be trifled with. Therefore, she was very worried. Black Earth was spinning in the air. He complained, "All right, stop spinning. I'm going dizzy." Chapter 1435. Inside the Devil Abyss, Black Earth. Murong Qingcheng was anxiously waiting as she paced back and forth inside the Black Earth. She couldn't help it, as she was too worried. After all, Lin Xian was going to kill the Black Dragon religion's leader, a true king. Although she knew Lin Xian's strength, the Black Dragon religion's leader wasn't someone to be trifled with either. Hence, she was very worried. He too was spinning in the air as he complained, "All right, stop spinning. I'm getting dizzy." Murong Qingcheng quickly asked, "He too, do you think he's in danger? After all, he's a true king." "Miss, you've asked this question 800 times already." He too was helpless. That brat has the great dragon sword soul and is very powerful. Moreover, there's a king-level divine dragon beside him. What are you worried about? He too was speechless. One had to know that the great dragon sword soul was very powerful. Being invincible within the same level was the most basic standard. Furthermore, it wasn't difficult to fight someone of a higher level because the great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. Every generation's successor of the dragon sword was an extremely dazzling genius. As for Lin Xian, he had high hopes for Lin Xian. He planned to nurture Lin Xian into a great emperor. If Lin Xian couldn't kill the Black Dragon religion's leader, he would be disappointed. Just as he was thinking, the Black Earth's door suddenly opened. Following that, two figures flashed in. "Lin Xian, you're back." Murong Qingcheng immediately cheered when she saw the figure. Luo Bingshan also quickly walked over and respectfully shouted, "Master, you're back." Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, He too lightly said, "You've been fighting for a long time. Is it that difficult to kill a Black Dragon religion's leader?" There was a trace of dissatisfaction in his tone. Murong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan were already familiar with this kind of language. However, if it was anyone else, even a king-level expert, who heard this sentence, they would vomit blood. What did he mean by, "Is it that difficult to kill a Black Dragon religion's leader"? He was a true king. Were they going to be killed like vegetables? If the Black Dragon religious leader was still alive, he would definitely burst into tears upon hearing this. However, Lin Xian shrugged. "It's been done for a long time. It's just that something else happened along the way. Look, I brought back something good." As he spoke, Lin Xian took out a furry object from his bosom. What's this?" Fox, so cute." Murong Qingcheng was stunned at first, then she cheered and quickly snatched the red fur ball from Lin Xian's hands. "It's actually a nine-tailed fox." "Lin Xian, where did you get such a cute animal?" Murong Qingcheng asked quickly as she rubbed the nine-tailed fox's head. "Cute animals?" When the nine-tailed fox heard this, her face darkened. She even had the thought of dying. On the other hand, Lin Xian said with a smile, "It's nothing. It's just a little fox." "It's too cute," Murong Qingcheng said. "Lin Xian, give it to me. Give it to you?" Lin Xian was stunned. He looked at Murong Qingcheng. "You like this guy?" "Yes, it's too cute. It's not bad to keep it as a pet. You already have Little White, so give it to me." Hearing this, the little white monkey jumped out. It hummed and gestured for a while, implying that how could the stinky fox in front of it compare to it? "I originally planned to use it for something else, but since you like it, I'll give it to you." Lin Xian smiled. "This guy is female. If you like foxes, she can give birth to a few more in the future." Originally, When the nine-tailed fox heard that these people were going to distribute her, her face darkened. She lay on Morong Chingching's body and pretended to be dead. However, when she heard Lin Xian's words, she jumped up and spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean by female? That's a female. Okay. The nine-tailed fox's face darkened as it spoke human language. Ah, it can speak human language? Murong Qingcheng was shocked. Then her face was filled with joy. Not bad, not bad. It's really intelligent. Looks like it's better than Little White. It's even on the same level as this ruffian dragon. Pfft, little girl Murong. What's with that look? How dare you compare me to a fox? I can't stand it. The dark red dragon was unhappy. Meanwhile, the little white monkey was also humming and grumbling with a look of displeasure. On the side, Hey Tu was also flying around the crowd, interrupting from time to time. Miss, this fox is a one-star king. If you want to be a pet, you have to raise your strength to the king realm first. You said this little fox is a king. This time, both Morong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan were shocked. They didn't expect such a cute little fox to be a king-level monster. However, Morong Qingcheng was even more delighted. Such a cute little fox, and it was so powerful. All the more she wanted to adopt it, so that she wouldn't have to fight herself in the future. Seeing that Morong Qingcheng was delighted, Lin Xian asked, Ruffian Dragon, is your seal safe? Don't release this guy's power, or Qingcheng will be in danger. Don't worry with me. It's absolutely safe, the dark red dragon said confidently. Lin Xian was still worried. After all, this matter concerned Morong Qingcheng's safety. So he asked again, Hey Tu, do you have anything good that can make this matter safer? In fact, Lin Xian could use the Thousand Beast Cauldron to directly plant a beast slave seal. However, to use the Thousand Beast Cauldron, he would have to pay a price. Moreover, if he planted a beast slave seal, this nine-tailed fox would be loyal, but it wouldn't be as cute. This wasn't what Lin Xian wanted. So he asked Hey Tuesday yes. Of course, Hey Tu tried his best to satisfy Lin Xian's request. He quickly flew away and soon flew back. This time, he brought back a scroll. What's this? Lin Xian asked. It was a contract scroll. As long as two people dripped their blood on it, they would form a master-servant contract. However, this nine-tailed fox's talent wasn't very good, and its growth was limited. It was a pity to use the scroll. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's ears drooped, and it looked defeated. As a king-level monster, it had never been defeated like this before. Now, Budan's pet was taken back, and it was even despised by others. However, Morong Qingcheng didn't care too much. In her opinion, king-level monsters were already very terrifying. So, she quickly established a master-servant contract with the nine-tailed fox. Suddenly, the scroll emitted a gentle light that enveloped Morong Qingcheng and the nine-tailed fox. In the next moment, Morong Qingcheng felt another connection. It was from the nine-tailed fox. The ferocious light in the nine-tailed fox's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a wisp of spiritual light. It even rubbed its furry little head against Morong Qingcheng's face. Chapter 1436. The scroll emitted a soft light that enveloped Morong Qingcheng and nine-tailed fox. In the next moment, Morong Qingcheng felt another connection. It was from nine-tailed fox. The ferocious look in nine-tailed fox's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a touch of wisdom. She even rubbed her furry little head against Morong Qingcheng's face. What should I call you? Morong Qingcheng smiled and tilted her head. Just call her Little Red, said the dark red dragon. Lin Xian nodded. That's a good name. Hearing that, nine-tailed fox bared her teeth at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. She kept waving her little claws. I have a name. I'm called Nine-tailed. Nine-tailed fox said fiercely. Nine-tailed, That's a bad name. Morong Chingching rubbed nine-tailed Fox's head and thought carefully. How about Little Nine? Oh, okay, Little Nine. Nine-tailed Fox nodded. Then she rubbed her little head against Morong Chingching's hand. At that moment, the dark red dragon asked curiously, "Oh, right, kid. What were you planning to do with this fox when you caught it?" He was very curious because this fox was not meant to be a pet. Lin Xian should have other uses for it. Oh, is it the black earth lacking energy? I think this fox is a king-level monster after all. It should have powerful energy. I wanted to use it as an energy source, but since Ching likes it, I'll let it be a pet. This time, even the dark red dragon god's mouth was agape. Nine-tailed Fox rolled her eyes and almost fainted. Be an energy source? What was this guy thinking? Fortunately, it was now a pet. Otherwise, its future would be miserable. Thinking of that, Nine-tailed Fox glared at Lin Xian with her black, gem-like eyes. Hearing Lin Xian's suggestion, He Tu kept nodding. That's a good idea, but this nine-tailed fox is still too weak. If you want to use it as an energy source, you have to at least catch a few of them. Forget it. We'll think of a way in the future. We'll find a source of energy eventually, Lin Xian said in a low voice, because he believed that there would be a way. Kid, what are you planning to do next? The dark red divine dragon asked. The black dragon sect's leader is already dead. The black dragon sect lives up to its name. However, we still have to clean up the mess. Ooh. After we eliminate the black dragon cult, we will return to the Sky Martial Continent. I think it's time to put an end to the Duan family, the Duan clan. Huh? The dark red dragon also snorted coldly. This group of people is too arrogant. In the past, this emperor did not pay attention to them. Now that this emperor has entered the king level, this emperor can kill them with a single slap. After settling the matter of the Duan family, are we going to the true spirit continent? The dark red dragon was very excited. Clearly, he was tired of staying here. That's right. When everything here is settled and we find the energy source, we'll set off for the real great world. Next, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon went out again. This time, they also brought along Morong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan. The group boarded the spirit boat from before and quickly left the Devil Abyss. The spirit boat flew into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. This time, their target was the headquarters of the Black Dragon sect. The headquarters of the Black Dragon sect was located in the center of the Tiannan region. It occupied a very vast mountain range. This mountain range was the best spirit vein in the entire Tiannan region. The spirit chi was very dense. In the mountain range, there were countless palaces and pavilions. In the center, there was a very large black palace. It stood in front of them like a black dragon sitting there cross-legged. At this moment, the entire Black Dragon sect had set up a layer of defensive formation. Not far from the Black Dragon sect's mountain range, there was also a group of people gathered. Most of these people were elders, and there were also some young people. They were looking at the mountain range in the distance with solemn expressions. These people were not weak. They were all in the Venerable Realm. There were even one or two elders who had reached the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. Their clothes had the word Martial written on them. Obviously, they were from the Martial Alliance. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize these people. This was because a few of these elders were the judges of the Azure Dragon Gathering. Even among the younger generation, there were a few that he recognized. One of them was wearing a flame robe. He was extremely handsome and had an arrogant look on his face. He was the Heavenly Fire Prince of the Heavenly Fire sect. The other person was even more domineering. He was burly and looked like a demon king. He was the overlord who ranked first on the Azure Dragon leaderboard, Ba Wuji. These two people's auras were powerful. They were not weaker than those elders at all. Obviously, The Martial Alliance had also obtained some subdivinity crystals. That was why they had so many experts to fight against the Black Dragon sect. However, the Martial Alliance did not have a king, so they had always been suppressed by the Black Dragon sect. This time, they received news that the 8 halls and 4 protectors of the Black Dragon sect had been destroyed. When they heard this, they were very shocked. They could not believe it and thought that it was fake news released by the Black Dragon sect. Their goal was to lure them into a trap. However, after many investigations, they finally found out that the news was true. Then, these people were stunned. They could not believe it. 8 hall masters and 4 protectors. They were all extremely powerful people. Not to mention others. Any one of the protectors could defeat all of them. How could such powerful characters be completely annihilated? Who did it? They could not figure it out. Anyway, it was not the Martial Alliance who did it. It's very likely that a martial artist that we don't know about obtained the subdivinity crystals in the Demon Abyss and absorbed the energy inside. That's why he became so powerful, Ba Wuji said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They all felt that it made sense. At this moment, among the group of elders, a person called Venerable Qing Lian said, "There's another possibility. It's someone from the Tianwu continent." However, the Tianwu continent has always looked down on the Tiannan region. It's impossible for them not to come to our aid. Everyone was talking about the mysterious expert. At this moment, another elder said, "This is a good opportunity for us. I heard that the Black Dragon sect's leader and the left and right emissaries brought a large number of experts and left the Black Dragon sect. If we can take over their headquarters and seize the treasures inside, our martial alliance might become stronger again. I hope so. However, the Black Dragon sect's mountain protection formation is not easy to break. Let's hurry up and do it. Who knows what the Black Dragon sect's leader is doing with so many experts if they enter the Demon Abyss again and obtain the subdivinity crystals to create a large number of experts will be completely finished. By then, the entire Tianan region will belong to the Black Dragon sect." Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank. They took a deep breath and prepared to take action. Chapter 1437. "Look, what's that?" a young man exclaimed. "What are you shouting for? We'll be discovered if you continue like this. Can you bear the responsibility for disrupting our plan?" An old man snorted with a gloomy face. "Yes, elder, I was wrong." The young man lowered his head and admitted his mistake. However, he insisted, "There's really something. Something flew across the sky like lightning." "Something flew across the sky? Are you sure?" The other old men frowned. Could it be that the people from the Black Dragon sect had returned? This time, they took advantage of the fact that the Black Dragon sect's leader and the other experts were away to launch a sneak attack. If the other party's experts returned, their plan would fail. Hence, everyone's face turned solemn. Zhao Ping cultivates eye techniques. Although his cultivation isn't the best, he should be able to see things correctly. This time, Venerable Green Lotus also spoke. He was the leader of this operation. Hence, once Venerable Green Lotus spoke, the others fell silent. "Zhao Ping, tell me, what exactly did you see? Was it someone from the Black Dragon sect?" "Elder, I didn't see it clearly. I only saw a flash of light. However, from the aura it emitted, it didn't seem like someone from the Black Dragon sect." "Oh, even you didn't see it clearly?" Venerable Green Lotus was surprised. He knew that Zhao Ping cultivated a type of eye technique. His eyesight was extremely accurate. In this aspect, he was not inferior to the old men. In fact, he was even stronger. However, at this moment, even he did not see it clearly. It was unbelievable. Where did that thing go? Venerable Green Lotus thought of a possibility and asked quickly, "It's the Black Dragon sect's headquarters." Venerable Green Lotus gasped when he heard that. His expression was uncertain, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame asked in a deep voice, "Elder, is there something wrong?" "Other than the Martial Alliance. Only the Black Dragon sect has such means. However, that thing doesn't belong to the Martial Alliance. I'm afraid it doesn't belong to the Black Dragon sect either. However, there should be another expert from the Tianen region." "You mean the mysterious expert who killed the 8 Hall Masters and the 4 Great Protectors?" Infinite Tyrant said coldly. "Yes, that's right. It's him." Venerable Green Lotus nodded. In the next moment, everyone was shocked, and their eyes widened. What? Could it really be that mysterious expert? Is he going to attack the headquarters of the Black Dragon cult? Everyone was extremely shocked. Originally, with the number of people they had, even if they wanted to break through the defensive formation outside the Black Dragon sect, it would still take a very long time. But now, if a mysterious expert came, their efficiency would be greatly increased. "Let's go and take a look." Venerable Green Lotus pondered for a moment, and finally said in a deep voice. Then he waved his hand and led the group carefully toward the mountain range in front of them. On the other side, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, Morong Qingcheng, and Luo Bingshan were riding on a spirit boat and flying ahead at high speed. "Master, up ahead is the headquarters of the Black Dragon cult." Luo Bingshan looked down at the mountain range and quickly reported, "Have we arrived?" Hearing this, Lin Xian woke up from his cultivation and opened his eyes to look below. The Black Dragon cult is ruthless and cruel. In the past few years of their rise, they have caused great suffering in the Tianen region. "It's time to get rid of this evil cult," Lin Xian said coldly. "That's easy. Watch me." The dark red divine dragon also looked down. "Is this the nest of the dragon? How extravagant." The dark red divine dragon's eyes turned and then shouted down, "Listen up, your Black Dragon cult leader is dead. Hurry up and open the mountain gate. Kneel down and wait for your punishment. Otherwise, you'll be dead when we attack." This voice was like a clap of thunder that quickly spread to the people below. Instantly, everyone within a 10,000-mile radius heard it. The formation of the Black Dragon cult below trembled and produced a rumbling sound. "Search! Search! Search! Search!" In an instant, countless black-robed martial artists rushed out of the countless palaces and pavilions in the mountain range in front of them. They looked up at the sky with cold expressions. "Who is it? How dare you cause trouble in our Black Dragon cult? You're courting death. Hurry up and come here to die. I can leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, if you provoke the Black Dragon cult, we'll kill all of you." Countless Black Dragon cult martial artists looked up at the sky and shouted coldly. To be honest, in their opinion, the other party was too arrogant. How dare he cause trouble above the Black Dragon cult? This was something that had never happened before. Even the Martial Alliance did not dare to be so arrogant. The people of the Martial Alliance below also stopped and looked up at the sky. "It's really that mysterious expert. Elder, should we attack?" someone asked. Supremacy Green Lotus shook his head. "No need. Let's wait and see." "Humph, a bunch of ants. Your cult leader is dead, and you still dare to be so arrogant? Believe it or not, I'll slap all of you to death." At this moment, the dark red divine dragon snorted again. "What? The Black Dragon cult leader is dead?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The people of the Martial Alliance were also shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief. The disciples of the Black Dragon cult were stunned at first. Then they burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Idiot kid! Do you know what you're saying? Our cult leader is a king. No one can compare to him. How dare you say he's dead? What a joke! How dare you curse our cult leader? Kneel down and accept your death." The group of people shouted arrogantly. They did not believe that their cult leader would be killed. Even Venerable Blue Lotus and the Crown Prince were frowning. What did he say? The Black Dragon cult leader is dead? How is that possible? The group of people shook their heads. The Black Dragon cult leader was a king. They could only look up to him. How could such a person be killed? Crown Prince Heavenly Flame sneered. Humph! What expert? I think he's just a braggart. How dare he say that the Black Dragon cult leader is dead? Does he know what the Black Dragon cult leader's cultivation is? Even the people of the Martial Alliance could not believe it, let alone the disciples of the Black Dragon cult. Perhaps no one in the entire Tianan region would believe that the Black Dragon cult leader was killed. Sigh, what a bunch of ignorant people. On the spiritual vessel, the dark red divine dragon shook his head and sighed. Lin Xian frowned as well. Since they're so stubborn, let's just do it. Nine-tailed, blast open the defensive formation below. Nine-tailed Fox was sleeping in Murong Qingqing's arms. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she opened her eyes reluctantly. Ever since he recognized Lin Xian as his master, Tian's cultivation had returned to the king stage. Chapter 1438. An arm that was thousands of meters long fell from the sky like the palm of a demon. Boom! In the next moment, the red arm slammed into the defensive array below, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The entire mountain range, within a radius of 1,000 miles, began to tremble violently. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled, and countless cracks spread out in all directions like the mouth of an abyss. At this moment, everyone was terrified. Block it? You must block it. Countless experts in the Black Dragon religion shouted angrily. More people quickly activated the array to defend. Their scalps went numb, and they were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful that a slap could almost break through the defensive array. In the mountain range far away, Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. What kind of technique was that? How could it be so terrifying? What was going on with that 1,000-meter-long arm? It was as if a god had stretched out his arm from the sky. It was too terrifying. Rumble, rumble, crack, crack, crack. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the arm smashed through the defensive array and headed towards the Black Dragon religion. Suddenly, several mountains were shattered and gravel flew everywhere. The earth sank as if there was an earthquake. Retreat, retreat quickly. Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and Ba Wuji quickly retreated. This was because the place where they were originally standing had suddenly cracked open. The entire ground was overturned and ruptured, forming a ruin. This was only the periphery. In the center of the mountain range, the entire Black Dragon religion was completely destroyed. Hundreds of mountains were razed to the ground, and the Black Dragon Hall in the center was penetrated by a slap. The ground caved in for 10,000 meters. The disciples of the demonic religion were even more miserable. They had no chance to escape from the slap. In an instant, their bodies exploded and turned into blood mist. The earth sank and boulders flew everywhere. Blood mist filled the air, and the pungent smell of blood instantly spread out. When the blood-red palm disappeared, the entire Black Dragon religion was razed to the ground. Not only that, but a bottomless abyss appeared on the ground. It was as if it was connected to the Nine Netherhell. Most of the martial artists of the Black Dragon religion were killed by the slap. However, a small number of them escaped the calamity. At this moment, they were lying on the ground and twitching. Their faces were abnormally pale. Fear, deep fear. The slap just now was too terrifying. It was as if it was an apocalyptic slap that destroyed the entire Black Dragon religion in an instant. This technique was too terrifying. They had never seen it before. Even the left and right emissaries could not use it. Only their black dragon religious leader was capable of such a feat. However, the other party was also able to do so. This meant that the other party's strength was definitely extremely powerful. At the very least, it exceeded their understanding. It was very likely that he was the legendary king. Is the religion king religion? Seeing this scene of the Black Dragon religion, they now believed that the Black Dragon religion of the Black Dragon. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have dared to directly attack their headquarters. In the distance, Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, Infinite Tyrant, and the others were extremely shocked, and their scalps went numb. They were of the black of the demonic religion God. Just what kind of technique was this? With just a single slap, the Black Dragon sect and the entire mountain range were destroyed. This method was too terrifying. A king, he must be a king. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such means. The group of elders had terrified looks on their faces. Venerable Green Lotus also took a deep breath. From the looks of it, the Black Dragon religious leader might really have been killed. Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Their scalps went numb in disbelief. That was a peerless savage whose might shook the entire southern sky region. He was actually killed by someone. This was a shocking event. Look, someone is coming down. At this time, the disciple called Zhao Ping pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "That's right, it's that thing." It was the sky that streaked across the sky just now. Upon hearing this, Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others looked ahead. In the next moment, a huge spirit ship descended rapidly from the Sky Palace. However, the spirit boat did not land on the ground. Instead, it stopped 100 meters above the ground. Then, several figures came down from the spirit boat like lightning and appeared on the surface of the sea. These people were also floating in the air. There was no ground in front of them. It was a bottomless abyss. These people were naturally Lin Xian and the others. Luo Bingshan frowned and looked into the distance coldly. "Who is it? Come out." In fact, it was not only him. Lin Xian, Mu Qingcheng, and the others also felt that there was a strong aura in the distance, and there were quite a few of them. They did not know who it was, but if it was the Black Dragon religious leader, they would definitely not let it go. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others turned pale. This was because the cold snort in front of them had exploded in their ears. Obviously, they had been discovered. Since they had destroyed the Black Dragon religious leader, they should not be evil people. Venerable Green Lotus took a deep breath and flew out quickly. He shouted, "Don't do anything. We're not from the Black Dragon religious leader." Seeing Venerable Green Lotus appear, the others also took a deep breath and quickly followed behind him. Then nearly 50 to 60 martial artists all rose into the air and appeared in the sky. "Master?" Luo Bingshan looked at Lin Xian with a questioning look in her eyes. However, her hand was still holding the long saber at her waist. As long as Lin Xian gave the order, she would definitely take action immediately. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He looked at the people in the distance and revealed a surprised look. "Don't do anything. They're not from the Black Dragon religious leader." In front, Venerable Green Lotus, Infinite Tyrant, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others were also flying carefully. Soon, they saw the scene in front of them. In the void, there were 4 figures floating. The one in front was a young man of about 20 years old. He was tall and handsome. He wore a green shirt, and there was a snow-white monkey on his shoulder. Beside the young man was a red snake. It stood in the void and bared its fangs and claws. It was a very strange sight. On the other side of the young man was a lady in purple. She was beautiful like a fairy. In her arms was a furry little fox. It had 9 tails, Beside her was a mysterious lady in a black robe. She wore a golden mask on her face that shone coldly under the sun. The man and the two ladies were all about 20 years old. They were very young. What? Venerable Green Lotus and the others were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be so young. Chapter 1439. Not only Venerable Green Lotus, but everyone in the Martial Alliance was also suspicious. They did not believe that such a young man could be a challenger. One had to know that this was something that was simply impossible. However, when they looked at the cultivation of the other party, they were shocked. Their faces turned pale, and many of them even trembled. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Everyone's aura was as deep as the abyss, unfathomable, especially the red snake at the side. It had an aura that made their hearts palpitate. Who are these people? They felt numb and did not dare to act rashly. We're not from the Black Dragon sect. We're from the Martial Alliance. We're here to ambush the Black Dragon sect. Venerable Green Lotus took a deep breath and explained quickly. He did not want to be misunderstood. If the other party attacked, they would have no chance of survival. I know. Don't worry. Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, Infinite Tyrant, long time no see. Where's Shou Jianying? Why don't I see her? Xian said calmly. Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and Infinite Tyrant were shocked. They could not believe it. They did not expect the other party to know him. Therefore, in the next moment, the three of them quickly raised their heads and carefully looked ahead. Then, their heads exploded. You are? It's you? Everyone was shocked. They were too frightened previously and did not notice the other party's appearance. Now that they took a closer look, the young man in front of them was looking at them with a smile. It's you, Lin Xian. It's you? Prince Heavenly Flame screamed in shock. As for the people behind him, they all looked at each other in dismay. Many of them even revealed puzzled expressions. What's going on? Could it be that Prince Heavenly Flame knows the person in front? Ba Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes widened in disbelief. Venerable Green Lotus's body began to tremble. Lin Xian? Who is he? Elder, you know him? The others asked. Venerable Green Lotus sighed. He's Lin Xian. He's from the Tianan region. What? He's from the Tianan region? Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Since when did such a powerful figure appear in their Tianan region? At this moment, Venerable Green Lotus continued. He was the champion of the previous Azure Dragon Association, but after that, he left the Heavenly South region. I didn't expect it to appear again. What? He was the champion of the previous Azure Dragon Society. Everyone cried out in surprise. Soon after, many people recalled something. Right, that's right. It's him. It's really him. I saw him at the Azure Dragon Society last time, but I didn't think it would really be him. Among these Martial League members, a small portion of them had survived back then, while most of them had risen in recent years. Therefore, although most people did not recognize Lin Xian, a small number of people recognized him after being reminded by Elder Green Lotus. Immediately, these people cried out in surprise. Soon, they learned of Lin Xian's experience. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared ahead in disbelief. Lin Xian, is the Black Dragon Hierarch really dead? At this moment, Elder Green Lotus asked again. To be honest, he could not believe this news. After all, the Black Dragon Hierarch was an extremely terrifying existence. He had to be sure. Yes, he's dead. I killed him. Lin Xian nodded. What? You killed him? Everyone's mouths were wide open. They were all shocked by this news. That was too fucking shocking. A 20-year-old young man had actually killed the overlord of the Tianan region. Everyone swallowed their saliva, Even Overlord Wuji asked in a trembling voice, Lin Xian, are you already a king tier? Lin Xian shook his head. Not yet, but killing a king tier isn't difficult. Everyone's mind went blank. They only wanted to vomit blood. Killing a king tier isn't difficult? Why did it sound like a dream? Forget it, I won't ask anymore. Otherwise, my heart won't be able to take it. Everyone shook their heads. On the other hand, Lin Xian ordered Luo Bingshan to cripple all the surviving Black Dragon Hierarch martial artists' cultivation. Luo Bingshan nodded. Then she waved her arm. Countless rays of saber light flew out from her fingertips. They quickly spread out in all directions and sank into the bodies of the Black Dragon Hierarch martial artists. Instantly, a series of miserable screams rang out. In an instant, those who were still alive had their cultivation crippled. Lin Xian did not kill them. However, crippling their cultivation could prevent them from doing evil in the future. The Black Dragon Hierarch's base camp has been destroyed. There should be some remaining forces in other places. I'll leave the rest to the Martial Alliance. Lin Xian turned around again and looked at Venerable Green Lotus. Don't worry, we'll definitely take care of the rest. Venerable Green Lotus quickly nodded. They were already at odds with the Black Dragon Hierarch. Even without Lin Xian's order, they would have gathered all their forces to eradicate the Black Dragon Hierarch in other places. Now that they had Lin Xian's help, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before speaking again in a deep voice. The Tianan region has been plunged into misery and suffering for a long time. I don't want something similar to happen again. As he spoke, Lin Xian exuded a terrifying aura. It was as though a divine sword had been unsheathed and was incomparably sharp. Furthermore, the Xia country is my hometown. I don't want anything to happen to it in the future. As for the demonic abyss, there were no more subdivine gems in it. There was no need to waste time looking for them. I hope that the Martial Alliance can lead the Tianan region and build a prosperous world. However, I don't want you to become another Black Dragon Hierarch. Although Lin Xian did not have any obvious intention of threatening them, Venerable Green Lotus and the rest were still trembling in fear. That was because the aura was too terrifying. It was as though a god was looking down on them. Don't worry, we definitely won't become the second Black Dragon Hierarch. Venerable Green Lotus quickly shook his head. Lin Xian nodded and retracted his aura. He did not stay there any longer. Instead, he turned around and flew away with Morong Qingcheng and the rest onto the spiritual boat in the sky. Then the spiritual boat shone brightly and turned into a bolt of lightning, instantly leaving the place. Venerable Green Lotus and the rest only heaved a sigh of relief after Lin Xian, and the rest had left for a long time. Then they slumped onto the ground. Terrifying. It was simply too terrifying. The group of seniors turned pale. He's already so powerful. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame's body was also trembling slightly. He did not expect that a person whose strength was similar to his back then would grow to such an extent after a few years. He could only look up to him. Overlord Infinite G sighed as his heart was filled with helplessness. On the other hand, Venerable Green Lotus took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Remember what I said today. Don't become the second Black Dragon Hierarch. Otherwise, our doomsday will come." Everyone nodded heavily and did not dare to act rashly. They had no choice. The scene of the Black Dragon Hierarch being annihilated was simply too terrifying. They would probably never forget it for the rest of their lives. Don't go to the Devil Abyss. According to what we know now, those whose cultivation has not reached the King Realm will only be courting death if they enter. Instead of angering Lin Xian, why don't we withdraw all of our people from the Xia country? Got it. I'll do it as soon as I return. Also, immediately mobilize all of our forces when we return and launch a counterattack. We must eliminate the remaining forces of the Black Dragon hierarch. Chapter 1440. Lin Xian and the rest easily annihilated the Black Dragon sect's headquarters and quickly returned. The Black Dragon sect's sect leader had been killed. Not only that, the entire Black Dragon sect's left and right envoys, the 4 great protectors, and the 8 hall masters were all killed. It could be said that the Black Dragon sect's elites were all gone. He didn't need to worry about the rest. With the Martial Alliance's power, they could definitely get rid of them. Hence, Lin Xian's thoughts were no longer on the Tianan region. He was prepared to return to the Tianmu continent. Firstly, he wanted to see if his father had come out of seclusion. Secondly, he wanted to get rid of his enemy, the Duan clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease moving the Lin clan members to the Tianmu continent. Soon, Lin Xian and the rest returned to the Black Earth. This time, Lin Xian's main purpose was to instruct He Tu to take good care of Old Master Lin and the rest of the Lin clan members. Little Xian, don't worry. We're very safe here. Moreover, this place is very suitable for cultivation. Old Master Lin said with a smile. Yes, we'll wait for your safe return, second Uncle Lin said with a smile. Next, Lin Xian left behind some natural treasures. He even took out some old tea for Old Master Lin and the rest to consume. When everything was ready, he brought Morong Qingcheng, the falling ice mountain, and the dark red divine dragon onto the spirit boat and quickly left the Xia country. This time, his departure was similar to when he came. However, his cultivation had undergone a drastic change. Other than that, there were a few more things. There was a 9-tailed demon fox, and he took away 30 subdivine crystals. As for the rest, he left them all on the Black Earth. According to his calculations, to return to the Tianmu continent, they would have to cross the endless ocean. This would take more than half a year. Hence, Lin Xian and the rest began to cultivate as soon as they arrived. Although Lin Xian had the king domain now, he didn't relax. After all, his cultivation wasn't at the king realm yet. He had to raise his cultivation to the king realm as soon as possible. Only then would his strength increase again. Lin Xian didn't need subdivinity crystals to improve his cultivation base. Therefore, he quickly circulated the longevity incantation to cultivate. At the same time, he was also multitasking, cultivating the Furious Dragon Mantra and the Heavenly Divination Visualization Chart. Of these 2 techniques, one cultivated the body, while the other cultivated the soul. They could turn him into an all-round expert. Not only that, but Lin Xian also spent a lot of time and effort researching the king's domain. After all, this was his main source of energy in the future. Now, his horizons were much broader than before, and he knew that there were 9 great realms. Above the king realm, there were saints and the legendary great emperor. The king realm cultivated domains, whereas at the saint realm, one cultivated a world, and one was able to establish a minor world that was independent of a large world. Lin Xian knew that the small world was evolved from the domain. Therefore, Lin Xian tried to throw his various martial spirits into the dragon sword domain to evolve. Just like that, time passed little by little. At the same time, the situation in the Tianmu continent was also changing. Primeval forest deep in the canyon, the heavenly netherbird laughed maniacally again. There were only 2 astral chains left on its body. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the restrictions on the astral chains were completely broken. At that time, it would become a peerless beast once again. Ha ha ha! Only 2 left. Brat Lin, just you wait. One day, I'll tear you apart with my own hands. A ferocious voice rang out from the depths of the canyon, as if a demon was roaring. No one knew about the heavenly netherbird's changes because it hid it too well. However, another gust of wind blew across the Tianmu continent. The great situation that Lin Xian had built up previously collapsed in an instant. The alliance that was built with the help of the longevity pill and old-time tea also collapsed. Many people left Lin Xian's side and joined the Duan family. It could be said that the situation in the Palace of Gods of War had become extremely tense and dangerous. Luckily, Wang Li Yufei, Dongfang Xiong, and the others had already left the Tianwu continent. They had long since retreated to the immortal martial academy and weren't in any danger. However, their businesses had suffered a serious blow. There was only one reason for this change. The Duan family's patriarch had come out of seclusion. Not only that, he had successfully entered the king realm and became a king. A king realm was an extremely powerful existence. There were only a few of them in the Tianwu continent. Every one of them was an expert that stood at the pinnacle of the continent. Now, there was another king realm expert. This was something that had not happened in the Tianwu continent for thousands of years. Because the Duan family's patriarch had become a king realm expert, the entire Tianwu continent had undergone a drastic change. No matter how miraculous the longevity pill was, it was not as threatening as a king realm expert. Now, who would dare to ally with Lin Xian's side? That would be courting death. One had to know that Lin Xian had not appeared in the Tianwu continent for a long time. No one knew where he had gone. There were even rumors that he had left the Tianwu continent. On the Palace of Gods of War's side, Lin Zhan was still in seclusion. Therefore, the entire Palace of Gods of War had lost its backbone. The rest of the people were unable to withstand the fury of a king realm expert, especially when the Duan family's patriarch found out that his grandson, young Master Ling Feng, had been killed. He was extremely furious. Therefore, the first thing he did after coming out of seclusion was to issue a kill order. He swore that he would capture Lin Xian and tear him into pieces. For a time, the world was in an uproar, because this was the fury of a king realm expert. Millions of corpses would be laid and blood would flow for thousands of miles. Immediately, many people started to worry for Lin Xian. However, the Duan family's allies were sneering. They had long disliked Lin Xian. Now that they saw him being hunted down, they were naturally happy. On the other hand, the Palace of Gods of War and the Immortal Martial Academy were worried. But fortunately, what made them feel slightly relieved was that Lin Xian was not in the Tianwu continent at the moment. Therefore, the kill order was useless for the time being. However, the Duan family's patriarch becoming a king realm expert was a troublesome matter. This was because the current Duan clan could no longer be compared to before. It was a true king clan. Therefore, after a mere 3 days, the Palace of Gods of War changed owners again. Those people from before were directly beaten out, while the Duan family directly moved in and became the new owner. This time, the Duan family's patriarch personally took action. Therefore, the Palace of Gods of War suffered heavy losses. Many elders and experts died. Fortunately, the Immortal Martial Academy intervened in time and saved the majority. Otherwise, the Palace of Gods of War's losses would be even worse. Damn it, really damn it. The remaining forces of the Palace of Gods of War all retreated to the Immortal Martial Academy. Among them, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder were so angry that they vomited blood. They had no choice. They really did not expect that the Duan family's patriarch could break through and become a true king realm expert. Chapter 1441. Now, even if we start a war with him, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything to him. Dean Xian shook his head. After all, the strength of a true king was too terrifying. Unless Lin Zhan comes out of seclusion. But now, I don't know when he will come out of seclusion. A group of people shook their heads and sighed. The elders of War God Red were even more worried. This was because the current situation was simply too terrible. We're not worried about the Palace Master. That formation is too terrifying. Even a king can't break it. However, we're very worried about the young master. Those people from the Duan clan have given the kill order. Now, many experts are frantically looking for the young master. Although they can't find him now, if the young master doesn't know the situation when he comes back, he will definitely be discovered. At that time, if the young master is in any danger, we're really finished. The ninth elder and the rest were anxious. They decided to secretly look for Lin Xian. At least, they had to send out the news. The rise of the Duan clan's old ancestor caused a huge change in the Tianmu continent. Not only that, he first gave the kill order and went all out to hunt down Lin Xian. Not long after, he released another piece of news. It was naturally a celebration. The Duan clan's old ancestor had become a king. This was a huge event that shook the world. Firstly, it was to display the strength of the Duan clan. Secondly, it was to redistribute the benefits. Although there were many factions and countries in the Tianmu continent, behind them stood the powerful clans. In other words, the king clans were the overlords of the Tianmu continent. In the past, the structure of the Tianmu continent had already been formed. There were no changes for thousands of years. However, it was different now. A new king had appeared, and the Duan clan naturally became a king clan. They naturally wanted a share of the benefits. In fact, the Duan clan's thoughts were very simple. They wanted to replace the War God Palace and become the true overlord. As for the resources of the War God Palace, they naturally wanted to replace them. However, in recent years, the War God Palace had consumed a lot of resources due to the internal conflicts. Therefore, this time, they wanted to take back everything that they had lost. This banquet could be said to be the most prestigious one in the past 1,000 years. This banquet didn't just invite the elders of the 6th rank sections. It was a true king. At that time, the Morong clan, Shun clan, Immortal Martial Academy, Merry Woods, and other king clans would all come. It could be said that being able to attend the Duan clan's banquet represented a certain level of strength. Of course, the Duan clan's patriarch had another idea, and that was to form an alliance. It didn't mean that one wouldn't have enemies after becoming a king. Furthermore, he was a new king. His strength was naturally weaker than those old king-level kings. More importantly, Lin Zhan was still alive. This was his greatest enemy. If the other party came out of seclusion, then he would be his greatest enemy. Therefore, he had to form an alliance in advance and find good helpers to deal with future changes. It would be best if they could join forces at the banquet and directly destroy the place where the other party was in seclusion. Kill Lin Zhan. This news swept through the entire sky martial continent like a hurricane. For a time, all the major forces quickly took action. Not only that, the action of the Duan clan did not end. Firstly, they were wantonly hunting down Lin Xian's tracks. As long as they found him, they would immediately kill him. Furthermore, the forces that had a good relationship with Lin Xian in the past were all suppressed. Even the deity Sword Villa was suppressed, because in front of a king, even the powerful deity Sword Villa and Sword Honorable couldn't resist. The forces of the Immortal Martial Academy were also affected to a certain extent. Fortunately, the Immortal Martial Academy was a king's force after all. With a king suppressing them, the Duan clan didn't dare to go overboard. However, their small actions were continuous. However, just as the situation was changing, a spirit boat flew over from the sea. This spirit boat was very fast and had been flying at an extremely high altitude. Therefore, when it entered the sky martial continent, no one noticed it. This spirit boat was naturally Lin Xian's. When they entered the sky martial continent, everyone opened their eyes. We're finally back. Morong Qingqing looked at the familiar mountains and rivers below and smiled. Even the nine-tailed fox in her arms looked down curiously. So strong. I can feel several powerful forces here. Are they all kings? It shrank its head. It didn't expect there to be such strong people in the sky martial continent. Their auras had surpassed it. Not only that, the spiritual energy in this continent was even denser, which surprised it. One had to know that it could cultivate now. Therefore, the spiritual energy here was very important to it. Yes, we're back. I wonder what kind of changes have taken place here. Lin Xian also looked down at the mountains and rivers below, his eyes shining. Kid, where are we going first? The dark red, divine dragon asked. Let's go back to the Immortal Martial Academy first. Lin Xian thought for a while and said slowly. Then the group increased their speed and flew towards the Immortal Martial Academy. The sky martial continent was very vast. It was a few times bigger than the Tianan region. Therefore, the journey was very long. It would probably take more than a month. Therefore, Lin Xian went into seclusion again. However, the dark red divine dragon, nine-tailed fox, and snow-white monkey didn't go into seclusion. Among them, the bright red divine dragon was sleeping at the side, while nine-tailed fox was looking down curiously. After all, this place was a new world to it. But soon, it furrowed its brows and ground its teeth, because with its king's soul power, it could naturally hear the discussions below. Therefore, along the way, it found many people looking around with cold expressions, as if they were looking for something. And from those people's words, it kept hearing the name Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Could it be someone with the same name? Nine-tailed fox didn't understand why these people were looking for Lin Xian. Therefore, it went to ask the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey. After hearing that, the dark red dragon said lazily, "There's definitely someone with the same name, but if you want to talk about the famous Lin Xian in the continent, you can only use the one in front of you. Why are you asking this?" Now that they were familiar with each other, they didn't have the same hostility as before. I saw many people below. They are all looking for Lin Xian. Nine-tailed fox spread out its little paws. Is he a fugitive? Why are there so many people looking for him? What? There's such a thing. Let me see. The dark red divine dragon jumped up and looked down. To be honest, it didn't believe that such a thing would happen. After all, Lin Xian was the young master of the Palace of Gods of War. How could he be wanted? Unless something unexpected had happened here. As expected, the dark red divine dragon looked around and found the same thing. On the mountains and rivers below, there were countless martial artists looking for Lin Xian's whereabouts. Chapter 1442. To be honest, the dragon didn't believe that something like this would happen. After all, Lin Xian was the young master of the Palace of Gods of War. His status was extremely high. How could he be wanted? Unless something unexpected had happened here. Sure enough, the dark red divine dragon also discovered the same thing. Countless cultivators were searching for Lin Xian's whereabouts in the mountains and rivers below. Damn, what's going on? The dragon knew that something had happened. It quickly knocked on Lin Xian's door and informed him. When Lin Xian heard this, he probed further. His face immediately darkened. Brat, what's going on? It wasn't like this when we left. It's only been 2 or 3 years. How could there be such a huge change? The dragon asked. The Duan clan. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He didn't need to think to know that it was the Duan clan's doing, because in the sky martial continent, only the Duan clan would dare to go against him. However, before he left, the Duan clan had already suffered heavy losses. The entire clan had even sealed itself. He didn't expect that the other party would be so high profile as to hunt him down. Something unexpected must have happened. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Since the other party dares to be so arrogant, it means that they don't fear our alliance at all. Damn it, could it be that the Duan clan's ancestor, Lin Xian, suddenly thought of a possibility? His face darkened. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Xian could not sit still. Because if this was true, then it would be terrible. His alliance would definitely collapse in an instant. Not only that, but the palace of gods of war would also be in danger. Ruffian Long, quickly go down and capture a few people for me. Lin Xian's voice was urgent. Even Morong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan came out and asked. When they learned about the situation, their expressions turned grave. You mean that the Duan clan's ancestor succeeded? Yes. There's only one reason why the Duan clan dares to be so arrogant. Other than that, I can't think of any other possibilities. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It can't be, right? If the Duan family's old ancestor really succeeds, then this will be the most shocking event in the Tianwu continent in the past few thousand years. Morong Qingqing's expression was also grave. She naturally knew the serious consequences of this matter. Perhaps the entire Martial Heaven continent situation would change. Soon, the dark red divine dragon returned and brought 2 warriors with him. These 2 martial artists were the ones who had been searching below, but they had been suddenly beaten senseless and brought to the surface. At this moment, they were woken up by the dark red dragon and immediately shouted arrogantly, "You're courting death. How dare you kidnap us? Do you know who we are? We're from the Duan clan. If you offend us, you'll have to bear the consequences." This attitude is very arrogant. It's almost the same as the Black Dragon sect. Didn't your Duan clan go into hiding a few years ago? Why are you running out to be so arrogant now? The dark red divine dragon asked coldly. The 2 of them still did not understand their situation and immediately looked at the dark red divine dragon as if he was looking at an idiot. You must be new here, right? You don't even know our Duan clan? Listen up, our Duan clan is a new king clan. We're the overlord of this continent. Quickly let us go and kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, if you anger our Duan clan, you'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life. What? A new king clan? Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Morong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan were also greatly shocked. They knew that things were as they had guessed. The Duan clan's old ancestor had really become a king. You're saying that the Duan clan's old ancestor has become a king? When did this happen? Lin Xian asked coldly. How dare you? Is my old ancestor's name something you can say? That person shouted coldly, but in the next moment he was stunned. Soon, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. He pointed at Lin Xian, and his body trembled. It's you? You're that Lin Xian. They had portraits in their hands, and Lin Xian was the person they wanted to capture, so they knew him very well. However, they did not expect him to appear at this time. It's really you? Ha! Kid, you're dead meat. How dare you provoke our Duan clan? This time, no one can save you. Hurry up and kneel down and follow us back obediently. Perhaps we can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, everyone related to you will be killed. The 2 of them roared crazily with arrogant expressions. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 2 of them immediately broke their legs with a crack. In the next moment, the 2 of them knelt on the ground. Large droplets of sweat flowed from their heads. You're courting death. How dare you hurt us? You're dead meat. The 2 of them were still roaring crazily. However, in the next moment, a powerful palm directly grabbed their heads. Very soon, the 2 of them felt a piercing pain in their souls. Their eyes rolled back, and they lost consciousness. Lin Xian used the soul-searching technique and directly collected their souls. Then he snorted coldly. 2 balls of black fire floated out from his body and burned the 2 of them to ashes. Since they were enemies, Lin Xian would not show mercy. How is it? Morong Qingcheng asked from the side. The Duan clan's patriarch really became a challenger. In fact, he just became a challenger a few months ago. At this point, Lin Xian's face became extremely cold. Damn it! How dare he massacre the people of the palace of Ares? He found out everything that had happened in the past few months from the souls of the two of them. When he found out that the Duan clan's patriarch had given the order to kill him and everyone related to him, Lin Xian's face instantly became extremely cold, especially when he found out that the palace of Ares had suffered heavy losses again and had no choice but to retreat. Lin Xian exuded an extremely terrifying, murderous aura. He did not expect that the Duan clan's patriarch would dare to attack the palace of Ares. This made him extremely furious. Old dog of the Duan clan, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then he quickly controlled the spirit boat and flew towards the palace of Ares. Instantly, the entire spirit boat exploded with an extremely bright light. It turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly streaked across the sky. It was like a sharp sword that sliced through the void. In the Tianmu continent, the Duan clan's banquet was getting closer and closer. The entire Tianmu continent was bustling with activity. Not only that, the Duan clan had also gained a lot recently, because they were frantically searching for Lin Xian, the ninth elder, and the rest were very worried. Therefore, they secretly came out to search for Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, they were discovered by the Duan clan and immediately arrested and sent back to the palace of Ares. When the Duan clan's patriarch and the martial supremacy found out, they sneered sinisterly. They decided to kill the ninth elder and the rest of the palace of Ares at the banquet. Chapter 1443. Duan Family, Palace of War Gods. Ever since the news of the Duan family's ancestor becoming a king spread, all the forces in Tianmu continent started to move. Today, it was still close to the Duan family's banquet, and many people had already arrived. It had to be said that the level of this banquet was very high, and it was absolutely terrifying. The entire Palace of War Gods was filled with martial experts. These people all walked like dragons and tigers, and their auras were dense. It could be said that they were the elites of Tianmu continent. Those forces that had always relied on the Duan family were extremely happy because this time they could also rise and obtain great benefits. And those forces that had always been neutral wanted to join the Duan family, this new king family. They might even be put in an important position. Of course, when the Duan family was mentioned, the Palace of War Gods and Lin Xian had to be mentioned, because just a few years ago, Lin Xian had personally killed young Master Ling Feng, who was the future hope of the Duan family. This could be said to be an irreconcilable hatred, and when the Duan family's ancestor came out of seclusion, he issued a kill order swearing to kill Lin Xian. However, after such a long time, there was still no trace of Lin Xian, which shocked everyone. Some people even guessed that Lin Xian was no longer in Tianmu continent. Otherwise, with the Duan family's current strength and prestige, it was impossible for them to not find him. Don't worry, as long as that brat is here, he will definitely come, because at this Duan family's banquet, many elders of the Palace of War Gods will be publicly killed. Yeah, I heard about it too. I'm afraid the Duan family's goal is to lure Lin Xian out. No matter what the outcome is, that Lin Xian is finished. He will definitely be killed if he appears, but if he doesn't appear, he will definitely become a coward and be despised by everyone. Yeah, this Lin Xian can be considered unlucky. 2 or 3 years ago, his name shook Tianmu continent, and he could be said to be one of the top geniuses of the younger generation. With his strength alone, the entire Duan family couldn't raise their heads. But who would have thought that in a short 2 or 3 years, the situation would change so drastically? This is also because the Duan family's ancestor is powerful to actually break through and become a king. This is something that has never happened in the Sky Martial continent for thousands of years. In the cities near the Palace of Ares, there were warriors discussing similar topics everywhere. Now, Everyone respected the Duan clan. No one cared about Lin Xian and the remaining forces of the Palace of Ares. The Palace of Gods of War was majestic and domineering. Countless palaces covered the mountains. It was surrounded by spiritual mountains and immortal grass. Between the towering mountains and precipitous ridges, countless pavilions were arranged like stars. Although the internal strife over the years had caused the Palace of Ares to expend quite a bit of its strength, there was still no one who could shake this colossus, and the region it occupied was one of the most fertile regions in the Sky Martial Continent. At this moment, all the experts of the Martial Heaven Continent were gathering the war god art. Whether it was the older generation's experts or the younger generation's geniuses, they were all gathered. In fact, the kings of the various king clans would also appear at the final banquet. It could be said that this was a scene that made countless people excited. After all, it was rare to see a king tier in ordinary times, but this time there would be 5 king tiers. Looking at this grand scene, the Duan clan's ancestor was very happy. He did not appear personally. Instead, he sent out martial honors and the younger generation's disciples to welcome them. They had to invite everyone in with the highest standards. He waited quietly for the arrival of the other 4 king tiers. Outside in the mountains, it was even more lively. Countless young warriors were walking around. Some were exchanging pointers, some were chatting, some were laughing, some were drinking. The atmosphere was very jubilant. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. "Look, young Master Anil is here." It was unknown who shouted, but everyone immediately stopped in their tracks and raised their heads to look forward. The 4 young masters of the Martial Heaven Continent, young Master Ling Feng, young Master Anil, young Master Qilin, and young Master Treading Moon. These were the top 4 people in the younger generation. However, young Master Ling Feng had already been killed by Lin Xian. So now, there were only 3 young masters left in the Sky Martial Continent, and young Master Anil of the Merry Woods was one of them. Sure enough, in the next moment, the crowd dispersed. A youth in white slowly walked over. He held a fan in his hand, and his expression was extremely carefree. Around him, there were a few elders. Their auras were extremely powerful. When their gazes moved, even the void trembled slightly. Young Master Anil's arrival immediately caused a group of warriors to be excited. They all surrounded young Master Anil. That scene was extremely spectacular. Indeed, these people were originally the heroes of the younger generation. But ever since young Master Anil arrived, it was as if everyone's radiance had disappeared, and young Master Anil became the only one in everyone's eyes. Everyone need not be reserved. Just act as usual. Young Master Anil gently fanned himself and said with a smile, different from young Master Ling Feng's arrogance, young Master Anil had a smile on his face from start to finish. His mood was carefree and did not seem to have any arrogance. This made everyone slightly relieved. At least the other party did not put on an overbearing appearance. But at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, it's young Master Qilin." Everyone was shocked again and turned their heads. At the back, another group of people walked over. The person in front was tall and straight. His face was handsome and his aura was powerful. He was not any weaker than young Master Anil. He was young Master Qilin of the Shin family. This young Master Qilin's temper was not as good as young Master Anil's. His face was incomparably cold and had a trace of arrogance. He did not put the surrounding people in his eyes. Looking at him, his personality was somewhat similar to that of the dead young Master Ling Feng. "Brother Shin, long time no see." Young Master Anil fanned himself as he looked at young Master Qilin and said with a chuckle, "Humph, don't pretend to be ignorant. Last time, you snatched 3 of my spirit veins. How do you want to settle this debt?" The moment young Master Qilin came up, he displayed an overbearing aura. Even when facing young Master Anil, he did not back down. Brotherson's words are incorrect. Those 3 spirit veins were originally discovered by my merry woods. How can it be said that I snatched them from your hands? Young Master Anil said with a smile. Less nonsense. No matter what you say, this matter will not end like this. Wait until after this banquet. I want to have a good exchange with you. I want to see what kind of breakthrough your cultivation has recently. You actually dare to touch the things that I fancy. All right, if you want to exchange pointers, then I will naturally accompany you. Young Master Anil was still smiling, but there was an additional trace of sharpness in his eyes. Seeing 2 young masters whose names shook the continent competing, the other martial artists did not dare to speak and could only listen quietly. They understood this matter very well in their hearts. Although the 2 of them were peak prodigies, the family forces that they represented were different. It was very normal for there to be friction between them. However, they did not expect that young Master Chelan would actually want to fight with young Master Anil. Needless to say, this would be another fierce battle. Chapter 1444. Seeing the 2 famous young masters fighting, the other warriors did not dare to speak. They could only listen quietly. They were well aware of this. Although the 2 of them were top prodigies, they represented different families. It was normal for there to be friction between them. However, they did not expect that young Master Chelan would want to fight young Master Anil. Needless to say, this would be another fierce battle. Brother Morong, you're here too? Young Master Anil ignored young Master Chelan and looked back again. Brother Morong? Everyone's hearts trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. To be addressed by young Master Anil like that, he must not be an ordinary person. Moreover, they had already guessed who he was. Young Master Moonwalker. That's right, young Master Moonwalker of the Morong family was also one of the 4 young masters of Tianwu. Young Master Moonwalker wore a black robe. His face was calm. He was neither arrogant nor smiling. It was as if nothing in the world could move him. He slowly walked over and greeted young Master Anil and young Master Chelan. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere changed. Although the 3 young masters did not speak, the surrounding air seemed to have condensed. It became abnormally heavy. As for the surrounding warriors, their expressions changed drastically as they quietly retreated. Although the 3 of them did not deliberately release their aura, the surrounding warriors could not bear the terror. I did not expect the 3 of you to come so quickly. Please forgive me for not being a good host. At this moment, a laugh broke the heavy atmosphere. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man walking over. He was handsome and wore a golden battle suit. He looked extraordinarily mighty. It's him, Duan Yu, someone exclaimed. Duan Yu? Who is he? What a powerful aura. Is he also a disciple of the Duan family? Everyone was shocked. He's young Master Ling Feng's younger brother. Some of them knew the inside story, so they quickly spoke. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Young Master Ling Feng's younger brother. No wonder he was so powerful. Thinking about it, he should also be a top prodigy. The Duan family is really something. First, there was young Master Ling Feng in the younger generation. Now, there's such a peerless genius. Is the Duan family really going to rise? Hearing this, young Master Anil, young Master Treading Moon, and young Master Chelan all turned to look at the golden-armored man and nodded slightly. Indeed, as young Master Ling Feng's disciple, his strength couldn't be considered weak. Although he wasn't as strong as them, he wasn't too far off. It could be said that he was qualified to talk to them. Seeing the 3 of them nod, Duan Yu was overjoyed. She then said loudly, "This way, please." He was indeed happy because these 3 people represented an extraordinary position in the younger generation. His brother used to be such a person, but now his brother was dead. If he wanted to replace his brother and regain the position of young Master Tianwu, he would have to gain the recognition of these three people. This was also the reason why the Duan clan sent him out to receive young Master Anil and the other two. This was because the Duan clan needed to support another young Master Tianwu. Very soon, young Master Anil and the other two were asked to leave. The entire scene quieted down for a moment. Everyone looked at the backs of the three of them as they left, feeling envious. But very quickly, they cried out again because more and more important figures arrived at the Palace of Gods of War. Marywood's great elder has arrived. The Palace Lord of Divine Bird Palace has arrived. The guardian elder of the Shin family has come to visit. One after another, great figures descended from the sky while riding on clouds and mist. They either rode on rare and precious beasts or rode on peerless flying treasures. They were like powerful gods that made people look up to them. Following the arrival of these important figures, the Duan clan also sent out elders to invite them in. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. This was because other than the kings of the various king clans, almost all the important figures with strength had arrived. Such a grand event could be said to be rare in 1,000 years. The Palace of Gods of War was filled with immortal mountains, spiritual springs, and all sorts of rare beasts. The entire place was like a paradise on earth. Among them, there were also countless experts. All sorts of spiritual wine, spiritual fruits, and precious spiritual tea were placed on the table. It was obvious that the real banquet was about to begin. They knew that it would not begin yet because the kings had not arrived. Not long after, another loud and clear voice sounded. Ancestor Morong has arrived. Instantly, everyone exclaimed and looked up at the sky. In the sky, a purple cloud flew over. It was like a purple aura that came from the east, bringing with it a mysterious color. On top of the cloud, a figure was sitting cross-legged. This was a middle-aged man dressed in purple. He was expressionless, but he had a powerful aura that made everyone's heart beat faster. They could not help but want to kneel down and worship him. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They knew that the real peerless expert had arrived. This was the Morong clan's ancestor, the Real King. Greetings, Ancestor Morong. Instantly, everyone cheered at the sky. And this time, from the distant immortal palace, an old figure also flew over. Ha, Brother Morong, please come in. The person who flew over from the Palace of Gods was an old man. He was tall and had white hair and beard, but his eyes were as sharp as lightning. This was the Duan clan's ancestor, the new king. The appearance of the two kings pushed the atmosphere of the entire venue to the peak. Instantly, everyone looked up at the sky with excitement. It could not be helped. Kings were the most powerful beings in the continent. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to see them. But now, they were seeing two of them at the same time. This was definitely the most unforgettable thing in their lives. Congratulations, Brother Duan. Ancestor Morong opened his eyes and smiled at the Duan clan's ancestor. Then, he was invited to the main hall of the Palace of Gods of War by the Duan clan's ancestor. But not long after, another voice sounded. The Merry Forest, the Merry King has arrived. The Shun clan's ancestor has arrived. Dean Xian of the Immortal Martial Academy is here. Voices sounded one after another. Then, all the kings of the Sky Martial Continent arrived. Hearing the voices, the Duan clan's ancestor and Ancestor Morong, who were in the Palace of Gods of War, all came out. In the sky, a divine chariot streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Pulling the chariot were 9 white lions. Each of them was as big as a small mountain. They were extraordinarily mighty and had an aura that made people's hearts tremble. They were an ancient species, the ice snow demon lion. Each of them was extremely precious and could not be bought with money. Moreover, the aura of these ice snow demon lions was very strong. They had even reached the level of a 9-star demon general. They were extremely terrifying, but at this moment, they could only pull the chariot. This was shocking. Chapter 1445. These ice-snow demonic lions' auras were extremely powerful. They had even reached the level of a 9-star demon general. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, they could only pull the carriage. This was extremely shocking. The one sitting in the carriage was naturally the happy king. 8 beautiful women dressed in colorful clothes accompanied the divine palanquin as it walked. They were like fairies floating in the sky. Soon, the entire carriage was suspended in the sky. 2 of the beautiful women half knelt in the sky and gently pulled open the jade curtains. Then, a figure walked out of the carriage. Seeing this figure, everyone was stunned. This was because the person who walked out of the carriage was a young man of about 16 or 17 years old. His figure was thin, his face was handsome, and his eyes were extremely clear. His entire body carried an ethereal aura, as if he was a fairy child. Who is this? Everyone was puzzled. No way. Could he be the happy king? Everyone's eyes widened. They could not believe it, because in their opinion, since he was a king, he should be a senior figure. However, the figure in the sky was too young. It was obviously a young man. Even Mary Forrest's young master, Anna, looked older than him. For a moment, everyone was bewildered and stunned. As for the 16 or 17-year-old youth in the sky, he lightly snorted and stood with his hands behind his back. "Fellow N, it's an honor to meet you." The Duan family's patriarch cupped his fists. Beside him, Patriarch Morong also shook his head slightly. "Old man, you're obviously more than 1,000 years old, but you always like to pretend to be young." Seeing the reactions of the Duan family's patriarch and Patriarch Morong, everyone knew that the young man in front of them should be the happy king. However, they were still extremely shocked because this image was too different from the king they had imagined. The happy king snorted coldly. "What do you know? I'm cultivating so that I can stay young forever. You want to look like this? You can't do it." Hearing the happy king's words, Patriarch Morong smiled and shook his head. At this moment, another laugh came from the sky. "What? Based on what you said, this old man's cultivation is unorthodox?" "Ooh." Another old voice came. This voice contained powerful energy, so much so that everyone's scalp went numb. There was no need to think too much about it. Just by looking at the energy and the tone, one could tell that this person's identity wasn't any lower than the happy king's. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky again. Sure enough, another old man appeared in the sky. The old man sat on a huge golden chariot. The golden chariot radiated light like a sun. The ones pulling the carriage were similarly astonishing, 9 flood dragons. Every single one of them was extremely ferocious and carried a powerful aura. They were all 9-star demon generals. That old man had the demeanor of a transcendent being, as if he had descended from the heavens. Shun clan's patriarch. Everyone cried out in surprise. That's right, the old man sitting on the golden chariot was the Chun family's old ancestor. The merry monarch glanced at the patriarch of the Shun family and snorted coldly. "Old man Shun, in my opinion, your Shun family's heaven fall purity technique is indeed not that great. Why don't you cultivate my Mary Forest Lotus Treasure Appraisal technique? I can guarantee that your strength will increase greatly in a short period of time. Don't try this on me, and every time we meet, you say that my Shin family's Heaven Fall Purity technique is weak. Whether it's powerful or not, we'll only know after we fight." After saying that, the patriarch of the Shun family snorted coldly, and a powerful aura gushed out from his body. This aura was like the abyss of the sea. Once it appeared, the entire void trembled. The martial artists below felt their scalps go numb. Many of them even knelt on the ground and shivered. This was the aura of a king. They could not resist at all. At this moment, the patriarch of the Duan family hurriedly advised, "Both of you, give me some face. Why don't we all go in together and have tea and discuss?" On the side, Patriarch Morong also waved his hand. Instantly, the martial artists below trembled. They felt that the terrifying aura had disappeared. Immediately, they heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed to the sky. "Thank you, Senior Morong." Patriarch Morong nodded slightly and said, "Old man Shin, don't do this every time. If you two want to fight, find a place where there's no one. Even if you two turn the world upside down, I won't care. But don't do it here. You'll scare the kids below." Humph. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Shun family snorted coldly and retracted his aura. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Duan family heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, he frowned slightly. This was because someone was flying in the sky from afar. It was a spirit boat. It was azure in color and emitted streams of light. It was like the stars in the sky, flickering with resplendent light. On this spirit boat, a middle-aged man stood. His face was fair and clean, and his gaze was as deep as the stars. The aura on his body was like the abyss of the sea, unfathomable. Behind him, there were more than 10 elders and a few young disciples. This group of people were martial artists from the Immortal Martial Academy, and the middle-aged man in front was Dean Xian. The reason why the patriarch of the Duan family frowned was because the Immortal Martial Academy and the Palace of Ares had a very good relationship. Although they did not directly attack, they still stood on opposite sides. But this time, he still invited the Immortal Martial Academy. After all, the other party was a king faction and could not be underestimated. But he did not expect that they would really come. This made him a little bewildered, because he knew that the other party was definitely not here to congratulate him. It was very likely that they were here for the elders of the Palace of Ares that he had captured. But when he saw that there were only more than 10 elders and a few young disciples behind Dean Xian, he instantly heaved a sigh of relief, because with just these few people, they could not cause any waves. One must know that he was now a true king faction. He would definitely not be afraid of Dean Xian. And the rest were not a match for his Duan family. It could be said that if the other party dared to attack, he would definitely retaliate without mercy. Thinking of this, his lips curled up into a smile. "Dao Xian, I've heard a lot about you." The patriarch of the Duan family squinted his eyes and laughed. No matter how one looked at it, there was a trace of provocation in his expression. At this moment, Patriarch Morong, the happy king, and the Shun family's patriarch also greeted Dean Xian. Dean Xian responded to them one by one. She did not say anything, but her eyes were incomparably deep. Then the patriarch of the Duan family invited the few kings to the main hall of the Palace of Ares. After the few kings left, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then they all sat on the ground, paralyzed. It could not be helped. It was too terrifying. Even a trace of aura was not something that they could fight against. This was the might of a king faction. It was completely above them. Chapter 1446. The last one to arrive should be Dean Xian of the Immortal Martial Academy, right? I didn't expect him to come too. Someone said doubtfully. Yeah, I heard that Dean Xian has always supported the Lin family. I didn't expect him to come to the Duan family's banquet. What's the big deal? The Duan family captured many elders of the Palace of Ares. Dean Xian is probably here to plead for those elders. Moreover, Lin Xian might appear this time too. With Dean Xian here, Lin Xian might be able to keep his life. Everyone was discussing and guessing what was going to happen next. Not long after, a low drumming sound could be heard. The sound was long and carried with it the sound of thunder. Everyone knew that the banquet was about to begin. In the next moment, everyone soared into the sky and flew towards the mountain range in the center. In the mountain range ahead, there was a vast valley. The valley was ethereal and beautiful with dense spiritual energy, because there were hundreds of precious spiritual herbs growing inside. It was called the 100 Herb Valley. The banquet this time was held in the 100 Herb Valley. At this moment, the 100 Herb Valley was already prepared and waiting for everyone to arrive. The valley was huge and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. Many cultivators entered the 100 Herb Valley and looked for their seats. If one was careful, they would realize that the decorations were very particular. It was roughly divided into 5 sections according to the sovereign family. The 5 most dazzling seats were reserved for the 5 sovereigns. Below the throne were the core elders of the various sovereign families. They were all arranged according to seniority and strength, and among the younger generation, the 4 princes of the Tianwu kingdom were the most respected. Prince Anil, Prince Qilin, and Prince Moonwalker sat in their respective sections, showing their superior status. Although Prince Lingfeng was killed, the Duan family sent out Duan Yu, who was wearing golden armor. He sat in the same position as the other 3 princes of the Tianwu kingdom. Obviously, the Duan family wanted to turn Duan Yu into another Prince Tianwu. Duan Yu sat there with a confident smile on his face. He was too excited. Previously, with his brother Prince Lingfeng around, he couldn't stand out at all. But now, Prince Lingfeng was killed. This was something he didn't dare to believe even in his dreams. However, this was also the greatest benefit to him, because he would become the next Prince Tianwu. Seeing Duan Yu sitting in the same position as young noble Anil and the others, everyone was shocked. They naturally knew what this meant, but they never expected that the Duan family would be so eager to create another Prince Tianwu just a few years after Prince Lingfeng died. Young noble Anil, young noble Qilin, and young noble Moonwalker didn't say anything. Even though Duan Yu was weaker than them, there wasn't much of a difference between them. Furthermore, other than Duan Yu, it was unlikely that anyone else could become young Master Tianwu. Furthermore, the ancestor of the Duan clan had just become a king clan, and the Duan clan had just become a king clan. There was nothing wrong with letting his disciple become one of the Tianwu young masters. At this time, an elder of the divine bird palace said with a smile, "Young Master Duan Yu may be young, but his talent and strength have already surpassed everyone else. It seems like the next young Master Duan Yu will be the Tianwu prince." With someone taking the lead, the others naturally began to congratulate him as well. When Duan Yu heard this, the smile on his face grew even wider. His eyes were bursting with confidence. He believed that as long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to surpass the previous young Master Lingfeng. However, at this time, a cold snort was heard. Humph! Just because young Master Lingfeng is dead, can someone else become young Master Tianwu? Since when did young Master Tianwu become so worthless? Hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed. Many of them even frowned. They wanted to see who it was that dared to speak so arrogantly. However, in the next moment, the voice continued to speak. "If you ask me if anyone were to choose young Master Tianwu, it would be Lin Xian, because he killed young Master Lingfeng. Naturally, his strength is above young Master Lingfeng. Other than him, I can't think of anyone else who can become the new young Master Tianwu." Boom! When these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. Their heads exploded with a boom. Arrogant. This was too arrogant. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. To say such words in such an occasion, wasn't this a provocation to the Duan clan? Just who was it that was so daring? To actually dare to humiliate the Duan clan in public, wasn't this courting death? They were indeed shocked. One had to know that the Duan clan was no longer the Duan clan of the past. It was a true sovereign clan. Now, everyone could not wait to be more careful. Yet, someone dared to humiliate the Duan clan in such a place. How audacious! Duan Yu's expression immediately darkened. He was like an angry lion. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He wasn't the only one. The entire Duan clan had a gloomy expression, especially the Duan clan's old ancestor. His gaze froze as a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. However, when everyone saw the person who had spoken, they were all stunned. This was because the person who had spoken was none other than a disciple of the Shun clan. Shin Xiachi, shut up, young Master Qilin snorted coldly. That's right, the person who had spoken was Shin Xiachi. One had to know that he was extremely grateful to Lin Xian because Lin Xian had cured his elder sister, Shun Jingqiu. It could be said that Lin Xian was their clan's benefactor. Now, he naturally had to step forward to seek justice for Lin Xian. At this moment, hearing young Master Qilin's cold snort, Shun Jingqiu also raised her small face and said seriously, "What Xiachi said is right." At this moment, everyone's gaze was gathered on the Shun clan. Most of them landed on Shin Xiachi and Shun Jingqiu. They naturally knew that Lin Xian had once saved Shin Jingqiu. That was why the other party had such a performance. However, this was the Duan clan's banquet after all. The Duan clan's old ancestor had just become a sovereign. No matter what reason there was, he could not say such words here, seeing that it was a disciple of the Shun clan and Shun Lingchuan's child. The Duan clan's old ancestor did not speak. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, because he knew that Shun Lingchuan's status in the Duan clan was extraordinary. Furthermore, this was a matter between the juniors. As a sovereign, it was not appropriate for him to interfere. However, Duan Yu did not have such misgivings. He snorted coldly. What qualifications does Lin Xian, that kind of trash, have to come to Tianwu, young master? Humph, if he doesn't have the qualifications, you have the qualifications? You have to know that he killed young Master Lingfeng. If it were you, would you be able to do it? Ooh. Shun Xiachi did not show any mercy and continued to slap his face. Hearing this, the Duan clan's disciples' faces turned black, because this could be said to be their sore spot. As one of the Tianwu young masters, young Master Lingfeng led almost half of the Duan clan's experts to hunt down Lin Xian. In the end, they were killed instead. Not only that, not a single person left alive. Countless experts, including young Master Lingfeng, were all annihilated. This was simply unbelievable. Therefore, this matter became the Duan clan's sore spot. No one dared to mention it again, but he didn't expect that it would be brought up again in front of so many people. Chapter 1447. Humph, that Lin fellow used despicable means to harm my brother. If it was a real battle, he wouldn't be able to win. Duan Yu gritted his teeth. He didn't want to continue on this topic, so he glared at Shin Xiachi. Since you're not convinced, why don't you come down and spar with me? Let's see if I'm qualified to become young Master Tianwu. As he spoke, a terrifying aura rose from Duan Yu's body. Feeling this aura, everyone's heart beat wildly, and their faces were filled with shock. This aura was too powerful. It had already surpassed many older martial artists, and was not much weaker than young Master Anil and the other two. So powerful. No wonder the Duan family wants Duan Yu and young Master Tianwu. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Yeah, Duan Yu is a few years younger than young Master Lingfeng, but his cultivation is already very close. I'm afraid he'll surpass young Master Lingfeng in a few years. Many people were praising him. At this moment, Shun Xiachi curled his lips. Humph, how old are you? You should be in your 20s. How old am I? I'm only 15. You want to spar with me? You're shameless. Someone like you wants to be young Master Tianwu? Have you ever seen a young Master Tianwu spar with a 15-year-old kid? Shun Xiachi asked a series of questions with a look of disdain. Duan Yu was so angry that he vomited blood. He was so angry that he didn't notice the other party's age. Now it seemed that the other party was indeed only 15 or 16 years old. Indeed, with his status and cultivation, he couldn't possibly fight such a young man, especially in front of so many people. However, the other party acted arrogantly and provoked him. This angered him so much that he almost puked blood. "Since you know that you can't challenge me, then shut your mouth," Duan Yu said coldly. "Shut my mouth? Why should I shut my mouth? I won't fight. I won't shut my mouth. What can you do to me?" Shen Xiachi rolled his eyes. "If you're really capable, then spar with big brother Lin Xian. Let's see if he'll slash you." Ooh. The crowd was speechless. Although what Shen Xiachi said might be true, his attitude was too arrogant. Spar with Lin Xian? How could this be? Didn't they see that the Duan family had been searching for him for so many days, but they still couldn't find him? Who the hell knew where he had gone? Moreover, no one believed that Lin Xian would come here. One had to know that the Duan family's patriarch was here. Lin Xian was definitely courting death by coming here. Most likely, the other party wouldn't be so foolish. Therefore, it was impossible to find Lin Xian to compete with him. Duan Yu naturally knew this as well, so he sneered. "Humph, that Lin guy is just lucky that he didn't meet me. Otherwise, if he dares to come over, I can crush him with one finger." Ha ha! At the end of his speech, he laughed proudly. "Is that so? I'm here. Can you crush me to death with one finger?" However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out, like a sharp sword. It instantly cut through the entire valley. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Who is this? He actually dared to provoke the Duan clan? Duan Yu's laughter also came to an abrupt halt. His face was flushed red, while his eyes darkened as he quickly scanned his surroundings. "Who is it? Get out here." At this moment, even young Master Anil, young Master Qilin, and young Master Moonwalker frowned. This was because they did not notice where the voice came from. However, the Duan family's patriarch's face darkened. His eyes flickered with a cold light. On the side, the martial honorable's expression was even more ferocious. This was because he naturally knew whose voice it was. Dean Xian was also stunned. His expression changed rapidly. Even his hands and his sleeves were clenched tightly. He did not expect the other party to come. "Oh no, I didn't expect things to come to this." Dean Xian sighed in his heart and quickly raised his head to look at the sky. At the same time, the other kings also raised their heads to look at the sky. As kings, they were extremely powerful, far surpassing the warriors around them. Naturally, they could tell that the voice came from the sky. When the surrounding warriors saw the kings looking up at the sky, they immediately raised their heads and looked over in confusion. In the next moment, their mouths were agape. This was because a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. Immediately after, a figure like a mountain rapidly descended from the sky. Boom! Soon, the figure landed on the ground. Suddenly, the entire valley shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. In the middle of the valley, dust clouds were stirred up. It formed into a shockwave that swept the surroundings. Fortunately, the valley was protected by an array. Otherwise, the entire valley would have collapsed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They did not expect the person to be so powerful, who was so bold as to cause trouble at the Duan family's banquet. In an instant, everyone craned their necks and looked in front of them. The warriors of the Duan family looked even more ferocious as they looked at the center. When the morning fog dissipated, a figure appeared in front of everyone. What? It's him. No way. Am I seeing things? It's actually him. He really came. How dare he come? Everyone's mouths were agape. They could not believe it. This was because they saw a young figure standing in the middle of the valley. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like lightning. His entire body carried a sharp aura. He was like a sword deity that was unstoppable. Lin Xian. It's actually Lin Xian. In the next moment, countless people screamed. One had to know that Lin Xian was on the kill order of the Duan family's old ancestor. It could be said that the situation was extremely dangerous. However, the other party had appeared in such a grand manner. Was he not courting death? Everyone's mind went blank. They could not understand what the other party wanted to do. At this moment, countless warriors looked at Lin Xian with puzzled expressions. As for Din Xian and the other warriors of the Immortal Martial Academy, when they saw Lin Xian, their hearts sank. Not good. He still came. Din, what should we do? Should we make a move? Oh, many elders asked. They did not expect Lin Xian to really come. This was probably the worst outcome, because the Duan family would not let Lin Xian go. Din Xian also said in a low voice, "Don't worry. With me around, nothing will happen to him." Hearing this, the warriors of the Immortal Martial Academy heaved a sigh of relief. However, their faces were still filled with worry. The warriors of the Duan family laughed sinisterly. They did not expect the other party to be so stupid. Did he really dare to walk right into their trap? Ha ha! What an idiot! He actually dared to come. This brat is too arrogant. But this time, he's dead for sure. Since he dares to come to our Duan family, we'll definitely make sure he doesn't return. That's for sure. Our Duan family has long become a king family, and our strength has increased greatly. He dared to kill a warrior of our Duan family. This time, we'll definitely tear him into pieces. The warriors of the Duan family all had sinister expressions on their faces. Their voices were ice cold. Wu Zun stood up abruptly and pointed at Lin Xian. He coldly said, "Brat, you dared to kill my Chen-er. I'll make you wish you were dead." Chapter 1448. This kid is too arrogant, but he's dead for sure this time. How dare he come to my Duan clan? This time he won't be able to leave. That's for sure. My Duan clan has long become a king clan, and our strength has greatly increased. He dared to kill my Duan clan's warrior. This time we'll tear him to pieces. The Duan clan's disciples looked ferocious, and their voices were cold. Wu Zun suddenly stood up, pointed at Lin Xian, and said coldly, "Kid, you dared to kill my Chen-er. I'll make you wish you were dead." On the side, Duan Yu also snorted coldly, "Kid, kneel down and accept your death." Lin Xian's appearance caused a commotion among the crowd. It couldn't be helped. It was too shocking. One had to know that if Lin Xian stepped out in this situation, he would definitely die. Even so, the other party really came. "How dare you? This is King Duan's banquet. It's incomparably sacred. How dare you cause trouble here? Back down." An elder from Divine Bird Palace stood up and suddenly shouted. Everyone in the world knew the relationship between Lin Xian and the Duan clan, and it was irreconcilable. Now Lin Xian dared to come to the Duan clan's banquet. He was undoubtedly here to cause trouble. Divine Bird Palace's intention to stand up at this time was obvious, and that was to curry favor with the Duan clan. "Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers in front of me? Get lost!" Lin Xian glanced at the elder of Divine Bird Palace and then shouted coldly without any trace of politeness. "You!" Hearing Lin Xian's words, the elder of Divine Bird Palace trembled with anger. "Junior, you're too presumptuous. How dare you disrespect your elders?" Being scolded by a young man in his 20s in front of so many people, the elder of Divine Bird Palace was too ashamed to step down, and his face was livid with anger. "Whose elder are you? How dare you flaunt your seniority in front of me? You're courting death." Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his voice was like thunder with terrifying power. Suddenly, the elder of Divine Bird Palace trembled, and he almost fell down. Not only that, but his ears were bleeding, and his whole person became extremely weak. It was obvious that the sound from earlier had caused him to suffer internal injuries. Not only the elder of the Divine Bird Palace, but everyone felt their hearts tremble. The reason for that was because the energy and killing intent contained within that voice was simply too terrifying. It caused their hearts to palpitate in fear. It was just that Lin Xian deliberately targeted the elder of Divine Bird Palace, so the other party was seriously injured. However, the others felt their scalps go numb. What kind of method was this? This was too terrifying. A single sound was enough to seriously injure an elder of the Divine Bird Palace. Heavens, this Lin Xian really lives up to his reputation. No wonder he could kill Prince Ling Feng. Yeah, isn't he a little too strong? Everyone was discussing animatedly. They were extremely shocked. On the other side, the Duan clan's ancestor's face became increasingly gloomy. He was naturally able to sense that this young man before him was extraordinary. If he was allowed to continue growing, then he would definitely become the #1 enemy of their Duan clan. He would not allow such a danger to continue growing. Thinking of this, the Duan clan's ancestor's eyes turned cold. He originally wanted to hunt down Lin Xian, but he did not manage to find him. However, he did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to come knocking on his door today. The heavens were really helping him. For a moment, all eyes were on Lin Xian. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky again. Following that, several figures quickly descended. There's someone else. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have helpers. The Duan clan's warriors were even more nervous. If the other party brought any experts, they must counterattack immediately. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. The people who came were not as they had imagined. 3 figures appeared. One of them was a peerless woman dressed in purple. In her arms was a red little fox with 9 tails. Murong Qingcheng. Seeing this woman in purple, everyone exclaimed in surprise. They naturally recognized her. This was the heavenly girl whose name shook the continent. Her fame was no less than that of the 4 princes of Tianwu. The other person was a woman in a black robe and a golden mask. She was as cold as a knife. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, carrying a biting, killing intent. She was Luo Bingshan. Not many people knew her, but no one doubted her strength. The other person was the dark red divine dragon. At this moment, it had already retracted its kingly aura. Furthermore, it did not transform into its divine dragon form. Therefore, it looked like a 1-meter-long snake. The appearance of the 3 caused quite a stir, especially the Murong clan. They all heaved a sigh of relief. They naturally knew that Murong Qingcheng had left for 2 to 3 years. However, they did not know where she went. Now that they saw her return safely, they could finally put down the stone in their hearts. Patriarch Murong also smiled and nodded in satisfaction. "Kid, this is my clan's patriarch's banquet. Are you really going to ruin it?" At this moment, an old man from the Duan clan stood up and shouted coldly. His voice was extremely cold. "Kid, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously. The guests this time are the 5 great kings, supreme existences. Quickly kneel on the ground and admit your guilt. Otherwise, my Duan clan will not be courteous." It was obvious that the Duan clan was using the great kings to suppress others. Hee, the Duan clan is so powerful. Lin Xian sneered. However, since it's a banquet in Tianwu continent, how can the Palace of Ares be absent? As the young master of the Palace of Ares, I brought a few friends to attend the banquet. Is the Duan clan not welcoming me? Lin Xian looked around disdainfully. Palace of Ares? Hearing this, everyone had a strange expression. Did the Palace of Ares still exist? However, although everyone thought so, no one said it out loud. Guests from afar. "Men, give them a seat." At this moment, the patriarch of the Duan clan suddenly spoke. Although the Duan clan warriors below were unwilling, they did not dare to go against the patriarch's words. Therefore, they quickly arranged some seats for Lin Xian, Murong Qingcheng, and the rest to sit. Qingcheng, you guys go sit there first. Lin Xian turned around and said softly. After that, Murong Qingcheng, the Luo Bing trio, and the dark red divine dragon went to the seats that were just vacated. However, Lin Xian did not move and remained standing there. The cultivators of the Duan clan immediately frowned when they saw this scene. Kid, the seats are already vacated for you. Why are you still not leaving? Do you still want to cause trouble? The patriarch of the Duan clan shouted coldly again. His voice was like thunder that exploded in all directions, carrying a terrifying killing intent. Those are the seats for the guests. It's not a problem for my friends to sit there. However, I'm different. I'm the young master of the Palace of Ares, and this is the territory of the Palace of Ares. You want me to sit in the guest seat? Are you out of your mind? Lin Xian shouted coldly and did not back down. His voice was as cold as a sharp sword. At the end of his sentence, a terrifying aura surged from his body. I'm from the Palace of Ares. Naturally, I have to sit in the main seat. Old dog of the Duan clan, get down here. Chapter 1449. Old dog of the Duan clan, get down here. A loud shout startled everyone. As soon as this voice came out, everyone was dumbfounded. They felt as if their minds had gone blank and they were about to explode. They didn't dare to imagine that a young man in his 20s actually dared to berate the Duan clan's old ancestor. Yes, Lin Xian was right. He was the young master of the Palace of Ares, and this place was also the Palace of Ares. He should have been sitting on the main seat as the owner. But so what? The Palace of Ares was no longer the Lin clans, but the Duan clans, and the Duan clan's old ancestor even broke through and became a king. He became the pinnacle existence. Who cared if the Palace of Ares belonged to the Lin clan? And now, Lin Xian actually dared to berate a king? Was he not afraid of death? Therefore, Lin Xian's actions really shocked everyone. In their opinion, this was purely an act of courting death. For a moment, the entire valley fell into an extremely tense atmosphere, as if a bomb would explode at any time. How dare you, impudent kid, you're courting death. Quickly kneel down and accept your death. A group of people shouted angrily. These people were all martial artists of the Duan clan. At this moment, they were full of killing intent as they stared at Lin Xian. The other party actually dared to insult their old ancestor. He really deserved to die. The Duan clan's old ancestor's face was gloomy as his cold gaze locked onto Lin Xian. As long as he moved a finger, he could kill the other party, because he was a king. However, right at that moment, he felt another aura firmly locking onto him. This aura seemed to be even stronger than his. Instantly, the Duan clan's old ancestor raised his brows and glanced over. Din Xian. He snorted coldly in his heart. That's right, the one staring at him now was Din Xian of the Immortal Martial Academy. The Duan clan's old ancestor didn't doubt that as long as he made a move, Din Xian would immediately make a move too. Therefore, for a moment, he only looked coldly at Lin Xian and didn't say anything. However, just because he didn't make a move, it didn't mean that the people below wouldn't make a move. And in the Duan clan's old ancestor's opinion, no matter how powerful the other party was, he was still just a young man. He didn't even need to do anything to such a person. The Duan clan's powerhouses had 100 ways to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Sure enough, in the next moment, the martial sovereign also stood up. His cold gaze landed on Lin Xian as he said in an icy voice, "You're that Lin Xian?" After a few years, this martial honorable had become even more powerful. He was like a giant beast in the deep abyss. and no one could see through him. However, the aura it emitted had long since surpassed that of a half-stepped king. It was the most terrifying existence beneath the kings. "Which one are you?" Lin Xian asked coldly when he saw the other party's aggressive aura. "You killed my son. Today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I will use your head as a sacrifice to my Chun-er." Wu Zun's voice was cold. "Duan-chen? I don't know them. I've killed too many people. Do I have to remember the names of every Tom, Dick, and Harry?" Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Lin Xian didn't know who Duan-chen was, but everyone else did. Duan-chen was young Master Ling Feng's real name. Now, the martial sovereign wanted to stand up for his son, young Master Ling Feng. In fact, how could Lin Xian not know? Ever since the martial sovereign stood up, he knew that the other party wanted to stand up for young Master Ling Feng. However, he was intentionally using words to attack the other party. When two parties were fighting, they naturally had to attack the other party's aura first. Winning without a fight was the best result. "Little bastard, no matter how eloquent you are, today is the day you die. Yes, you killed my brother. Today, you will die kneeling." On the other side, Duan Yu also shouted coldly. He was wearing a golden armor, and his entire body was shining brightly under the sun. He looked like a god of war. "Which one are you again?" "Ooh." Lin Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, "I'm talking to your Duan family's elders. Who are you to interrupt?" Quickly slap him. Crazy. This was too crazy. Everyone's scalp went numb. They couldn't believe it. One had to know that Duan Yu was extremely powerful. He even had the qualifications to be called Young Master Tianwu, but now he was being taught a lesson by Lin Xian. It was like an elder teaching a junior a lesson. Wasn't this slapping the Duan family's face? You, die, brat, I'll fight it out with you." As expected, Duan Yu was immediately enraged. He was like a mad lion as he strode forward. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. A terrifying golden aura gushed out from his body. He was like a god of death as he arrived beside Lin Xian in an instant. "What? You want to fight?" Lin Xian sneered with his hands behind his back. He didn't care at all. Seeing this scene, everyone became nervous. They didn't expect such a thing to happen when the banquet had just started. If they didn't kill Lin Xian, the banquet wouldn't be able to continue. As expected, the Duan family had the same thoughts, so they didn't stop them. In the Immortal Martial Academy, Dean Xian didn't make a move either. Dean Xian's main goal was to keep an eye on the Duan family's patriarch. He believed that with Lin Xian's strength, he should be able to deal with this situation. As for Murong Qingcheng and the others, they were even more relieved. One had to know that Lin Xian had killed the Black Dragon leader in the Tianan region. That was a true legend, not to mention this Duan Yu in front of them. Therefore, Murong Qingcheng, the Falling Ice Mountain, and the Dark Red Divine Dragon were all carefully sipping their spiritual tea. They looked like they were watching a show. "Brat, you're too arrogant. I don't know what tricks you used to harm my brother, but with your strength, I can kill you with one slap." Duan Yu's voice was ferocious. "Kneel down and apologize to the Duan family now, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. You talk too much. If you want to fight, let's fight." Lin Xian snorted coldly. A fierce aura suddenly rose from his body like a peerless divine sword. Even in the sky, countless gusts of wind were dancing wildly. There were faint sounds of thunder all around. This aura was too terrifying. It was far beyond everyone else's. It had reached the peak of the younger generation, even young Master Anil, and the others were paying attention with rapt attention. They also wanted to know what kind of strength Lin Xian had to be able to kill young Master Ling Feng. Was it true ability, or was it just a trick? Among them, young Master Anil waved the folding fan in his hand and nodded slightly. "Not bad, not bad. Judging from this aura, It's not weaker than us. Young Master Moonwalker did not speak. He only nodded slightly. On the side, young Master Qilin snorted disdainfully. Comparable to us? Him? What a joke. I don't know what tricks this Brett used to harm Ling Feng. How can he be compared to us? What a joke. Just watch. There's no need for us to do anything. Duan Yu alone can kill this brat. Among the Shen family's crowd, Shen Jingqiu and Shen Xiaqi clenched their fists nervously, especially Shen Jingqiu. Her pair of big eyes stared at Lin Xian without blinking. She was too happy. She did not expect Lin Xian to really come. However, she was also very nervous. She was worried about Lin Xian's safety. You want to fight? All right, brat. I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 1450. You want to fight? All right, kid. I'll fulfill your wish. However, our battle won't be so simple. Duan Yu sneered and looked at the Marshal Honorable. The Marshal Honorable sat down again and nodded. All right. Thank you, Father. Duan Yu was overjoyed. He waved his hand, and instantly, on the other side of the valley, a light flashed and a formation was formed. Then 7 to 8 old figures appeared. They were all old men with injuries all over their bodies. They looked dispirited and were covered in blood. At this moment, they were tied up by countless divine ropes and hung in midair. Seeing these figures, everyone was shocked. Those elders of the Immortal Martial Academy all stood up, their eyes fixed on the scene in front of them. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression instantly turned ice cold. His eyes were filled with blood-red, murderous intent. The old figures in front of him were the 9th elder, the 10th elder, and a few other old men from the War God Palace. They were worried about Lin Xian, so they secretly came out to search for him. They didn't expect to be caught by the Duan family. Then they were brought here and tortured. Now they were taken out in front of everyone and prepared to be slaughtered. The 9th elder and the others also saw Lin Xian, and their bodies trembled. Young master, leave quickly. The ancestor of the Duan family has already become a king. Leave quickly. Yes, young master. Don't worry about us. Leave quickly. Dean Xian will bring you away. The 10th elder and the rest shouted crazily. They didn't expect Lin Xian to come. This was definitely the worst news. The Duan family was an inescapable net. Once they came, they wouldn't be able to leave. Lin Xian clenched his fists and his body trembled. He took a deep breath and tried his best to control his murderous intent. 9th elder, 10th elder, seniors of the War God Palace, don't worry. I will definitely let you leave safely. Not only that, I will make those who hurt you pay back 100 times. With that, Lin Xian's cold eyes swept across the Duan family. Instantly, the martial artists of the Duan family trembled and felt a chill in their hearts. That was because the other party's gaze was too terrifying. It was as if he was a god of death. However, the ancestor of the Duan clan, the martial sovereign, Duan Yu, and the others were all sneering. Among them, Duan Yu even coldly said, "Brat, do you want to save them?" "Sure, compete with me. However, I have something to tell you. Every 3 moves, I will kill 1 person. There are a total of 7 people here. In other words, we only have a chance to exchange 21 moves. If you win in 3 moves, I will release all of them. And if you are unable to defeat me within 21 moves, then all of them will die. Remember, you're the one who killed them." Duan Yu stared at Lin Xian and laughed maniacally. As for the surrounding martial artists, they felt a chill in their hearts. Killing 1 person every 3 moves, this Duan clan was too ruthless. One had to know that Duan Yu was on the same level as young Master Tianwu. No matter how strong this Lin Xian was, how could he defeat his opponent in 20 moves? As for winning in 3 moves, that was even more impossible. In other words, All the elders of the Palace of War Gods had to die. Killing one person in 3 moves was indeed ruthless. It seemed like the Duan clan was determined to kill all the elders of the Palace of War Gods. Not only that, even Lin Xian wouldn't be able to escape in the end. Ancestor Morong didn't say anything. His finger tapped lightly in the air as a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The martial reverend also nodded slightly. Indeed, in his opinion, with Duan Yu's strength, the outcome wouldn't be decided without 100 moves. And by that time, all the people from the Palace of War Gods would have been killed. The people from the Immortal Martial Academy couldn't sit still anymore. One of the reasons they came here was to rescue the 9th Elder and the others. Now that they saw those people being dragged out in front of everyone, they were furious. Dean Xian's gaze was also gloomy. He had already decided to find a suitable time to act. At this moment, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Fine, I agree to your request. Hurry up and die." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and there was no trace of fear in it. At this moment, he was like a god of war. The aura he emitted made everyone's heart tremble. He agreed. How is that possible? Could it be that he thinks he can finish off Duan Yu in less than 20 moves? He's crazy. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. However, when they saw the confident expression on Lin Xian's face, their hearts trembled. What was with that confident smile of hers? Could it be that he still had some secret methods? Everyone was puzzled. However, Duan Yu sneered, "Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." From afar, the cultivators from the Duan clan shouted coldly, "Brother, you kill him. Kill this brat. Avenge our Duan clan. Idiot brat, he dares to fight with Duan Yu. He's really courting death. Just you wait. Today will be his burial ground." Everyone sneered. Duan Yu also took a step forward. The golden armor on his body emitted a dazzling light. He was like a golden god of war, emitting an unparalleled power. At this moment, Duan Yu's gaze was piercingly cold. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His entire body carried a surging aura. He raised his arrogant head and looked ahead. "Brat, I'll let you know my true strength. Universe-suppressing fist." In the next moment, Duan Yu roared. The golden armor on his body flickered with incomparable light. Then he punched out. The terrifying fist directly shattered the void. This punch was simply too terrifying. It carried an unparalleled amount of power. Countless golden lights flickered. There were a total of 49 golden lights, each of which transformed into a sharp sword. The 49 sharp swords accompanied the fist and quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart beat wildly. Many people revealed astonished expressions. This power is too terrifying. He has already reached the half-step king realm. It can't be, right? This Duan Yu is so powerful. Looks like we've underestimated him before. This is the universe-suppressing fist. In Duan Yu's hands, it's even more terrifying. Why do I feel that he has already surpassed Prince Lingfeng? No wonder the Duan clan wants him to be the new Prince Tianwu. One after another, cries of surprise sounded. It could be said that Duan Yu's power had indeed shocked everyone. Even Prince Anil and the other two frowned. In truth, this power was not weaker than theirs. It's over. Lin Xian definitely won't be able to take down his opponent in a short time. He might even lose. It seemed like the elders of the Palace of Gods of War were dead for sure. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. This is the first move. Die for me. In front, Duan Yu coldly snorted, carrying an incomparably resplendent light, and the 49 golden swords he quickly charged forward. Chapter 1451. That's the first move. Die. In front of him, Duan Yu snorted coldly. With a bright light and 49 golden swords, he quickly charged forward. Lin Xian was as still as a mountain. His eyes were cold like the god of death. He had no intention of making a move. What? He didn't make a move? What is he doing? Humph! This Lin guy must be scared silly. Sure enough, he was a piece of trash. He must have used despicable means to kill young Master Ling Feng. Now, in front of everyone, he was no match for Duan Yu. Go, kill him, kill this kid. The Duan family disciples roared, crazily. Seeing this, Duan Yu's lips curled into a sneer. Humph, a piece of trash indeed. Just as he guessed, Duan Yu did not have any real skills. Thinking of this, he was even more pleased. The power in his hand increased by 30%, turning into a golden dragon and charging forward. However, facing such a terrifying fist and 49 golden swords, Lin Xian only gently extended his palm and grabbed forward. Look, he's making a move. What? He wants to grab the golden swords with his bare hands? Oh my God, what is he doing? He must be crazy. It's over. That kid must be crazy. He dares to take the Qinquan fist head on. Doesn't he know the power of the Qinquan fist? At this moment, everyone exclaimed. Many people shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Lin Xian was too blind. Among them, young Master Anil and young Master Moonwalker frowned. Young Master Qilin sneered disdainfully, a piece of trash indeed. When Duan Yu saw Duan Yu grabbing his fist with his bare hands, he sneered. What an idiot. My Qinquan ring is terrifying. My body is no weaker than an earth-rank martial art. How dare you grab it with your bare hands? Today, I'll break your palm. Boom. In the next moment, a low sound came from the front. It was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone's body. However, the earth-shattering explosion that was expected did not happen. There was no blood, no screams, only a low sound. Then there was nothing. What happened? Ooh, everyone was puzzled and stretched their necks to look ahead. Then their jaws dropped as if they had seen a ghost, because in front of him, Lin Xian was still as immovable as a mountain, standing with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he stretched out a hand and firmly grasped the golden fist. The surrounding 49 sharp swords seemed to have been nailed into the void, unable to slash down at all. Caught? How is this possible? Everyone widened their eyes and rubbed their eyes. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Duan Yu's face was also filled with shock, and his mind went blank. He couldn't believe it. How could his opponent catch his Qinquan fist? No, that's impossible. This isn't real. Damn it. How did you do it? He roared crazily and wanted to withdraw his fist, but he found that his opponent's palm was like a cage, tightly holding his fist. He couldn't move it at all. Lin Xian's eyes were as cold as the sword of a god. He stared at Duan Yu and coldly said, "First move." What? Duan Yu was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be checking the moves. Did he really want to save the palace of gods of war elders? However, before anyone could react, Duan Yu let out a blood-curdling scream. Lin Xian clenched his fist, and instantly, the 49 golden swords surrounding him were broken in half. As if they were sliced apart by a divine weapon, they shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Not only that, Duan Yu's entire arm was broken, revealing the white bone underneath. Duan Yu's miserable scream was heard. His entire face was distorted, and terrifying sweat dripped down his face. However, it wasn't over yet. In the next moment, Lin Xian lifted his leg and kicked Duan Yu's stomach, causing him to kneel on the ground and vomit blood. Second move. Lin Xian continued to speak coldly. Everyone's mind went blank, and they stood rooted to the ground. What's going on? What's going on? 2 moves. Only 2 moves. The powerful Duan Yu was defeated. 2 moves, that was Duan Yu. He was a genius who was about to become young Master Tianwu and was extremely powerful. How could he be defeated so easily? At this moment, everyone couldn't believe it. That's impossible. Could it be an illusion? Damn it. Why is Lin Xian so powerful? Is he really defeated? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. At this moment, young Master Anil, young Master Treadmoon, and young Master Lingfeng couldn't remain calm. They stood up abruptly and stared at the voice in front of them with sharp eyes. One had to know that Duan Yu was about to become young Master Tianwu, and his strength wasn't much weaker than theirs. Even if they were to attack, they wouldn't be able to defeat him within 20 moves. But now, Duan Yu was defeated in 2 moves. How was that possible? Didn't this mean that Lin Xian's strength was even greater than theirs? Impossible. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Young Master Qilin shook his head frantically. Damn it. This kid must have used some secret technique or consumed some elixir. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. He was extremely shocked. Previously, he was still disdainful and thought that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to defeat Duan Yu. But now, Duan Yu was defeated in just 2 moves and even lost an arm. The scene was too shocking. It was as if he was struck by lightning and was dumbfounded. The Duan family was even more shocked. Even Wu Zun and the old ancestor of the Duan family were stunned. That was because they knew of Duan Yu's strength. He wasn't much weaker than young Master Anil and the rest. That was why they were confident that Duan Yu would become the new young Master Tianwu. And this time, the competition between Duan Yu and Lin Xian was approved by them. That was because they wanted to use this competition to clear Duan Yu's name. But who knew that such a change would happen? In an instant, everyone in the valley was stunned. In the center of the valley, Duan Yu knelt on the ground and vomited blood. He was extremely shocked, and his mind was blank. He couldn't understand why his opponent was so powerful. It was completely beyond his expectations. Impossible. This is impossible. He wouldn't believe it even if he died, because in his expectations, the one who knelt down and begged for mercy should be Lin Xian. But now, why was it him? He shouted frantically, and the golden armor on his body flickered. He exploded with a powerful force and wanted to counterattack. But in the next moment, he was welcomed by a long leg. Bang! A low sound echoed in the valley. Lin Xian raised his leg and stomped Duan Yu's head into the mud. You've lost in the 3rd move. A cold voice sounded. Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying aura. It was like a giant abyss beast that wanted to devour people. From the beginning to the end, he didn't display any dazzling martial skills, and his body didn't emit any resplendent light. Even his feet didn't move from the spot. Chapter 1452. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xian did not display any dazzling martial skills, nor did his body emit any resplendent light. In fact, he did not even move his feet from the spot. Even so, he still defeated Duan Yu with ease. Now, he had even stepped on Duan Yu's head into the ground. This scene truly shocked everyone. It took a long time for the Duan clan's warriors to react. Immediately, they roared crazily. Each and every one of them looked incomparably ferocious, as if they were demons. They roared and charged forward. Kid, you're courting death. Hurry up and let go of Duan Yu, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Kneel down and accept your death. After a series of cold shouts, the 5 elders quickly rushed out like lightning and charged towards Lin Xian. They were mad. They were really mad. Duan Yu was the hope of the Duan clan's younger generation, and they planned to push him to the position of Tianwu Prince. However, they did not expect Duan Yu to be defeated at such an important time. Moreover, he was defeated so thoroughly, not only that, even his head had been stomped into the ground. This was no longer a slap to the Duan clan's face, but a kick to their face. Therefore, the 5 elders could not tolerate it at all. With a roar, they quickly charged forward. The 5 of them had extremely powerful auras, which had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the Martial Highness realm. At that moment, the 5 of them joined forces like gods, and their powerful auras shook the surroundings. Everyone cried out in alarm, because when these 5 elders joined hands, they were really too powerful. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled as 5 giant palms probed and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian as if they were going to crush him. The 5 palms covered the sky and emitted a resplendent light that completely covered the sky. However, Lin Xian still stood with his hands behind his back and his foot on Duan Yu's head, looking around disdainfully. At the next moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked behind him as he shouted coldly, "Get lost!" This voice was like a clap of thunder, turning into countless light waves that blasted upwards. Bam, bam, bam. At the next moment, the 5 giant palms in the sky exploded, turning into countless streams of qi that scattered in all directions. What? It's broken? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe it. Those were 5 elders at the peak of the 9th rank. If they joined forces, even young Master Tianwu would have to take them seriously. However, at this moment, his attack was actually shattered so easily. This Lin Xian was just too strong. At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked. They realized that Lin Xian's strength was truly unfathomable. As for the 5 elders, their expressions changed enormously. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. With just a voice, he was able to shatter their attacks. Damn it, this kid is too strange. His strength is beyond our expectations. Hurry up and kill him with all your might. The 5 of them looked at each other and roared. The spiritual energy in their bodies burned rapidly, forming countless rays of light that shone in all directions like the sun. Lin Xian coldly snorted, his gaze like lightning. "Stubborn fools, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." In the next moment, he punched out. The raging dragon will in his body circulated, and boundless qi and blood surged, letting out the roar of a dragon. With a punch, heaven and earth shook, as if a huge dragon was roaring and rushing out. Explode. This punch was like the Buddha's divine fist, carrying an incomparably terrifying power as it blasted forward. In the next moment, the bodies of the 5 Duan family elders exploded, turning into 5 clouds of blood mist that floated in the air. What? They died just like that? How is this possible? At this moment, everyone stood up, unable to believe it. Those were 5 at the peak of the 9th rank. When they joined forces, their strength was extremely powerful. However, they were easily killed just like that. Young Master Anil, young Master Moonwalker, and young Master Qilin's faces also changed, their expressions extremely solemn. Killing 5 at the peak of the 9th rank with one punch was probably something they could not do. Damn it! What cultivation level has this kid reached? How can he be so terrifying? Could it be that he has surpassed the half-step king realm? At this moment, the 3 of them no longer had their previous calmness, especially young Master Qilin. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Thinking back to his previous attitude, he did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. But now, it seemed that the other party's strength had completely surpassed his. This was something that the arrogant him could not accept. The Duan family's patriarch's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold because the strength of the young man below was indeed beyond his expectations. However, he had already made up his mind that no matter what happened today, he would completely eradicate the other party to prevent future troubles. Marshal Revered stood up all of a sudden, the black wind fluttering, murderous intent surging. He took a deep breath like a god of war, looking down in front of him, and said coldly, "Kid, take your foot off and let Duan Yu go." He was indeed shocked that the other party could kill 5 at the peak of the 9th rank with one punch, which showed that his strength was extremely powerful. It was even possible that he had surpassed the half-step king realm. This made his heart overflow with killing intent, but the other party was still stepping on Duanyu, so he could only endure. Only by freeing Duanyu could he kill him. At this moment, several elders of the Divine Bird Palace also shouted coldly, "Kid, quickly let go of young Master Duanyu, or there will be no way for you to live. Young man, I hope you don't make a mistake." On the other side, several elders of the Shin family also stood up and shouted coldly. In addition, a few 6th-rank sects and families also shouted coldly. The reason was simple. Although Lin Xian had shown great strength, so what? He was still not a king. And the Duan family's patriarch was a true king. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he could not beat him. So in the end, the Duan family was the winner. Now, they naturally had to stand on the Duan family's side. Lin Xian stepped on Duanyu's head and sneered. "What? Until now, you still have a high and mighty attitude? Do you really think you can control everything? I will let you know that the strength you are so proud of is laughable in my eyes. Kid, quickly let go of your, or I will kill all the elders of the Palace of War Gods. You won't be able to save a single one. Are you threatening me?" Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Then a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I hate it when people threaten me." The next moment, he exerted force on the sole of his foot and stomped down. Puchi! Suddenly, Duanyu's head split apart like a watermelon. What? He made a move? He actually made a move. How dare he make a move? Everyone could not believe it, and the elders of the Shin family and the Divine Bird Palace also opened their mouths wide, stunned on the spot. They did not expect that the other party would really dare to make a move. Wu Zun roared, his expression extremely ferocious, and the other elders of the Duan family also roared like crazy. "Ah, kid, I will kill you. Kill you. Do it. Kill those old fellows from the Palace of War Gods for me. Leave none alive. I will tear them into pieces." Chapter 1453. Attack. Kill those old fellows from the Palace of Gods of War. Don't leave a single one alive. I'm going to tear them into pieces. The martial reverends roared crazily. Instantly, the formation in front of them flickered, and countless rays of light enveloped the 9th elder and the others. The 9th elder and the others looked up to the sky and laughed excitedly. At this moment, they didn't have any fear at all because the scene that Lin Xian had displayed had deeply shocked them. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He could instantly kill a peerless genius like Duanyu. Their young master was so powerful. So what if they died? Moreover, they believed that Din Xian would definitely protect Lin Xian. Therefore, they could die without regrets. Seeing the formation flickering in front of them, forming countless killing sword chi and slashing towards the 9th elder and the others, many people sighed. As for the elders of the Immortal Martial Academy, they clenched their fists and were about to attack. However, Lin Xian said indifferently, "Ruffian dragon, save them all?" "What? Save them? How?" That was an extremely terrifying killing formation. Even a half-step king might not be able to survive in it. Many people shook their heads and sneered. However, in the next moment, a light flashed and the 9th elder and the others appeared beside the dark red divine dragon. Although they were injured, their lives weren't in danger. What? They were saved? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. That was a super killing formation. How did the other party do it? Moreover, it succeeded in the blink of an eye. They didn't even see how the other party did it. This time, not only were the innocents shocked, but young Master Anil and the others were also shocked. They also didn't see it clearly. The Duan family was even more stunned. They stood rooted to the ground in disbelief. Even the 5 great kings could not remain calm this time. This was because this method was extremely shocking to them. With their experience and strength, they could naturally see the power of that killing formation. Even a half-step king wouldn't be able to escape. Unless they made a move, they wouldn't be able to save them instantly. But now, a 4-legged snake actually did it. How was this possible? Therefore, in an instant, countless gazes were fixed on the dark red divine dragon. Among them, 5 were kings. They were very bright like torches. I can't sense its cultivation base. Ancestor Morong was surprised. The Shun family's patriarch also frowned. Could it be a super array master? Interesting indeed. The happy king stared at the dark red divine dragon with a fiery gaze. Din Xian was shocked as well. Naturally, he knew about the Crimson Godly Dragon's background, but now it seemed like the Crimson Godly Dragon had recovered. This made him heave a sigh of relief in his heart. If the other party had really recovered, it would definitely be a great thing for him. This way, Lin Xian and the people from the Palace of Ares would definitely be safe. Although he was a king and could restrain the Duan family's patriarch, there was still the Shun family's patriarch beside him. With the relationship between the Shun clan and the Duan clan, they would definitely make a move when the time came. A king tier like him would not be able to contend against so many. But now, with the dark red divine dragon, even if the old master of the Shin family were to make a move, he would be able to handle it. Thinking of this, Din Xian smiled. Then he picked up the spiritual tea in front of him with a relaxed expression and slowly tasted it. On the other hand, the Duan clan's patriarch's face was gloomy as he stared coldly at the dark red divine dragon. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Unexpected, this was too unexpected. He had set up everything, but he did not expect that it would be destroyed by a long snake. This was intolerable to him. However, what shocked him even more was that the other party was not afraid of his suppression at all. This was because this gaze contained the powerful suppression of a king tier cultivator. Any cultivator below the king tier, even a half-step king, would not be able to withstand it. He wanted to use this method to kill the other party, but he did not expect that it would not work at all. The dark red divine dragon did not care about these gazes, especially the killing intent of the Duan clan's patriarch. Now that he had recovered to the king tier, he was no longer afraid of these people. Although he had not fully recovered, with his current cultivation and strength, he was able to use many kinds of dragon's secret techniques. He was not afraid of these kings at all. In the next moment, he waved his dragon claws and shot out several streams of spiritual energy into the bodies of the 9th elder and the other elders of the Palace of Ares, helping to stabilize their injuries. Lin Xian also took out some elixirs for them to consume. It was only after a long time that the crowd regained their senses. Then they erupted into shouts of shock. The cultivators on the Duan clan's side were even more enraged. At this moment, they finally could not hold it in anymore. The other party had actually openly killed their prodigies right under their noses. This was intolerable. Therefore, in the next moment, dozens of figures rose from the ground and charged towards Lin Xian. This time, there were 10 elders at the peak of the 9th heaven and 30 venerables at the 9th heaven. When these people joined forces, they formed a terrifying aura. It was as if countless demons had appeared out of nowhere. The powerful aura caused a strong gale to blow through the entire valley. When these people joined forces, even a half-step king would not be able to deal with them. Moreover, these people were not fighting alone. Instead, they quickly formed a kind of formation. Among them, 10 peak 9th heaven supremacies formed the myriad transformation sword formation. Suddenly, countless sword chi rushed out from these elders, forming a terrifying sword formation that enveloped Lin Xian. The other 39th heaven supremacies formed the universe demon subduing formation. Countless lightning bolts, gales, and flames surged out from these cultivators, forming a killing formation that also charged towards Lin Xian. When the two formations exploded, their energy was 10 times stronger than these cultivators. In an instant, they enveloped the entire valley. Ha ha, kid, go to hell. I will use your blood to pay tribute to my Duan clan's heroic spirit. Angry roars rang out, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. Seeing this scene, everyone retreated in fear and raised their defenses to protect themselves. They had no choice. These two formations were too terrifying. The energy that they emitted made these cultivators feel a sense of despair. This was a joint attack formation that was specially used to kill enemies. Within this formation, one could definitely erupt with power 10 times stronger than one's own. Moreover, it could be perfectly combined. It could be said to be an extremely powerful killing formation. Within the myriad transformation sword formation, hundreds of sword chi surged into the sky. Like divine light, they flickered with an incomparably sharp aura. They covered the sky and instantly engulfed Lin Xian. On the other side, the universe demon subduing formation exploded with unparalleled power. Countless lightning bolts danced like wild dragons, directly shattering the void. Behind them, there were flames that filled the sky, countless wind blades, and terrifying ice. All sorts of powerful energy gathered at this moment, forming an inescapable net. In an instant, the two killing formations completely enveloped Lin Xian. Chapter 1454. It's over, it's over. This time, Lin Xian is dead for sure. I'm afraid no one can withstand such a horrifying killing array. Yeah, no matter how strong he is, he's only one person. The Duan family has countless experts and such a magical killing array. When combined, they can unleash 10 times the power. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't resist. Everyone was discussing while the Martial Honorable's lips curled into a cold smile. The eyes of the Duan family's old ancestor flickered. Not only that, but the other four kings were also paying attention. Lin Xian's previous performance was too dazzling. It was completely beyond their expectations, and had even surpassed young Master Anil and the others. Rumble, crack, crack. Sword chi and lightning danced wildly. Horrifying energy exploded, causing the void in front of them to completely crack, forming terrifying black holes. Seeing this scene, those experts of the Duan clan finally looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Ha ha, die kid. So what if you're strong? Aren't you just a vengeful spirit now? This is what you get for going against the Duan family. Humph. Not only are we going to kill you, but we're also going to kill everyone in the palace of Ares. Let's see how you're going to stop us. Vicious voices rang out one after another, causing everyone's scalp to go numb and their hearts to palpitate. As for the 9th elder and the others, they had just recovered from their injuries. When they saw this scene, their faces instantly turned pale. They even gritted their teeth and charged forward again, wanting to risk their lives. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws, and as if it had used a fixed body technique, it firmly restrained the 9th elder and the others. Then it said lazily, "Don't worry, that kid won't die. His strength is far beyond your imagination. This attack is nothing to him." Although the dark red divine dragon's voice wasn't loud, it spread clearly in all directions. It could even be heard clearly under the thunderous roar. This attack, nothing to him? Everyone felt a headache coming. This was an extremely horrifying attack. No one below the king realm could withstand it. It was only because this valley had a super array that it wasn't destroyed. Even the void was being blasted into black holes. They couldn't think of anyone who could survive under such power. Terrifying energy exploded, blasting the void into one black hole after another, flickering indeterminately, as if it was the entrance to the abyss of hell. Seeing this scene, the Duan clan's martial artists laughed wildly. In their opinion, the other party was dead for sure. This was because no one below the king realm could block such an attack. This is your strength? Do you have the right to be arrogant? How pitifully weak. However, at that moment, an ice-cold voice sounded from the berserk energy. What? This is impossible. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. The Duan clan's martial artists widened their eyes in disbelief. They could naturally tell that the voice belonged to Lin Xian, but how was that possible? How could he still be alive? Shouldn't he have been blown to smithereens by this violent energy? It must be an illusion. Maybe the spiritual energy just now was too strong, so it's an illusion. Many people comforted themselves. However, in the next moment, their eyelids twitched violently as they froze on the spot. That was because the terrifying energy vortex in front of him had suddenly split open, as if it had been split in half by a sword. And from that huge crack, a figure slowly walked out. What? It's Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian. His clothes were neat and tidy, without a trace of dust. How is this possible? This can't be real. I don't believe it. Seeing this, the Duan clan's martial artists roared wildly. How could the other party be unscathed after such a terrifying attack? How was that possible? They could not believe it. They were not the only ones. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Even the kings frowned as their eyes flickered. That was because this outcome was indeed beyond their expectations. At that moment, the martial honorables also reacted and roared wildly, "Retreat, retreat quickly." The Duan clan's martial artists felt their scalps go numb as they retreated madly. The other party was too strange. That was their full-powered attack, and no one below the king realm could resist it. However, not only was the other party alive, but he was also safe and sound. He was not injured at all. That was too unbelievable. All of you, stay here. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, a golden sky rock flew out from his palm and quickly filled the entire sky. 108,000 swords. The golden sky rock flapped its wings, and its golden feathers turned into countless divine swords that flew in all directions. No. The Duan clan's martial artists felt their scalps go numb as they roared wildly and resisted with all their might. However, it was useless. In front of the golden swords, they were as weak as ants. The martial honorables roared furiously and attacked wildly. Beside him, a black tiger quickly appeared. With a wave of his hand, the black tiger quickly pounced forward. "All right, I'll get rid of you today." Lin Xian roared and stomped his feet. His entire body turned into a sharp sword radiance and instantly charged forward. At the same time, the golden sky rock in the sky was still shining brightly. 108,000 golden swords swept across the entire valley. Poof, poof. In an instant, the Duan clan's martial artists who had attacked were all pierced by the golden swords and nailed to the ground. The ground was instantly dyed red. Countless streams of blood flowed, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Everyone went crazy and couldn't believe it. They could only quickly retreat for fear of being affected. "Ah, kid, I'll kill you." Seeing this, the martial honorables roared furiously. He stood on the black tiger and quickly charged forward. At the same time, a black pagoda appeared in his hand. It flickered with a black light and was like a black mountain that crushed down on the void. At this moment, the martial honorables displayed powerful combat strength. He looked down on everyone and charged at Lin Xian like a god of war. So strong. Everyone was shocked. The aura emitted by the martial honorables was too terrifying. It had long surpassed the half-step king realm. It was even more terrifying than the joint attack of the Duan clan's martial artists. It was too terrifying. He was probably not far from the king realm, everyone exclaimed. In an instant, the martial honorables had already arrived beside Lin Xian. His gaze was like lightning and carried a sharp glint as it opened and closed. The black pagoda in his hand spun rapidly and shot out rays of black light. The black tiger beneath his feet roared at the sky and opened its bloody mouth, easily tearing the void apart. In an instant, all kinds of attacks blasted towards Lin Xian. Martial honorables, right? I'll start with you today. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His expression was extremely cold. A green dragon's shadow appeared above his hand. It was like a real dragon and was extremely ferocious. Then he punched out. Boom. In the next moment, the terrifying palm collided with the black pagoda and the black tiger beneath his feet. An earth-shaking sound resounded. Chapter 1455. Boom. In the next moment, the terrifying palm collided with the black pagoda and the black tiger under his feet, creating an earth-shattering sound. The terrifying sound reverberated in all directions. Many martial artists in the surroundings were bleeding from their ears and kept retreating. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. The array of the entire valley shook violently. It could not withstand the impact at all, and cracks began to appear in many places. However, there were 5 kings here, so there would not be any accidents. Immediately, Ancestor Morong and the other kings made their moves. Countless rays of light shot out and stabilized the entire valley. However, in the blink of an eye, the outcome of the battle had been decided. A scream was heard, followed by countless cracking sounds. What? The outcome has been decided? So fast. Everyone was shocked and looked over. The martial honorable was covered in blood and looked terrified as he quickly retreated. The pagoda in his hand was split in half, and the black tiger under his feet was killed by a single punch. At that moment, the martial honorable was in a sorry state. He was like a stray dog as he quickly retreated. What? How is this possible? Everyone saw this scene. They could not believe it. They originally thought that Lin Xian would be the one to lose, but they did not expect that the martial honorable would be the one to lose. Not only had he lost, but he had lost so miserably. One punch, just one punch, and the martial honorable was severely injured. Even the Dharma treasure in his hand was destroyed. His speed was even faster than Duan Yu's. Impossible. How can this kid be so strong? At that moment, everyone's scalps went numb. They now realized that Lin Xian was too terrifying. His combat strength did not seem to be up to par. As the enemy's strength increased, Lin Xian's combat strength became even stronger. This made everyone incomparably shocked. At that moment, even Ancestor Morong, the happy king, and the Shun family's patriarch frowned. Dean Xian was also shocked. To be honest, Lin Xian's combat strength had far exceeded his expectations. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Since the Duan family dared to attack the Palace of Gods of War, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian shouted coldly. A green killing sword quickly formed in his hand, and he quickly slashed forward. Kid, you're courting death. Seeing that the martial honorable had retreated with injuries while Lin Xian was still attacking, the Duan clan's patriarch could no longer hold himself back. He snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. Instantly, it formed a 5-finger mountain and enveloped Wu Zun. In an instant, the heavenly hand wrapped around Wu Zun and brought him back to the Duan clan's ancestor's side. All of this happened very quickly, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. By the time everyone regained their senses, the battle was already over. Only the heavily injured and bleeding Marshal Honorable had a ferocious expression on his face. Impossible! How is this possible? I don't believe it. The Marshal Revered clutched his wound, his expression extremely sinister. He did not expect this at all, because even if you beat him to death, he did not believe that the other party could hurt him. It should be known that his strength had long since surpassed the half-step king realm, reaching an inconceivable level. He might even become another king in the future. It could be said that there was practically no one below the king level who could go against him. But now he had been defeated. One punch, just one punch, and his opponent had severely injured him. Don't speak first. Consume the indestructible golden pill, the Duan clan's patriarch said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the Marshal Honorable quickly consumed an indestructible golden pill, and the injuries on his body instantly healed. Then he glared fiercely at Lin Xian again. In fact, Duan Yu and a few other top experts had a chance to survive. As long as they consumed the indestructible golden pill, they could recover no matter how serious their injuries were. However, Lin Xian's methods were too fierce. In one move, everyone was killed, not giving them a chance to consume the indestructible golden pill. This time, it was the Duan clan's patriarch who saved the lives of the martial artists. Otherwise, the martial artist's fate would have been the same as those people killed in one move. Kid, I won't let you go. The Marshal Honorable stared at Lin Xian, his voice ferocious. Won't let me go? Think about yourself first. Do you really think that with this old dog helping you, you can escape safely? Lin Xian looked into the distance and sneered disdainfully. He didn't intend to let the martial artists of the Duan clan escape. Humph, Junior, don't be so arrogant. I didn't kill you because I don't want to fight with you, but you provoked me time and time again, and even dared to kill countless experts of my Duan clan. No matter what, I won't let you go this time. The Duan clan's patriarch's voice was cold and carried the pressure of a king resounding in all directions. Instantly, the surrounding martial artists' hearts pounded wildly, and their blood boiled. Some of the weaker ones even knelt on the ground. This was the pressure of a king. Those below the king level couldn't resist at all. Patriarch, please kill this bastard and take revenge for the Duan clan. At this moment, countless disciples of the Duan clan knelt down and shouted loudly. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. If the Duan clan's patriarch attacked, then Lin Xian would definitely die. On the side of the immortal martial academy, the elders were also nervous. Dean Xian's eyes flickered, and she was prepared to attack at any time to stop the Duan clan's patriarch. Lin Xian sneered at the sky. Kill me? Humph. Today, none of you from the Duan clan can leave. After speaking, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he actually charged forward. In his hand, a green sword shadow condensed once again, and he charged toward the Marshal Honorable. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing this scene, the Marshal Honorable roared crazily. At the side, the Duan clan's patriarch's face was gloomy and terrifying. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would still dare to attack. This was too arrogant. Therefore, at this moment, he couldn't care less about his status as a king. He decided to attack decisively and kill this little bastard in front of him. The eyelids of the surrounding people twitched, and they couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would take the initiative to kill the Marshal Honorable. Wasn't this courting death? One had to know that the Duan clan's patriarch was standing beside the Marshal Honorable. That was a true king-level king. Could it be that Lin Xian wanted to fight against a king-level king? Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Even the other kings were stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would be so daring to provoke a king-level king. Interesting. The happy monarch smiled. Patriarch Murong's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. On the other hand, the Shun clan's patriarch snorted coldly. Obviously, he was very unhappy with Lin Xian's actions of provoking a king-level king. The one who was most worried was Din Xian. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would take the initiative to attack. That was too daring. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian's speed was too fast. By the time he reacted, Lin Xian was already in front of him. Even if he wanted to attack now, it would be too late. However, he still gritted his teeth and decided to attack. Therefore, in an instant, Din Xian also flew forward. Seeing this, the Shun clan's patriarch snorted coldly, and his figure also disappeared from the spot. Chapter 1456. On the other side, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of the martial honorable. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand slashed down quickly. As the sword energy slashed down, a black crack that was more than 100 feet long appeared in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. "You're courting death." This time, the patriarch of the Duan family was finally enraged. He took a step forward and stood in front of the martial honorable. Instantly, a terrifying king's aura rose from his body. Terrifying energy exploded in all directions like a flood. The entire valley trembled violently. Even with the array defense, a large crack appeared at this moment. Countless mountains collapsed, and huge rocks rolled down. It was terrifying. This was the aura of a king. It was too terrifying. "Kid, die." The patriarch of the Duan family slapped out with the king's aura and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian. Behind him, the martial honorable revealed a sinister smile. "Humph! Idiot kid, how dare you challenge a king? You're courting death. Although I can't kill you personally, I'll watch you die with my own eyes. Don't worry, after you die, I'll cut off your head and offer it to my 2 children. The martial honorable's expression was sinister like a demon. The surrounding people were even more shocked. With a king attacking, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to resist. Din Xian was anxious and couldn't help but speed up. However, in the next moment, an old figure appeared in front of him and stopped him. "Din Xian, where are you going? This is a matter of the Duan family. You'd better not interfere." At this critical moment, the patriarch of the Shin family appeared and stopped Din Xian, preventing him from saving Lin Xian. Scram! Din Xian was furious and released a terrifying aura. The king's aura appeared again, pressing down on everyone on the ground. "Humph! Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The patriarch of the Shin family roared and attacked as well. The 2 kings exchanged blows in the air. The terrifying thing was that a huge black crack was instantly torn in the sky. At the moment when the 2 of them exchanged blows, the patriarch of the Duan family's palm slammed heavily on Lin Xian's body. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying energy exploded and turned the void into nothingness. One black hole after another quickly appeared and swallowed everything around it. No! When the 9th elder and the other elders from the palace of Ares saw this scene, they let out heart-wrenching screams. Din Xian's face darkened as she shouted, "Get lost!" His entire body erupted with unparalleled power. He was like a peerless divine sword that was instantly unsheathed. The terrifying aura caused the entire sky to rapidly collapse. However, on the other side, the old ancestor of the Shun clan sneered. Similarly, a violent energy gushed out from his body, resisting the headmaster of Hengshuan. "Hee, I won't let you go." The Chun family's ancestor's voice was cold. On the other side, the happy monarch and Ancestor Morong's eyes flickered. They had no intention of joining the fight. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian was finished, another change occurred. 2 more miserable screams came from the terrifying black hole in front of them. Then, a figure flew out. Boom! The figure was like a cannonball, crashing into the mountain. Instantly, countless mountains collapsed, boulders rolled down, and the ground cracked open. Because the speed was too fast, no one could see clearly who was sent flying. However, They guessed that it should be Lin Xian. However, very soon, these people were stunned because another figure fell from the sky. This person had dozens of sword chi on his body. They were extremely sharp and blood flowed out. He looked extremely ferocious. Boom! The figure landed and was nailed to the ground by the sword chi. What? Wu Zun! How is this possible? When the people saw the figure, their minds instantly exploded. They did not expect that the person nailed to the ground was Wu Zun. Wasn't he protected by the old ancestor of the Duan clan? How could he be killed? Everyone's mind went blank. They could not believe it. Wu Zun was the top expert below the king level. He was also known as the person who was most likely to become the next king. It could be said that he was very dazzling and was the future hope of the Duan clan. However, at this moment, he was nailed to the ground by countless sword chi. He could not be more dead. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the last scene they saw was the old ancestor of the Duan clan protecting Wu Zun. Logically speaking, when a king-level expert made a move, there should be no danger. However, the current situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Could it be that the person who was sent flying was the old ancestor of the Duan clan? At this moment, this thought suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. However, when this thought appeared, countless people immediately shook their heads. They could not believe it. No, it can't be. How is this possible? That was a real king-level expert. How could a young man in his 20s defeat a king-level expert? No one could believe it. Even the old ancestor of the Morong clan and the happy monarch frowned. In the sky, Din Xian and the old ancestor of the Shun clan stopped their attacks at the same time and looked at the ruins in shock. To be honest, the two of them were very nervous. Din Xian was worried about Lin Xian, and the old ancestor of the Shin clan was more afraid that the one who was sent flying was the old ancestor of the Duan clan. If that was really the case, then the situation was very strange. A king-level expert was sent flying by a young man in his 20s. This had never happened in the history of the Tianmu continent. Soon, they knew the result because the ruins in front of them had exploded and turned into dust. An old figure walked out from the ruins. He was tall and had a head of white hair. He wore a red robe, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. Everyone could only look up to him. What? The old ancestor of the Duan clan. Everyone opened their eyes wide and didn't dare believe it. They'd never imagined that it would really be the old ancestor of the Duan clan that was sent flying. This was too shocking. After all, the old ancestor of the Duan clan was a real king-level expert, the peak existence of the entire continent. How could he be sent flying? However, it had really happened. Everyone felt that their brains weren't enough to comprehend it. Even the other four kings had solemn expressions, and their eyes were filled with dense bewilderment. To be honest, even though the old ancestor of the Duan clan had just entered the king realm and his strength was slightly inferior to theirs, he was still a king-level expert. Advancing from the Exalt realm to the king realm was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Once one reached the gazing realm, one's strength would undergo a tremendous change. It could be said that the gap between the king realm and the Exalt realm was like the gap between heaven and earth. It was utterly impossible to surmount. However, a kid at the Exalt realm had actually sent a king realm expert flying. This was truly too shocking. No, an Exalt realm expert is absolutely unable to go against a king-level expert. The old ancestor of the Morong clan had a solemn expression and quickly shook his head. There's something wrong with that kid. He really didn't believe that an Exalt realm expert could defeat a king realm expert because the gap between their strengths was more than 100 times. What did you say? Could it be that kid has entered the king realm? How could that be possible? The old ancestor of the Chun clan shook his head madly and had an expression of disbelief. Chapter 1457. Not to mention the Chun clan's ancestor. Even the Merry King and Dean Xiangast, all of them had entered the king realm after the age of 500, and the better ones were around 600 or 700 years old. Almost all of them had only succeeded when they were over 1,000 years old. Just this obviously showed how difficult it was to enter the king realm. But now, someone told them that a 20-year-old young man had entered the king realm, and they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Where's that kid? At this moment, the Merry King had restrained his smile, and his handsome face was covered in a solemn expression. His clear eyes were like thunderbolts as they swept through the surroundings. In next to no time, he locked onto the area ahead. An enormous black hole was slowly vanishing there, and it was the damage caused by the Duan clan's ancestors' palm strike. The Duan clan's ancestor's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Truthfully speaking, he didn't believe that such a situation would occur at all. After all, he was a king realm expert, and no one could compare to him in this world. Besides the 4 people who had entered the king realm before him, he didn't take the others seriously at all. As for someone like Lin Xian, he was confident that he could crush Lin Xian with a single finger, but he never imagined that he would actually be blasted flying, and this caused him to be on the verge of exploding with rage. Impossible! This is absolutely not his strength. Damn it! Could it be that this kid brought some help? The Duan clan's ancestor's face was livid, and his entire body trembled with rage. Being blasted flying by a 20-year-old young man caused him to feel ashamed, and he would probably become a laughingstock on the continent in the future. So, in the next moment, he roared furiously while light erupted from his eyes, and it formed into a ray of divine light that swept through the surroundings. Kid, I'll kill you. No matter what help you have, you won't be able to escape death today. The Duan clan's ancestor had a savage expression, and his aura was terrifying. His entire body was covered in monstrous, baleful qi, and he was like a peerless devil king that was terrifying to the extreme. Humph! A cold grunt resounded from the black hole ahead, and then countless rays of sword light instantly lit up. The terrifying rays of sword light carried a piercingly cold aura as they shot into the 9 heavens, and they instantly slashed all the black holes in the surroundings apart. Old dog of the Duan clan, today is the day you die. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he stood in the air to the point he seemed like a war god. What's that? At the next moment, everyone looked up at the sky and cried out in shock. They discovered that there was a green domain within 30 meters of Lin Xian. Countless sword qi surged within it, and it was terrifying to the extreme. As for Ancestor Morong, the Happy King, and the other 4 people, their pupils contracted, and their faces were filled with shock. King Domain. How is this possible? Damn it, is he a king tier? It can't be, right? Has he already broken through? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. These voices all came from the 5 king tiers. Hearing the king's exclamation, the surrounding martial artists were even more shocked and stunned. What? That cyan sword light domain is a king domain. King's domain? Isn't that something that only kings can possess? How could Lin Xian have it? Could it be that he's already a king? Everyone was shocked once again. As for young Master Anil, young Master Moonwalker, and young Master Qilin, their faces turned pale and their bodies began to tremble. King's domain. His opponent actually had a king's domain. How could this be? Especially young Master Qilin. A deep sense of fear appeared in his eyes. As a genius of a king family, he naturally knew what a king's domain meant. However, he did not dare to believe it. A kid in his 20s, who was even younger than him, had actually become a king. This completely overturned his understanding. It was laughable that he had been dismissive of this before. Thinking of this, his entire body was covered in cold sweat. The other two young masters also twitched the corners of their mouths in disbelief. As for the martial artists of the Duan family, their faces were filled with horror. King's domain? This is impossible. The Duan family's ancestors' pupils constricted, as if he had seen a ghost. He screamed loudly. He had just broken through to become a king, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to break through. One had to know that he was now more than 1,000 years old and had just become a king. He knew very well how difficult it was to break through. However, the other party was a young man in his 20s. How could he become a king? This was no longer a genius. This was definitely a monster. No, this kind of person. He could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would be a nightmare for the Duan family in the future. The Duan family's ancestor felt a chill in his heart, and his expression was ferocious, because he realized that the young man in front of him had completely exceeded his expectations. He was too terrifying. He had to get rid of him to prevent future troubles. Kid, I want you dead. The Duan family's ancestor's expression was terrifying as he roared crazily. In the next moment, countless golden mists rushed out of his body, forming a special golden domain around him. Now that his heart was overflowing with killing intent, he immediately used his strongest domain and decided to kill Lin Xian. Golden Domain, Ancestor Morong, and the others also narrowed their eyes. To be honest, it was their first time seeing the Duan family's ancestor's domain. Humph, let me see if that kid really has a king's domain. The Shun family's ancestor's voice was cold. To be honest, until now, he still did not believe it. He thought that this was Lin Xian's trick. However, in the next moment, his eyelids twitched wildly, and his expression became abnormally ugly. That was because in front of him, Lin Xian and the Duan family's ancestor had already begun to fight. The Duan family's ancestor used his golden domain, emitting a terrifying aura. He roared angrily, and a pair of golden wings appeared on his back, carrying him over quickly. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian, and his large hand grabbed forward. Suddenly, the surrounding golden domain shook, and a large golden hand flew out, grabbing toward Lin Xian. This large golden hand was extremely terrifying. There were countless golden patterns on it, and it emitted a mysterious aura. Those below the king level could not resist this large golden hand at all. Lin Xian sneered, pointed his finger like a sword, and pointed it out. Suddenly, the dragon sword domain around him hummed, and countless sword chi quickly condensed, accompanied by his arm, and quickly swung out. The dragon-shaped sword chi was as heavy as a mountain, and as cold as the cold wind. It was extremely terrifying, and it instantly slashed forward. Poof! The entire void was instantly cut in half. The situation was terrifying. Everyone only saw a green dragon fly out from Lin Xian's fingertip, charging into the sky. Then it roared and charged toward the Duan family's ancestor. The sword chi was like a real dragon, and it made people's hearts palpitate. Clang! In the next moment, the dragon-shaped sword chi collided with the large golden hand, emitting an earth-shattering sound. At this moment, the entire valley completely exploded. The ground cracked, and then the valley was split in half. Dozens of black cracks appeared in the sky. These were spatial cracks, and they were extremely terrifying and contained extremely powerful power. At this moment, they were all around Lin Xian and the Duan family's ancestor, and they were extremely ferocious. What? He blocked it. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the kings beat wildly. The Duan family's ancestor's expression also became extremely ugly. He knew that Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was not illusory, nor was it a trick. It was a true king's domain. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block his attack. Chapter 1458. The Duan family's patriarch's face turned ugly. He knew that Lin Xian's dragon sword realm was not illusory, nor was it a trick. It was a true king's realm. Otherwise, it would not have been able to block his attack. I don't believe it. Go to hell. The Duan family's patriarch went crazy. He stood in the golden realm, and his entire body was wrapped in golden mist, forming a golden armor. His originally gray pupils turned golden and emitted 2 golden rays of light that pierced through the void. He waved his golden fist again and smashed it towards Lin Xian. The fist grew bigger with the wind and finally became like a golden mountain, pushing through the void. Waves of air rolled, and the air exploded. The golden waves were like a real sea, surging in all directions. Humph! Lin Xian snorted again and directly used the great dragon sword soul to create all things. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in the dragon sword realm and sat there cross-legged. Its entire body was formed by black flames. It was Lin Xian's black flame, martial soul. The black flame, martial soul burned and turned into a black phoenix that rushed out. The huge figure rampaged in the air, and a terrifying heat wave spread in all directions. Suddenly, the entire valley burned violently. The sky and the ground were filled with black flames in all directions. The Duan family's warriors below were wrapped in the flames and screamed. Under such black flames, they had no power to resist. However, these were only the flames that fell from the Black Phoenix. One could imagine how terrifying the Black Phoenix was. "Kid, you're courting death." The Duan family's patriarch roared crazily. He naturally realized that hundreds of his Duan family's disciples had died in an instant. His heart was bleeding. However, he had no time to spare because the Black Phoenix was still rushing over. It carried monstrous black flames and quickly blasted towards him. Boom, boom. The intense collision shook heaven and earth. Endless waves of black flames surged out, and the terrifying black flames seemed to ignite the golden realm. "Get lost!" The Duan family's patriarch roared and crazily pushed the golden realm. Immediately, dozens of large golden hands appeared in the sky and quickly slapped in all directions, extinguishing the black flames. Before the Duan clan's patriarch could heave a sigh of relief, another terrifying attack came at him. Within Lin Xian's dragon sword domain, another lightning figure appeared and sat cross-legged. This was Lin Xian's lightning martial soul. In the next moment, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, forming a gigantic Qiong-Qi that stood tall in the sky and cracked the void. A roar reverberated for thousands of miles. The clouds in the sky split apart, and the surrounding mountains exploded. It was terrifying to the extreme. "Retreat!" The surrounding martial artists screamed, as if they had gone mad. This was because they discovered that the battle was too terrifying. Everywhere was filled with berserk energy. They could only quickly retreat to a safe place. However, no one left. They hid in the distance and watched the battle again. Because this was too shocking and too exciting. They might not be able to witness a battle between 2 kings in their lifetime. If they missed this opportunity, they might not have another chance in the future. In the sky, Qiong-Qi's gigantic body was completely formed by purple and white lightning. As he walked, countless lightning bolts spread across the sky. "Kill!" The gigantic Qiong-Qi stood in the void and let out a terrifying roar. Then he lifted his gigantic lightning foot and stomped down on the Duan family's patriarch. "You've gone too far. I'm going to kill you." The Duan family's patriarch went mad. His eyes emitted a golden light that was like a sharp knife that cut through the void. His golden realm was also operating rapidly. Then a golden giant rose from the ground and fought against Qiong-Qi. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 gigantic creatures exchanged blows in the sky. The terrifying energy caused the sky to explode. The Duan family's patriarch went completely mad. He realized that his opponent was too powerful, and he could not suppress him. He could not believe it. One had to know that his opponent was only in his 20s. He was more than 1,000 years old, yet his opponent's strength far exceeded his. He could not accept it. Lin Xian became more courageous as the battle went on. You've gone too far. When you stole the God of War palace and killed my martial artists, did you think about how far you've gone? You only have yourself to blame for everything that has happened today. Lin Xian snorted. Then he waved his arm. Countless green sword chi surrounded him and formed a gigantic green sword. Qiongqi held it in his hand and slashed down. Boom! A beam of cyan sword light, thousands of meters long, swept across like a long cyan river. Suddenly, countless green sword chi surrounded the sky. It was as if the entire sky had turned into a green ocean. In the next moment, the terrifying green sword light swept across the golden giant and split it in half. Boom! As for the Duan family's patriarch, he was sent flying again, as if he had been struck by lightning. What? He was sent flying again. Everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. Even Patriarch Morong and the other kings' mouths twitched. One had to know that being sent flying this time was different from the previous time. The previous time, the Duan family's patriarch was careless. It was equivalent to a sneak attack. That was why he was sent flying. But now, the Duan family's patriarch had used his king's domain and attacked with all his strength. However, he was still sent flying. This was too shocking. This meant that not only did his opponent have a king's domain, but his strength had also surpassed the Duan family's patriarch. Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe it. Patriarch Morong, Din Xian, and the others all looked serious. No. Did you notice? This kid doesn't have a king's aura. The happy monarch frowned and said, Yes, that's true. Patriarch Morong nodded. He had also noticed this abnormality. Logically speaking, kings all had an aura called king's aura. However, Lin Xian did not have such an aura. It was indeed strange. What? You mean that kid is not a king? The Shun family's patriarch frowned. If he's not a king, where did his king's domain come from? Din Xian was also deep in thought. He could not understand. This was too strange. Someone who was not a king could condense a king's domain. This was something that could not be done. However, the other party had done it. It was extremely strange. Should we take action and capture this kid? The Shun family's patriarch's expression was cold. This kid is too strange. Maybe he has some shocking secret. If we capture him and study him, maybe we can have a few more kings for our family. At the end of his words, a hint of passion appeared in his eyes. He could not help but be tempted. If the other party really had a way to condense a king's domain, then their family could definitely have a few more kings. This way, their family strength would greatly increase. Chapter 1459. Humph, you can try. Din Xian snorted coldly as her cold gaze descended onto the Shun clan's ancestor. She wouldn't allow the Shun clan's ancestor to attack. The Shun clan's ancestor waved his sleeve and ignored Din Xian. He turned around and spoke to Ancestor Morong and the Happy King. The two of you shouldn't hesitate. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't you want to know what secrets that brat has? That's the secret to condensing a king domain. If we come, we might be able to break through again. Break through again. The Happy King and Ancestor Morong's eyelids twitched. If the previous reason had made them hesitate, then they couldn't help but be tempted by this reason. After all, they'd been in the king realm for a long time, but they hadn't been able to break through and had reached a bottleneck. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to break through in their lifetime. But now, there was a trace of hope. They couldn't help but be tempted. After all, Breaking through to a higher realm could not only increase one's strength, but also increase one's lifespan. That was the most tempting. Thus, at that moment, Ancestor Morong and the Happy King both revealed tempted expressions. Din Xian's face sank, and her heart thumped. Not good. He could see that the Happy King and Ancestor Morong were tempted. If the three of them joined forces, he wouldn't be able to resist them at all. Are you two really willing to do such a despicable thing? Din Xian asked coldly. Despicable? How is this despicable? Don't you want to extend your lifespan? Obtain strength? The Shun clan's ancestor snorted coldly. Din Xian and the Shun clan's ancestor started to argue. At the same time, the situation of the battle changed again. After the Duan clan's ancestor was blasted away, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe that a 20-year-old youth could injure him. Moreover, it was under the circumstances that he'd used his full strength. Ah, kid, you forced me to do this. I want you dead. The Duan clan's ancestor roared madly, and a trace of ferocity appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he was going to use a secret technique and attack at all costs. Sure enough, in the next moment, the Duan clan's ancestor waved his hand and formed a strange seal. Then the golden domain around him started to burn. The golden mist transformed into streaks of golden flames that burned fiercely, releasing unparalleled power. The Duan clan's old ancestor's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and it was twice as powerful as before. What? Burning domain? The four king tiers stopped their debate, and their pupils abruptly contracted. Was this fellow crazy? The domain was the foundation of a king, but the Duan clan's old ancestor was actually burning the domain. This was destroying his own foundation. Even if he won, he would probably suffer heavy injuries, and he might even fall back to the king realm. This was definitely a method of harming the enemy at the cost of 800 of his own men. The Duan family's patriarch knew this as well, but there was nothing he could do. Previously, he had used his full strength, but he was still not a match for the other party. If this continued, he would be killed sooner or later. He might as well ignite the burning domain and fight to the death. Perhaps he might still have a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the old master of the Duan family ignited his domain and became stronger once again. In the next moment, he attacked Lin Xian fiercely. His messy hair fluttered in the wind, and flames surrounded him, making it impossible to look at him directly. Terrifying energy fluctuations were everywhere, causing the entire void to shake violently. Not only that, but the patriarch of the Duan family was also wearing a golden armor. He pulled out a golden longsword from his golden domain and slashed in all directions. This was the power of the burning domain of the king realm. It was extremely terrifying, and even ordinary one-star kings would not be able to resist it. A golden sword light flashed, accompanied by countless golden flames, and rushed towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the entire void was quickly annihilated. With a thought, Lin Xian's starry armor quickly appeared on his body. This time, he did not resist it head-on because the power of the burning domain was too terrifying. He did not dare to take it head-on. However, this did not mean that he was afraid of the other party. This was because although his body had not reached the king realm, his combat strength had already surpassed the Duan family's patriarch. Moreover, ever since he killed the Black Dragon Sex patriarch, he had not stopped cultivating. Therefore, his strength was much stronger than when he was in the Tianan region. Lightning runes flickered under his feet, and Lin Xian moved quickly, dodging the terrifying golden sword light. Kid, are you afraid? Go to hell. Seeing the other party dodge, the Duan family's patriarch revealed a trace of malevolence. He knew that he had succeeded because when he fought with Lin Xian previously, the other party had never dodged and had always taken it head-on. Now that the other party had dodged, it meant that the other party was afraid of this power. While the power was still there, he would kill the other party in one fell swoop. The Duan family's patriarch smiled sinisterly. Then, the golden flames on his body became even more monstrous. Rays of golden sword chi surged like divine rainbows and quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Kid, I don't know how you obtained the king realm, but you can't compare to a real king. Now, go to hell. Hundreds of golden sword lights arrived above Lin Xian and were about to slash down. If he was hit, his flesh and blood would definitely splatter everywhere. Even an immortal would not be able to save him. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a green, dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly appeared beside him. In the next moment, he grabbed it. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded, and a huge green dragon instantly rushed out of the dragon sword domain, looking disdainfully in all directions. This dragon roar was too loud, and it directly resounded for thousands of miles. Countless thunderclaps sounded in the entire void, descending in all directions. As for the azure dragon, it soared into the sky and blasted away all of the golden sword chi above. What? This is impossible. The Duan family's patriarch was shocked and could not believe it. His opponent's strength had increased again? How was this possible? Could it be that he was hiding his strength before? Thinking of this, his heart thumped wildly. He really could not believe it. His current strength was obtained by burning his king realm, but his opponent's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. What was going on? His opponent did not burn his king realm. The only explanation was that his opponent had not used his full strength before. Thinking of this, a hint of despair appeared in the Duan family's patriarch's eyes. His opponent was too powerful. Even if he burned his king realm, he still could not do anything to his opponent. This was an outcome he had never imagined in his life. On the other hand, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body exuded an extremely terrifying battle intent. He was like a god of war. The dragon pattern under his feet rose, and a green dragon quickly appeared. Within the dragon sword domain, tens of thousands of swords roared. In his hand, there was a dragon-shaped sword shadow, and his entire person could be said to be extremely powerful. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul was displayed to the extreme by Lin Xian. Brilliant heavenly might. A sword chi like a divine sword slashed into the sky, instantly enveloping the Duan family's patriarch. At this moment, not only was the Duan family's patriarch in despair, but even the Morong family's patriarch, the Happy King, the Xin family's patriarch, and Dean Xian were shocked. Chapter 1460. Poof. In the next moment, the Duan family's patriarch was struck by the shocking sword chi and was sent flying. Blood splattered across the sky as the void cracked open. The terrifying crack extended for thousands of miles. A bottomless abyss appeared on the ground. The Duan family's patriarch was blasted into the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. After a long time, the terrifying vibrations gradually disappeared. The Duan family's patriarch's body was trembling. He was severely injured. Beside him, the golden domain was very dim, as if it would shatter at any time. The Duan family's patriarch, lay on the ground with a face full of despair. His lips trembled, and he could not speak. Despair. It was too much despair. He could not resist this power at all. It was not only despair in terms of strength, but also despair in terms of spirit. Originally, he had just broken through to become an overlord, and was in high spirits, thinking that he could surpass the entire continent. However, he did not expect that he would be severely injured and almost die. The feeling of falling from the clouds into the abyss was too unbearable. He could not bear it at all. At the thought of this, the Duan family's patriarch vomited blood again. Lin Xian's face was cold. He held the killing sword in his hand and stepped into the air, walking towards the Duan family's patriarch step by step. What are you trying to do? Seeing this, Everyone's scalps went numb, and they were dumbfounded. The Duan family's elders quickly flew over to stop Lin Xian. Our patriarch has already lost. Why are you still attacking? That's right. The competition is over. Don't push your luck. Although the Duan family's martial artists were afraid, it was related to their patriarch's safety. Therefore, they could only bite the bullet. The competition is over? Lin Xian sneered. Who told you this was a competition? If the Duan family's old dog doesn't die, this matter will not end. Lin Xian snorted. 2 balls of black flames appeared in his eyes and instantly enveloped the few people in front of him. With a scream, a few Duan family's elders were burned to ashes. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The remaining Duan family members did not dare to step forward again. In the sky, the Shen family's patriarch snorted. This is your last chance. If the 2 of you don't attack, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch that kid again. Ooh. With that, his body swayed, and he disappeared in the air. How dare you? Headmaster Xian snorted and quickly chased after him. Ancestor Morong and the happy king looked at each other and quickly attacked as well. Whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, 4 figures appeared in midair, blocking the path again. What? Someone else is attacking? Seeing this scene, no one dared to believe it. Who would dare to stop Lin Xian now? However, when they saw the 4 figures in the sky, they were all stunned. The reason for that was because those 4 figures were none other than the 4 patriarchs of the Shen clan. 4 king tiers. The appearance of the 4 shocked everyone. Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw this. Brat, you're too arrogant. The old ancestor of the Shen family stared at Lin Xian with a gloomy gaze. His voice was piercingly cold. At the side, Ancestor Morong and the happy king's figures also appeared. Din Xian appeared beside Lin Xian. Be careful. They might attack you. Din Xian quickly sent a message to him. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and looked ahead. Get lost. This is between me and the Duan clan. Lin Xian stared at the old ancestor of the Shen clan and scolded him coldly. What? Hearing this voice, everyone's scalp went numb. They could not believe it. Lin Xian dared to scold the old ancestor of the Shen clan? He was truly audacious. The old ancestor of the Shen clan was trembling with anger. Brat, you're too arrogant. I'm not a new king-tier king like Duan Wang. If you offend me, you won't have a good ending. Indeed, the old ancestor of the Shen clan was not like the old ancestor of the Duan clan. He had become a king a few hundred years ago. Until now, his strength was unfathomable. At the side, the happy king shook his head slightly. Young man, you should know when to advance and when to retreat. Ancestor Morong also sighed. Enough is enough. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. They did not expect that the 3 kings would attack and stop Lin Xian at the same time. Could it be that they wanted to protect the old ancestor of the Duan clan? Seeing this, the martial artists of the Duan clan were excited. The old ancestor of the Duan clan, who was in the ruins below, also heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly took out an indestructible golden elixir and swallowed it. Then the injuries on his body healed. However, the golden territory was still very dim. It could not be helped. Although the indestructible golden elixir was magical, it could not restore the king territory. Seeing that the 3 kings had attacked, Shun Jingqiu was also very nervous. Her small hands pinched the corner of her clothes tightly. On the other side, Morong Qingqing exclaimed, Old ancestor! She did not expect the old ancestor of the Morong clan to attack. At the side, the elders of the Morong clan shook their heads and sighed. Qingqing, this is the old ancestor's decision. We can't change it. Morong Qingqing sighed. To be honest, she was not worried about Lin Xian's safety. Instead, she was worried about the safety of the old ancestor of the Morong clan. Because she had followed Lin Xian all this time, she knew about Lin Xian's strength and background. The three kings in the sky could not stop Lin Xian at all. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. Looking at the three kings in front of him, he said coldly, "Are you really going to stop me? Kid, I admit that you are very powerful. However, in front of us, you have no right to behave atrociously." The old ancestor of the Shun clan snorted in disdain. His expression was unusually cold. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. That aura was much more terrifying than the old ancestor of the Duan clan, who was burning his territory. From this, it could be seen that the old ancestor of the Shin clan was indeed very powerful. "Kid, let's not talk about how you are no match for me. Just the number of kings on your side is not enough. Including old man Xian, you only have 2 people. On the other hand, there are 3 of us. There is even the old ancestor of the Duan clan. 4 kings. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Young man, stop." The old ancestor of the Morong clan shook his head and sighed. The happy monarch also said coldly, "If you continue fighting, you have no chance of winning." The old ancestor of the Shin clan had a ferocious look on his face. "Kid, let go of the old ancestor of the Duan clan and come back with me obediently. Otherwise, you will suffer a terrible fate." "Go back with you? Let go of the old ancestor of the Duan clan? Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around?" Hearing the old ancestor of the Shun clan, Lin Xian snorted in disdain. "What? You dare to resist?" The old ancestor of the Shun clan was stunned. He could not believe his ears. He did not expect that the other party would dare to resist. One had to know that they had an absolute advantage. Whether it was a one-on-one battle or with the number of kings, they could easily crush Lin Xian. However, the other party still dared to scold him. Was he not afraid of death? The surrounding warriors were also shocked. Chapter 1461. It's over, it's over. Lin Xian is too arrogant. First, he defeated the Duan family patriarch. Now, he's fighting with the Shun family patriarch. Yeah, he's too arrogant. The Shun family patriarch became a king a few hundred years ago. His strength is terrifying. How can that kid defeat him? Other than the Shun family patriarch, there's also the Morong family patriarch and the Happy King. That's 3 kings. Together with the Duan family patriarch on the ground. That's 4 kings. Lin Xian, that kid, how dare he speak so arrogantly? Everyone was shocked. They all thought that Lin Xian had gone crazy. They didn't know where Lin Xian's confidence came from. In everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was really crazy. How dare he fight with 3 kings? Wasn't he courting death? The Duan family patriarch smiled sinisterly. Lin Xian still wanted to kill him. He deserved to die. However, Lin Xian no longer had the chance. With the Shun family patriarch and the others, he was absolutely safe. In the sky, the Shun family patriarch smiled cruelly. "Kid, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, he took a step forward. His aura suddenly exploded. The entire sky surged. A huge light pillar gushed out from the Shun family patriarch and pierced through the sky. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Opposite him, Din Xian's expression was solemn. He quickly said, "Lin Xian, now's not the time to be stubborn. Leave with me quickly. If you're caught by them, you'll be in danger. That Shin family patriarch is too sinister. He wants to know your secrets." Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. He looked at the Shun family patriarch with a murderous look in his eyes. How dare the Shin family patriarch set his sights on him? He was really courting death. However, he didn't run away. Instead, he shook his head slightly. "Din Xian, don't worry. I have a way to deal with it." Din Xian wanted to say something, but Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Ruffian dragon, Ninetails, come here. Ha ha ha. I've waited for so long. Finally, I'm here. The dark red divine dragon laughed weirdly. Ninetails jumped out of Murong Chingching's arms and flew into the sky reluctantly. Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what a fox and a four-legged snake could do. Dean Xian was also confused, but seeing Lin Xian's confident look, he didn't say anything. On the other hand, the Chen family's ancestor sneered in disdain. Brat, you really are an idiot. Do you really think that you can scare us with a fox and a four-legged snake? There was a look of disdain on his face as he said, unless these two are king tiers, how are you going to defeat me? Hearing this, the Duan clan's ancestor coldly snorted in disdain. The surrounding Duan clan's cultivators all sneered. The fox and the snake were kings? How could this be? Do you think that kings are cabbages? Do you think they'll appear whenever you want? On the other hand, the dark red Shenlong looked unhappy. Old man, I'll remember you. I'll teach you a lesson later. As he spoke, he let out a long howl. Suddenly, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded in all directions. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the dark red divine dragon's body burst out with a bright light. That 1 meter long body rapidly expanded, forming a divine dragon that was 100 feet long. A red divine dragon appeared in the sky, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It coiled around the clouds and spat out fog. Its expression was extremely ferocious. A terrifying aura was emitted from its body. That aura was not any weaker than the Chen family's ancestor. And the rest. What? Divine dragon. King. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that an inconspicuous four-legged snake was actually a legendary divine dragon. And it was a king. That was too shocking. One had to know that this was a new king tier. How many kings were there in the Tianwu continent? Every time one of them appeared, it would be a shocking event. However, they did not know when another king of the dragon god had appeared. And it was a divine dragon. It was even more mysterious. That was a legendary creature. On this continent, there were only flood dragons. A real dragon had never appeared before, but now it had appeared. Everyone was in an uproar, exclaiming in disbelief, looking at the huge figure in the sky. They were extremely shocked. What? How is this possible? Below, the smile on the Duan family's ancestor's face disappeared, and his expression became abnormally ferocious. He didn't expect that the other party had really summoned another king tier, and it was a divine dragon. That wasn't good news for him. 3 against 3. They didn't have much of an advantage. Dean Xian was also shocked. As expected, the other party had recovered. As for the Shen family's ancestor Murong, and the Happy King, they were extremely shocked. They didn't expect another king tier to appear, and it was a divine dragon. Especially the Shun family's ancestor. His expression was extremely ugly. He had just mocked the other party, thinking that the other party was dead for sure, and would never be able to escape from their hands. But he didn't expect that, in the blink of an eye, a king tier would appear on the other side. Now, the strength of both sides was almost the same. After all, the Duan family's ancestor didn't have much combat strength now. However, the Shun family's ancestor was too naive. The matter was not over yet. After the dark red divine dragon transformed, the 9-tailed dragon snorted coldly and then roared. Roar! The terrifying roar resounded through heaven and earth, bringing with it a dense, baleful aura. In the next moment, the cute body suddenly expanded and turned into a red mountain-like giant beast. The 9 tails waved in the wind like a river of blood, bringing with it a monstrous killing intent. At that moment, the 9-tailed demon fox no longer had the cute appearance from before. Instead, It was replaced by a ferocious and malevolent look. What? Another king tier? Everyone's faces were pale, and on the verge of collapse. This time, Din Xian, the Duan family's ancestor, and the Shun family's ancestor, Ancestor Morong, and the Happy King were all stunned. They didn't expect that another king tier would appear. That was too heaven-defying. When did so many kings appear in Tianwu continent? Why didn't they know? Especially the Shun family's ancestor and the Duan family's ancestor. Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. The Duan family's house master's face was filled with despair. It was over. He had just grasped the straw of hope, but now he had fallen into the endless abyss again. There were 4 kings on the other side, and they had already surpassed them. With the strength of the Shun family's ancestor and the others, they probably couldn't stop them. Now that he was seriously injured, he couldn't defeat the kings. He didn't expect that in the end. It was still a dead end. Ancestor Morong and the Happy King were shocked. They didn't expect that the other party had really found 2 kings. As for the Shun family's ancestor, his body was trembling and his teeth were about to shatter. It was a slap in the face, a ruthless slap in the face, and it was swollen. Thinking back to what he had said before, the Shun family's ancestor wished he could just kill himself. Lin Xian had a mocking look on his face as he stared coldly at the Shun family's ancestor. What? You still want to fight now? Chapter 1462. Below, the 9th elder, and the others were stunned. They did not expect that their young master would have 2 other kings by his side. As for Murong Qingcheng, she sighed. Sure enough, the thing she did not want to see had happened. But fortunately, from the looks of it, they would not fight anymore. Sure enough, seeing this, Ancestor Morong and the Happy King quickly shook their heads. Little friend Lin, you misunderstood. We have no intention of fighting. Since this is a matter between you and the Duan clan, we will not interfere. After saying that, the 2 of them turned into rainbows and left the sky, flying towards the ground. You 2 old men! Damn you! Seeing Ancestor Morong and the Happy King retreat, Ancestor Shin stomped his feet in anger. His face was extremely ugly. Now that he was alone, even with the Duan clan's ancestor on the ground, he was not a match for them. In the end, he could only clench his teeth and say, "Kid, you win. This time, I admit defeat." The Shun family's patriarch could only leave with his tail between his legs. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. To be honest, when he knew that Ancestor Shin was plotting against him, he really wanted to make a move on him. But he also knew that it was not possible. After all, Ancestor Shin was different from Ancestor Duan. He had been a king for hundreds of years and had a king clan behind him. In addition, with the situation of Tianwu continent, if he made a move on Ancestor Shin, Ancestor Morong, and the Happy King would definitely not just stand by and watch. They would definitely come to help. At that time, there would definitely be a great battle between kings, and Tianwu continent would be plunged into misery and suffering. This was not the result he wanted. But now, the situation was just right. He had displayed great strength and intimidated Ancestor Shin and the others. They would definitely not dare to have any ideas about him. After doing all this, Lin Xian's gaze turned and looked down again, staring at Ancestor Duan. The change in the sky was beyond everyone's expectations. No one had expected Lin Xian to summon 2 king tiers in an instant, which gave him an absolute advantage. Even Ancestor Shun and the other 2 kings had no choice but to retreat. This was simply too shocking. It should be known that the Shun family's patriarch, the Morong family's patriarch, and the Happy King were all kings who had been famous for a long time. Their strength far surpassed the Duan family's patriarch. Even so, they still retreated in front of Lin Xian. It could be said that in an instant, Lin Xian's prestige had reached its peak. When the Duan clan's patriarch was enveloped by Lin Xian's gaze, his body suddenly trembled as a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. He knew that it was hopeless. Even the Shun clan's patriarch and the other two had retreated. No one would stand up for him anymore. Furthermore, what made him feel even more despair was that Lin Xian had 3 kings by his side. No one in the Martial Heaven continent could resist such a powerful force. The Duan family was probably finished. When he thought of this, a trace of viciousness appeared in the eyes of the Duan family's patriarch. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well drag the enemy down with him. Therefore, in the next moment, the Duan family's patriarch raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. His voice was unusually ferocious. "Brat, I didn't expect you to have such strength. However, it's impossible for me to surrender. If I can't have it, don't even think about it." Very quickly, the golden domain around the Duan family's patriarch started to burn again. The originally dim golden mist instantly exploded with a resplendent radiance. Not only that, but the Duan family's patriarch's body also started to burn with golden flames. His entire body exploded with a terrifying aura. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, Dean Xian's expression changed drastically. What? Self-destruct? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists' eyes were filled with despair. The self-destruction of a king was definitely enough to destroy the entire palace of gods of war, and they would not be able to escape. Damn it! How could this be? Madman! The Duan family is a madman! No, patriarch, don't self-destruct. At this moment, everyone was crazily shouting because if the Duan family's patriarch self-destructed, they would not be able to escape. They would only be buried with him. As for the Shun clan's patriarch, the Morong family's patriarch, and the Happy King's faces sank. They did not expect that the Duan family's patriarch would really go crazy and want to self-destruct. If the Duan family's patriarch self-destructed, even if they were afraid, they would only be able to protect a small portion of their clan members. Damn that madman Duan! This time, even the Shun clan's patriarch was gnashing his teeth. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and a powerful aura exploded from his body. He let out a long roar and instantly raised his combat strength to the maximum. The great dragon sword soul instantly appeared in his hand. Not only that, but a ball of blue aura appeared on the dragon-shaped sword shadow. This was the power of the divine sea weapon. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved his arm and slashed forward. Suddenly, a shocking dragon-shaped sword chi flew out. This dragon-shaped sword chi was extremely terrifying. It was 100 feet long, and there were blue patterns on its surface. It exuded an extremely terrifying frost aura. Everywhere it passed, the entire sky was frozen. What kind of frost aura is this? It's so terrifying. At this moment, even the Morong family's patriarch, the Happy King, and Dean Xian were shocked. This was because the frost aura was too terrifying. Even they felt a sense of trepidation. Not only that, but the sharp sword radiance also made their eyelids twitch. This was because they realized that Lin Xian's current strength was even more terrifying than before. D***MN it. How powerful is this kid's combat strength? Why does it feel like there's no upper limit? The kings gasped in shock. The Duan family's patriarch's heart also skipped a beat. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and his body suddenly expanded like a rubber ball. In an instant, he became the size of a house. The terrifying power spread out and caused terrifying cracks to appear in the void around him. Ha ha! Die quickly! The Duan family's patriarch went crazy and was about to self-destruct. However, in the next moment, a sword radiance instantly slashed across his body. What? This is impossible. This was the last thought in the Duan family's patriarch's mind. Then his body froze in the air. A line of blood appeared on his body. Then the golden domain, including the Duan family's patriarch's body split in half from the middle. Otherwise, the burning golden flames on the golden domain would have frozen in an instant. The entire golden domain, including the Duan family's patriarch's body, was completely covered by the blue frost aura and turned into an ice sculpture. Everyone was stunned. It was not until a long time later that they let out a cry of surprise. This was because this sword radiance was too terrifying. It directly killed the Duan family's patriarch. Not only that, but it also split open the golden domain and completely froze the burning golden flames. It successfully stopped the Duan family's patriarch from self-destructing. The Murong family's patriarch and the others were also shocked. This was because they might not have been able to control the Duan family's patriarch so quickly. However, what they could not do was easily done by a young man in his 20s. Chapter 1463. Even Ancestor Murong and the rest were extremely shocked, because even if they took action, they might not be able to control the Duan family's ancestor so quickly. However, what they could not do, a young man in his 20s easily did. This made their scalps tingle. Following the formation of the blue ice sculpture, it also indicated that the Duan family's ancestor was completely dead. Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. This was the first king they knew had fallen in battle. Indeed, other than the ancient times, there had not been a single king who had fallen in battle in the past few thousand years. And this Duan family's ancestor was the first. Dead. The ancestor is dead. How is this possible? The Duan family's martial artists had faces of despair as they all knelt on the ground. They could not believe that their ancestor would die. He was a king. He was the pillar of their family. But now he had been killed. The others also had complicated expressions. A few months ago, the Duan family had risen like a shooting star and became the new king family. It could be said that in the sky martial continent, it had set off a storm. At that time, countless factions, families, and sects had all submitted to the Duan family. But who would have thought that in less than half a year, the Duan family's ancestor would be killed? And the Duan family's experts had suffered countless casualties. Now, it could be said that they had fallen. I'm not dreaming, right? A king died in front of my eyes? Heavens, this Duan family had just become a king family not long ago, right? And they were beaten down. I'm afraid they will never be able to recover in this lifetime. This Lin Xian is too powerful. Everyone was extremely shocked. As for Lin Xian, he stood in the air and said coldly, "The Duan family killed my God of War Palace's martial artists and seized the God of War Palace's residence. Unforgivable. I really can't think of any reason to spare you." At the end, his voice gradually became sharp. With a wave of his hand, countless black flames instantly surged out and covered the sky and earth. Immediately, the Duan family's martial artists were all burned to ashes. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again and sucked in a breath of cold air. It's over. It's really over. This time, the Duan family's experts were all killed. Everyone looked at the young figure in the sky, and their bodies trembled quickly. There was nothing he could do about it. This method was simply too ruthless. At this moment, everyone swore in their hearts that from now on, they would not provoke Lin Xian, even if they were beaten to death. On the other hand, the ninth elder and the other members of the Palace of Gods of War cheered. Excited. They were too excited. During this period of time, they had been suppressed by the Duan family. Many of their friends and fellow disciples had even been killed by the Duan family. It could be said that he had fallen into despair, and now they had finally made a comeback. The Duan clan's patriarch had been killed, and the Duan clan had become history. It was impossible for them to contend against them. And the one who created this miracle was their young master, Lin Xian. Lin Xian had annihilated the Duan clan's patriarch and the entire Duan clan in an extremely valiant manner. This scene truly stunned everyone. For a moment, the entire valley was silent. No one dared to speak. Even the kings were silent. They knew that today's matter would have a huge impact. If word of this spread, it would shake the entire continent. As for Lin Xian, he descended from the sky and landed on the ground. The dark red dragon's body swayed and shrunk again. On the other side, the nine-tailed fox turned into her adorable form and jumped back into Morong Chingching's arms. Although the dark red dragon and nine-tailed fox had shrunk again, no one dared to underestimate them this time. These were two kings. They were the strongest overlords of the continent. Including Lin Xian, there were 3 kings. The palace of gods of war was going to defy the heavens. However, the people of the Morong clan were also extremely happy. This was because it seemed that the nine-tailed fox belonged to Morong Chingching. This meant that the Morong clan had one more king. Thinking of this, the warriors of the Morong clan were excited. Even the Morong clan's patriarch was extremely shocked. After Lin Xian landed, his gaze swept around. Very quickly, he stared at the people of the Divine Bird Palace. Immediately, the warriors of the Divine Bird Palace trembled, especially the palace master of the Divine Bird Palace. His face immediately became ugly. This was the god of death. Even a king, like the Duan clan's patriarch, was killed, not to mention their Divine Bird Palace. I remember that it was your Divine Bird Palace and the Duan clan who joined forces to suppress me? Right. This debt, how do you plan to settle it? Lin Xian asked coldly. Hearing this, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace were so scared that they peed their pants. The palace master of the Divine Bird Palace was also worried and was about to cry. He was very annoyed. He kicked those elders to death. Why did he have to show off? Now, he had provoked this murderous star. The palace master of the Divine Bird Palace was a decisive person. He knew that the entire Divine Bird Palace combined would not be able to defeat Lin Xian. Therefore, he decisively threw out the few elders who had provoked him earlier. Young Master Lin, the previous matter was just these guys acting on their own. Our Divine Bird Palace has nothing to do with the Duan clan. The palace master of the Divine Bird Palace quickly explained, afraid that Lin Xian would be angry. Nothing to do with them? Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Everyone knew the relationship between the Divine Bird Palace and the Duan clan, but the Divine Bird Palace still dared to say so. Lin Xian also sneered. However, his main enemy was the Duan clan. The other forces were mainly deterred. Therefore, Lin Xian did not do anything to the Divine Bird Palace. However, the few elders who had spoken out to provoke him were all slapped into a bloody mist by him. Bang, 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 bang. 5 or 6 elders instantly split open and turned into clouds of bloody mist. Seeing this scene, the crowd was once again stunned. As for the elders of the Qin family, their bodies trembled and they nearly knelt onto the ground. One must know that they were also involved in suppressing Lin Xian earlier. However, they still resisted the urge to make a sound, because they still had hope in their hearts. In their view, they were different from the Divine Bird Palace. They were the elders of the Xin clan and had a king behind them. Moreover, the ancestor of the Xin clan was here. No matter how strong the other party was, he would not dare to touch them in front of Lord Xinjia. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the Shun clan warriors. You guys get over here and die. What? The elders of the Shun clan were stunned. The other party dared to attack them? How dare he? Was he not afraid of angering the ancestor of the Shun clan? Sure enough, in the next moment, the ancestor of the Shun clan's face was gloomy. Boy, don't go too far. Too far? Don't see it. Lin Xian sneered. If someone yelled at you in public, would you be indifferent? I didn't chase after the entire Shin clan. I only targeted those who spoke arrogant words. That's already giving you face. If you stop me, don't blame me for waging war on the entire Shin clan. Lin Xian snorted. You. Hearing this, the ancestor of the Shun clan trembled with anger. His face was terrifyingly dark. Chapter 1464. Hearing that, the Shun family's patriarch was so angry that his entire body trembled. His face was terrifyingly dark. This was too hateful. A little brat actually dared to contradict him in public? What a fool. If it was any other time, he would have killed him with a slap. But now he did not dare to do anything, because there were 3 Challenger Realm cultivators. Dean Xian was not included. Thinking of that, he gritted his teeth. However, to let the other party kill an elder of the Shin family in front of everyone, this condition he absolutely could not agree to. Therefore, the Shin family's patriarch took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "You guys, hurry up and apologize to him." Hearing that, everyone was shocked. It seemed that the Shun family's patriarch had given in. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that even the Shun family's patriarch did not dare to fight him head-on. One was a famous challenger, and the other was a young genius. This was a clash between the old and the new generation's top forces. It could be said to be very intense. Hearing the Shun family's patriarch's words, the Shun family's elders' faces turned bitter. However, they quickly walked out and prepared to apologize to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sneered, "Apologize? Do you think it's that simple? The prestige of a Challenger Realm cultivator cannot be violated. Today, they will die without a doubt." With that, Lin Xian threw a punch. The terrifying fist instantly enveloped the Shun family's elders. What? He attacked. Seeing that, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe it. The Shun family's elders had already made a huge concession by apologizing. It could be said that Lin Xian had earned a lot of reputation today. However, they did not expect that the other party would still attack. He did not put the Shun family in his eyes at all. No, the Shun family's elders were terrified. They did not expect that the other party would dare to attack. "Patriarch, save me!" Immediately, their bodies trembled, and they screamed in fear. "Kid, you're courting death." The Shun family's patriarch was furious. He had already made a concession. This was something that had not happened in hundreds of years. However, the other party was not willing to let him go. He even dared to attack the elders in front of him. This made him furious. If he let the other party attack today, he would lose all his face. Therefore, in the next moment, the Shun family's patriarch did not hesitate and quickly attacked as well. A gigantic palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it grabbed at the few elders, wanting to protect them. The terrifying palm emitted a dazzling light that was as vast as the Milky Way. It quickly enveloped the few elders of the Shun family. However, Lin Xian's fist was incomparably terrifying. It contained a powerful force, and it was as if an angry dragon had come out, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying aura. Boom! In the next moment, he slammed into the giant palm, and a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted, causing the entire world to shake violently. All kinds of light shot into the sky, flickering with an incomparable aura. However, the Shun clan's patriarch must be a king who had been famous for a long time. His strength was incomparably powerful, far surpassing that of the Duan clan's patriarch. Therefore, Lin Xian's punch did not manage to blast away the giant hand. He blocked it. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Shun family's patriarch was extremely powerful. As for Lin Xian, although he was strong, he wasn't strong enough to defy the heavens. But in the next moment, everyone's expression changed. because within the giant palm, several screams could be heard one after another. Everyone could even smell the pungent smell of blood that quickly spread out from the giant palm. What? How is this possible? What happened? Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The Shun family's patriarch's expression also changed. Previously, when he saw that the other party did not blast away his palm, he had a smug look on his face because he realized that the other party was only SOSO. At most, the other party could kill the Duan family's patriarch, but compared to him, it was far from enough. However, he did not expect that there would be an unexpected change. The few elders of the Shun family that he was protecting actually let out a scream. That was something that he did not expect. Did something happen? The Shun family's patriarch was bewildered. In the next moment, he released his palm. The elders that he was protecting had long been pierced by the sword Qi. There was a bloody hole between their brows, and scarlet blood was trickling out. What? They're all killed. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The Shun family's patriarch's expression also became extremely cold. He was furious. He was too furious. He did not expect that the other party would have such a method to kill people under his protection. That was a slap to his face in public, and it was a successful slap to his face. The Shun family's patriarch was so angry that his entire body trembled. His cold gaze was filled with biting cold, killing intent as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, did not care at all. A king has the dignity of a king. Not everyone can provoke him. You know that better than I do. Since the few of them have done something wrong, they naturally have to be punished accordingly. I didn't do anything wrong. If you're not convinced or unhappy, feel free to come and find me. I don't mind starting a war with you. Of course, I hope you've thought about the consequences. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and there was a strong sense of threat in his words. Hearing that, the Shun family's patriarch frowned. Indeed, it seemed that the other party's strength was inferior to his, but the other party had too many kings. If they really fought, he would definitely not have the upper hand. Therefore, the Shun family's patriarch stood there with a gloomy gaze. In the end, he sneered, "Good, very good. I've finally witnessed what you're capable of. However, don't be too arrogant. One day, you'll fall into my hands." The Shun family's patriarch snorted coldly and then led his people away. "Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye." Next, the Murong family's patriarch and the happy king also led their people away. The other sects and forces also said their goodbyes, not daring to stay any longer. It couldn't be helped. The scene was too terrifying, especially those forces that had publicly supported the Duan family. When they left, their legs were trembling. They were afraid that Lin Xian would be angered and kill them all. But fortunately, Lin Xian did not attack again. In the end, almost everyone left. Only the Immortal Martial Academy's martial artists, the 9th Elder, and Murong Xingchen were left. "Young master, is this true? You've really become a king?" The 9th Elder, the 10th Elder, and the other martial artists in the Divine Palace were very excited. They couldn't help but be excited. The scene was too shocking. First, he used extremely powerful methods to kill the Duan family's patriarch. Then, he destroyed the Duan family. Finally, he slapped the Shun family's patriarch's face in front of everyone, causing the other kings to not dare to resist. Such methods could be said to be heaven-defying. Probably no one would have thought that the banquet held by the Duan family's patriarch would have such a result. Din Xian was also curious. He quickly asked, "Lin Xian, what's going on? How did you enter the king realm so quickly?" Chapter 1465. Din Xian was also curious. He quickly asked, "Lin Xian, what's going on? How did you enter the king realm so quickly?" They naturally didn't know what happened in the Tianan region, so They were very puzzled. Lin Xian only gave a simple explanation. As for the matter of the subdivine crystals, he wouldn't tell anyone. Next, he asked the ninth elder and the others to return to the Immortal Martial Academy and bring back the remaining martial artists and elders of the Palace of Ares. Because from now on, the Palace of Ares was still theirs, and no one dared to have any ideas about the Palace of Ares. Next, Dean Xian and the others also left. Lin Xian turned around and said to Murong Qingcheng, "You've been away from home for a few years. Go back and take a look." "All right." Murong Qingcheng nodded. "Then I'll come and find you when I miss you." Murong Qingcheng hugged Nine-Tailed and also left. Luo Bingshan didn't leave and stayed here. Lin Xian asked her and a few elders of the Palace of Ares to start cleaning up the battlefield and the Palace of Ares in preparation for the return of the other martial artists. The next few days were very peaceful. The Palace of Ares was restored to its original state, and Lin Xian began to recuperate and continue cultivating. Now that the Duan clan had been eliminated by him, he started to prepare to leave the Tianmu continent and head to the real true spirit world. Of course, the most important point was to find enough energy to operate the Black Earth. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave. He planned to wait for the martial artists of the Palace of Ares to return and let them search for it. After all, this kind of thing definitely couldn't be found in a day or two, so he had to borrow the power of the Palace of Ares. However, during this period, Lin Xian didn't stay idle. Besides cultivating, he also headed to the depths of the Palace of Ares. To be precise, he went to the place where Lin Zhan was in seclusion. He wanted to see if his father had come out of seclusion. The 10,000 Spirits Valley was still as beautiful and quiet as before. A figure quickly landed outside the myriad Spirit Valley like a sword light. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. This was already his third time here, but he didn't see his father 3 times. This made him a little disappointed. However, he still came every few days and cultivated in the periphery of the myriad Spirits Valley. Originally, he thought that it would be the same as before, and that nothing would happen. But this time, it was beyond his expectations. Not long after he arrived, a voice suddenly came from the myriad Spirit Valley. "Little Xian, you've come." This voice was unusually calm. "Father!" Lin Xian was still sitting cross-legged, but when he heard this voice, he immediately stood up and shouted excitedly, "You've come out of seclusion?" "Not yet. It will take some time. However, I just woke up from my cultivation and found you here," Lin Zhan said in a low voice. After that, the father and son had a long talk. Lin Xian told Lin Zhan everything that had happened in detail. After Lin Zhan heard this, he was also shocked. "I've also explored the Devil Abyss. I didn't expect it to be the burial ground of the 4th-generation successor of the Dragon Sword. It is indeed rare for you to have such an opportunity." "Father, I still have some substandard divinity crystals. How can I give them to you?" "Substandard divinity crystals? How about this? Let's enter the world in your body. Then you can pass them to me through that world." After saying that, the voice was filled with boundless profoundness. Then Lin Xian felt his mind tremble, and the scene around him changed once again. When he recovered, he realized that he had come to the mysterious world in his body again. Purple thunder divine bamboo grew beside him, and there were spiritual herbs all over the ground. There was also the 1,000-beast cauldron beside him. In front of him was a withered tree of God. On the other side of the tree of God was Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan waved his arm, and a golden whirlpool appeared in front of him. "Little Xian, put the substandard divinity crystals into this whirlpool, and you can pass them to me. I don't need too many. Just give me 10 pieces. "Oh," Lin Xian nodded. He had 30 pieces and wanted to give them to his father. However, Lin Zhan only wanted 10 pieces, so he had no choice. Soon, he put the 10 pieces of substandard divinity crystals into the golden whirlpool. After that, the golden whirlpool spun and enveloped the 10 pieces of substandard divinity crystals. Then it gradually disappeared. This is enough. Lin Zhan nodded. I still have some time before I can come out of seclusion. You don't have to be disappointed. We will reunite one day. After that, he looked at Lin Xian again and said slowly, You were able to condense the king domain so early. It is indeed beyond my expectations. Since you have met the 4th-generation successor of the dragon sword, you should have a cultivation technique for cultivating the king domain, right? Yes, I do have a cultivation technique. Lin Xian nodded. Although the 4th-generation successor of the dragon sword was no longer around, He too was still around. He had many cultivation techniques in his hands, and they were all used by the 4th-generation successor. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't lack cultivation techniques for cultivating the king domain. That's good. Just cultivate the 4th-generation successor's cultivation technique. However, there is one thing. You must continue cultivating the art of longevity. You must not stop. This cultivation technique is more magical than you think. It can support you through the king realm. Also, when your physical body enters the king realm, you can try to enter the world in your body. Here, you'll get unexpected gains. Hearing this, Lin Xian was even more confused. It seemed like his father knew about the art of longevity and the mysterious small sword. Father, what is the grade of the art of longevity? Also, what is the mysterious small sword and the world in my body? You won't understand even if I tell you now. You will know one day. Lin Zhan shook his head slightly. However, I can tell you about the difference of 10 years. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. This question had been bothering him for a long time because his father had only left home for 5 years. However, in the Tianwu continent, there seemed to have been 15 years of history. Lin Xian didn't know that there was a difference of 10 years. Now that he heard that his father was going to solve the mystery, he was naturally excited. Actually, it is very simple. I have only left for 5 years. In other words, I left the Sword Pool Mansion with you. Lin Zhan said in a deep voice. What? You left with me? Then what about the 15 years here? Oh, Lin Xian was confused. There is no difference in time between the two continents. I have only been in the Tianwu continent for 5 years. However, if we count the time now, it should be 8 years. The extra 10 years are actually an illusion. Illusion? What do you mean? Lin Xian was even more confused as he listened. To be precise, the people in the Tianwu continent were affected by the illusion. They thought that 15 years had passed, but in fact, it was only 5 years. What? They were affected by the illusion? Lin Xian was shocked. You are saying that everyone was affected by the illusion? How is that possible? He was too shocked. How many people are there in the Tianwu continent? Billions. So many people were affected by the illusion that you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.